Call the meeting to order. Apologize for starting late. We had some other things we had to do, and we did announce at 12 noon it would be a delay of 30 minutes. And maybe I went a little over that, but, you know, it's on mayor time, so who cares? All right. Now, Mr. Dene, if you would take your hat off and lead us in the pledge, I would appreciate you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Sheevy. Here. Breckus. Zadra. Delgado. Dorch. Jarden. Cashel.
Here. This time we'll go to public comment. Mark Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Hi, my name is Mark Markell, and my mission in life is to educate students and the community about what happens when one gets in the car with a drunk driver. I spend my time sharing my story about how I became disabled and how drinking and driving affected my life. I'm reading from this because I suffer a traumatic brain injury and get off track. Through Mark's Pad, People Against Drunk Driving, I hope to prevent others from making the same mistakes and suffering the same consequences that I have. I began drinking at the early age of 8. My brothers and I engaged in risky behavior growing up. At 24 years of age, I was drunk and I got in a car with a drunk driver. The driver crashed the car and it rolled 8 times and landed on my head. I was pronounced dead at the scene, but they were able to revive me at the hospital. I was in a coma for a month. Once I regained consciousness, I spent 5.5 months learning how to talk, walk, and even eat all over again due to my traumatic brain injury. And I now must use a walker and have people help me clean. It's hard for people to understand me when I talk, and I have a hard time controlling my impulses. My life has completely changed as a result of the crash. It left me unable to find gainful employment, have a relationship, and do basic tasks for myself. I do the best I can to be independent, but due to my injuries, it's difficult. All this is because I got in the car with a drunk driver. I feel I survived in order to be able to tell people my story and be an example to others. Parents, don't drive drunk with your kids in the car, and kids, listen to your parents. They were young once, and listen to your teachers. They just want to make good citizens out of you. I never listened to either one. Look what happened to me.
Thank you very much, Mark. A message that we need to hear repeatedly.
Thank you.
Palkin Zed.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Palkin Zed. I'm the Executive Director of Project Solution. I came last week to talk about our summer camp, and I'm going to provide you a little more details about it. Again, this week, I can get the projector. We're offering a summer camp for kids ages 6 to 12 at Project Solution, which has been entirely volunteer run for about 6 months now. And we just hired on a camp director and a facilities manager so we can provide great services to a low-income area right off of Wells and Vassar. And we're offering a summer camp that's going to be very educational, where these low-income kids can get a free breakfast and a free lunch for an affordable rate of $40 a week. And on top of that, we're offering scholarships. We're trying to make this an educational camp so that the kids aren't just there as in a daycare facility. They're actually going to be learning a little bit of computer programming, gardening, nutrition, cooking. We've partnered up with different organizations such as Boys and Girls Club, if I can get the projector to work, Boys and Girls Club, BlackRock Solar, Envirolutions, the UNR STEM program, that's science, technology, engineering, and math. The Society of Children Books and Writers, Illustrators, Holland Project, Valley Arts Research Facility, thank you, and Cart Farms, and quite a few more than what I have listed here. But we are trying to make this really fun and really a great opportunity for kids that wouldn't have this opportunity otherwise. Our camp is $40 a week. We suspect most of our population won't be able to afford a camp at $40 a week because they just don't have the resources to do so. So we have scholarships. Currently, most of our campers that have signed up, their families are paying 95% less than what they would be traditionally. So most of them are paying about $5 to $10 per kid per camp. So it's leaving us in a bind, financial situation, but we want to continue offering this camp. We're hoping maybe you guys can help spread the word and maybe help us reach out to foundations or other individuals that might want to consider donating. Sponsoring one kid for the entire summer is $280, and that gives them a free meal, gets them education, and it's 6 to 12-year-olds in a low-income area. So I just want to provide information on that. And on top of that, we have another event happening. It's called Breaking the Silence. One of our kids that comes to our facility, a 20-year-old young man who loves breakdancing and hip-hop, feels that there isn't a positive outlet for his creativity and wanted to create a positive hip-hop event to showcase a safe event for young people. So he created this entire event where he's going to be showcasing the art and skills of other local teens at our facility. It'll be July 20th. One of the teenagers made this entire flyer. It's very detailed, very nice, and we're hoping it'll take off and it'll be a good outlet for spoken word poetry, hip-hop, MCs, DJs, and breakdancers and other individuals. So hopefully the City Council can also come and witness this great event. It's being put on by young people, 18 to 20-year-olds, and we hope will be a big success. Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan Vattel. I butchered that, but I couldn't read it.
It's Siobhan Von Tobel.
Okay.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for your time and for listening to your community. As I said, my name is Siobhan Von Tobel. I'm a third-generation Nevadan, so I believe I have a vested interest in this state and our local community. So I am here to voice my appreciation for Project Solution and the work that they carry out in this community. It is said that the children are our future, and if this is so, Project Solution has shaped all of our futures for the better. Their community center, located on Bresson Avenue, serves as a hub for children of all ages and economic backgrounds. I was so impressed with their efforts and the work that they do in this community that I volunteered to be their communications manager. In my short time as this role, I have heard so many good things from so many different families living in this area. From their summer camp, where all these families are so surprised by how affordable this camp is. It's the most affordable camp in this area. And they're just so surprised and so grateful that there is a safe spot for children to come, learn, and just have fun and be kids. Otherwise, they say, like, these kids would be in trouble. They'd be on the streets. They'd, you know, basically be hooligans, as you say. So, like I said, I'm 100% behind Project Solution, and I hope that the City Council is too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I
Yes.
ask something? Do you guys have some electronic materials via Facebook or that sort of thing that maybe you could share with those interested on the council so we can then share it with all of our contacts? I think this is a great project, so I'd certainly like to do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Eddie Lorton?
Hi. Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name's Eddie Lorton. And now we have an up-and-coming election. I know we're a ways out. I'm going to be running for 2014 candidate for mayor for the city of Reno. And I ended up, I hope that some of the old council members will respect what term limits are, and we could adhere to that, because what I think politics is about is for business people in the community to make their contribution to what the city is, and they serve their time, they leave it a better place than when they first got there, and they move on. I don't believe in it to be a career, and how now all of a sudden, since it's up in the air if they can go for their mayor's seat or not, now they're trying to steal each other's websites, things like this. It's so petty, Annie, compared to the problems the city has. So all I know is now we're $600 million in debt. 12 years later, we were in the black before. Now, Moody's downgraded our credit rating to A1, so we're going to pay more in interest. And I think there's somebody with a diverse business background, such as myself, could do a great job. And I just hope that in 2014 I can gain some support. I know you people, the only difference is in a campaign is having the lists and the people and the donors. Well, I know there's a lot of you fresh out of that situation, so if I could get some support, that would be great, but I know some of the old ones will be in there too. So I hope that I could make a difference if given the opportunity. I won't make a career out of it. I already had one, but I would love to contribute to my town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeff Church?
I'm gonna live till I die. I'm gonna laugh instead of cry.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, Sam Dene, and also welcome back, Ms. Jardin, from your trip to the Philippines. My name is Jeff Church. I'm a retired Reno police sergeant and resident of the city of Reno, Miss Adwas District. Time limits the important issues that I can cover in 3 minutes, but I'm pleased to see that in response to my previous complaints about Nevada's open meeting law, that you are now posting all city council meetings on the city's website under City Council Future Meetings. As you know, the May 6th meeting was not posted there and did create some confusion. Likewise, I'm pleased to see that you've added tax levies to the previous budget agenda. I'm glad to see that my bringing these to your attention has succeeded. I'd like to read to you something from a court decision on these matters. Quote, "The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies who serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created." Now, end quote. Now, as all of you know, Reno has fallen below the minimum staffing requirements for the $13.4 million SAFER grant. Reno still refuses automatic aid to Washoe County. Stations have been browned out, endangering the public safety. May 3rd, City Council passed a resolution for no staffing cuts. In my opinion, Reno is in violation of that council decision, and any FEMA waiver request or reductions must be approved by the governing body, meaning the City Council, as an action item subject to open meeting law. In other words, what good is a motion by the City Council if you're not going to stick with it? I believe that it's binding. I was also sorry to see that Moody's downgraded Reno's bond rating and changed the outlook to negative. Next, I want to address some police salaries as found or not found on the website Transparent Nevada. I previously reported that career Reno police and possibly fire are the highest paid in the entire nation. In 2009, the city apparently supplied Transparent Nevada with records. However, for some reason, there is no record of Deputy Chief Ron Glenzer. I was surprised to see that the highest paid city employees were fire department employees, not the chief. However, Glenzer earned over $100,000 more than the highest listed employee. Deputy Police Chief Glenzer earned $376,707.90 in 2009, and apparently this was not disclosed to the public. But wait, there's more. He only worked half a year through June 11th. Part of that $142,000 was a buyout. Of this salary, $38,000 was vacation buyout. And I'm looking at the contract, and I don't see where that's authorized. I've handed you a copy of this handout that lists his earnings and other issues, and I can't get all of them in less than the 3 minutes unless you ask. And I'm asking that you and your staff get back to me and tell me what the taxpayers need to know about Glenzer's income and why it was not disclosed, and any documentation on the buyouts in the contract. And also, there's Deputy Chief Juan, who earned $285,000 in 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam is an Air Force Academy graduate, and Sam has spent many years flying F-4 Phantoms and B-52 bombers defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border. And Sam has found that we have as many enemies inside of the borders as outside. Actually, we have more inside of the borders than outside, because we have the worst enemies of all of America residing somewhere down in the bowels of the vote counting machines in Reno, Nevada. Down in the bowels of those vote counting machines, the vote stealing and rigging takes place. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. But all you have to do is look at the results of these bizarre elections, and you will see that the vote stealing down in the bowels of the computers, the vote stealing video game computers, the vote stealing is working. And if we had it, by the way, Sam Dene is the king. Sam Dene that's me, by the way. Sam Dene is the king of walk-off homers. Sam Dene is the king of saves. Sam holds all the records for walk-off homers and saves here at the Reno City Council and other government organizations throughout the community. Sam would be on the other side of the dais, on that side of the room, if it wasn't for the vote stealing that has been taking place since the day that Sam arrived on the scene 20 years ago. Sam has been to virtually every city council meeting at these podiums, 6,427 public testimonies, counting today's. But on the other hand, who's counting? If you can't see it now and you forget what I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying, your brain can't keep up with my talking, then watch it on YouTube. It'll be there tomorrow. By the way, Sam, there's a couple of items on this agenda I'm going to talk about briefly. This marijuana deal, I'm in favor of what was just voted into law in Nevada. I don't particularly care about that part of the federal law. There's something, and I'm not a marijuana user. I just think if that's what's voted in, that's what we ought to do. Secondly, there's something on here about panhandling. There seems to be a lot of people who seem to be against panhandling. Panhandling, by definition, is walking up to strangers and begging for money. I have seen more panhandling at this podium than I've ever seen out in the streets of Nevada. I call it corporate nice chortle. I call it corporate panhandling. Apple Computer, for instance, came here and begged you guys for $93 million. And by the way, normally a panhandler needs the money. Apple doesn't need the money. And I don't want to pick on particularly Apple any more than Shields or Cabela's and all those Starbun people. As I close out, we're getting a new leader for the dysfunctional Reno Gazette regurgitator newspaper. I don't see how that person is going to be any better than the previous better, because that person supposedly was overseeing the watchdogging by the Reno Gazette. And the Reno Gazette regurgitator is the most dysfunctional media, and I hate to use that word, in America.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I say something really quick to Mr. Church's point? The Transparent Nevada is not run by the city of Reno. If you want all of the information with regards to pay, including Mr. Glenzer, it's all on reno.gov/open, and it's all of the information's on there. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Reno. Scott Amon.
Thank you guys for your time. I'm Scott Emond. I am currently putting together a business on 4th Street, 559 East 4th Street, and I wanted to kind of highlight L10 and formally request that we get some sort of town hall meeting or critical issue meeting going together so that we can get all the business owners on that block, that area, involved in this discussion so we can reach kind of best case solution. We're all there every day, so we see it going on, and I feel like we can really kind of, I don't know, add our opinion as well as see what we can do to help. So, you know, whatever you guys can do in order to organize that meeting, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Charles Marks. Charles Marks. Charles Marks. Sergio Rubio.
Afternoon, City Council. My name is Sergio Galvin Rubio. I'm a first-generation Hispanic student here. I actually attend the Earl Wooster High School, and I'm currently a junior, about to achieve my diploma at the top of my class. But what I'd like you to know is I've not always had the resources that maybe would have gotten me through school a lot easier as a kid. I know that we were a low-income family. We struggled a bit. And somehow I found my potential and I reached it. And so I think it's really important to channel this type of message through Project Solution. I feel that it's an excellent program because some of these kids who just need a chance, this would be providing them that chance. And if you channel their potential through a program like this, they can there's really no limit to what they can achieve. It's a great program. I've seen a lot of inspirational things during my time there, and I try actively to reach younger kids in my community because I know that more than anything, a lot of them need a role model. And so I'm hoping that it's something that City Council will be able to pay attention to, and I appreciate your guys' attention, your guys' support, and your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Vieira.
Thank you, City Council, Mayor Cashel. I'd like to address the homeless problem on East 4th Street. It's become a health issue at this point. I'm a member of the E4 Merchants Association, and anything we can do to help. But it would be good to have a town hall meeting or something to get us all together. It's not in my backyard right now. I'm down on East 4th Street, but it is in a lot of the merchants' backyard, and it really hinders our businesses, and also mine. So anyway, I just want to address this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. It is a problem, and we do know it, and we've got to address it, and we will. Mr. Schwartz. Good to see you, sir.
Good to be seen. Good afternoon, council people, Mayor. We really have a problem on 4th Street. I think you know, Mayor, and I've been there going on 15 years, and it's just ridiculous now. And we need to do something about it. The health problems, there's no public restrooms. You're letting people sleep there. Not you personally, but the city is letting them sleep there, and there's always an excuse, and we need to straighten everything up. They're coming into my business every single night asking for restroom, water, anything else. I don't know why we don't have code enforcement over there. People are sleeping there, they're defecating, they're doing everything. And there's kids there, there's pedophiles there. There's no policing whatsoever. So maybe we could get like a substation like you talked about many, many years ago. We were going to get one over there. Remember when we were going to get all the cattle herded? And, well, it's not working out that way.
Well, we had them all herded in a tent city, and everybody complained about that. But we are working on it, and Donnie, we will get some answers and get with you.
But Mayor, when? I mean,
they're working on it right now. They've already started, and we will get some answers.
Then can somebody get back to me
Yes,
once
sir.
in a while on?
Yes, sir.
It's just, Bob, it's just crazy.
I
I
understand.
can't explain. I don't have pictures. I should bring pictures. You people would just be appalled that our cities run like this. And it's just totally crazy. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Marks. Charles Marks. Okay, having no other public comment, I'll close the public comment section and bring it back to the general manager announcements. Oh, excuse me. That is, I wanted to, go ahead, city manager. You're really trying to mess with me today, aren't you?
I don't think it's me trying to mess with you. Mr. Mayor, I do have one announcement, actually a recognition for Cadence Matievich and Megan Salcido. There should be a letter at each one of the council members' desk. We received a letter from Assemblyman Sprinkle, basically congratulating us on a successful session and really commending Cadence and Megan for the work that they did in Carson City this session. He talks about their strong work ethic, their honesty and integrity, and in one section in the letter he states that he found himself trusting them enough to bounce ideas off and present proposals to them, which is truly, I think, representative of success when you have that much trust, when your legislators have that much trust in you that they will come to you to get your ideas. I think that speaks to Cadence and Megan's success this session during the legislature. So I just wanted to recognize them for that.
All right, now we'll go to Adam.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, I think the chief has, under this item, he'd like to make a presentation.
Okay, sorry about that.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Manager Klinger, honorable members of the council. For the record, my name is Michael Hernandez. I'm the fire chief. Each year, the Belgian Fire Service sends a group of firefighters in groups to different parts of the world. And they do this to look at best practices and to share ideas and to see what they can take back to their country. Last year, while speaking at an international fire service conference, I had the opportunity to meet Chief Paul Van Look, and we discussed some of the incidents that had recently occurred in the Reno area, specifically the Collin Fire, the Washoe Fire, and the Reno Air Race disaster. And after a lengthy discussion with the chief, he asked if he could come and visit our city. We consider this an honor within the Reno Fire Department, not only to receive international guests and to host these guests for a week. They are staying in fire stations for a week, and hopefully we'll have some opportunities to take them out for dinner and show them some of the nicer things that Reno has to offer. But we also were surprised at the international attention that we received, not only because of our responses, but because of this visit. I had the opportunity to search the web this morning, and in the Europe Sun, which is a newspaper that is distributed in Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, France, Germany, Finland, and Poland, the leading story was Belgian firefighters are visiting the city of Reno. So it is quite an honor to have these individuals with us, and at this time I'd like to introduce Paul Van Look, Battalion Chief for the Belgian Fire Service, to say a few words about their program.
Chief Hernandez, after we met in Denver, we quickly agreed to put a team together for a week-long interprofessional and cultural cooperation. Chief Spencer and I worked on the details during the last 4 months. So we are very happy to be here and be back after a previous visit we had in 2005. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, council members, it's an honor. It's an honor and a great pleasure for us to spend a week in the company of your men in their fire stations. We've met a bunch of dedicated firefighters who want to serve and protect your citizens. And they do it in a with a very professional attitude. Eager to learn from both sides, we have a whole week to learn from each other. In the streets of Reno, but also around the tables in the fire station, we can hear out each other and see what is different or what is the same. Often we discover that things are done the same. When there's a problem, they call the fire department, and we have to go there and solve it. This group of 8 members strong, representing 2 countries, we have 6 people from Belgium and 2 from the Netherlands, and representing 6 different towns and cities, would like to thank you for having us in the biggest little city in the world. Chief Hernandez, please accept this little token of appreciation for the hospitality we receive in the fire station. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, council members, we would have brought a few cases of Belgian beer, but international air travel didn't let us bring more than 1 suitcase, so only a box of the finest Belgian chocolates made it this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes our presentation. Would you like them? Absolutely, yes. If you guys just follow me. Okay.
I have 4 or 5 people who wish to speak on approval of the agenda. I will, Paul and Zed.
Good afternoon, Council. I wanted to speak on this item because Project Solutions would like to seek approval to postpone item H3. We just found out that there's a staff report on this item. I have not been able to run this by my board to see if we can make a formal presentation. We'd like to request this get postponed to the next meeting so we can make a formal presentation about Project Solution, our services, so you have a full understanding of how we've improved and what services we're offering to the children. I'd like Councilman Delgado to make this proposal to postpone this as you are our representative. I don't know if there's any questions or if I need to provide more details for this request, but as I mentioned earlier, we just found out about the staff report and we'd like to make a formal presentation.
Okay, thank you. Von Tobel?
Don't wish to speak. Check your box.
Rubio?
Thank you.
Ted? There has been a request to postpone the hearing on H3 until July 3rd meeting. So
yeah, ideally we'd like it to be August. That will be out of town, but we'll take the July 3rd meeting if that's the best option. We're concerned.
we can do it in August or whatever you want.
Yeah, the first meeting in August would be ideal.
First meeting in August, okay. Proclamations today, item C.
Mayor, I have one other on the agenda, please.
Well, I'm going through this in just a minute. You mind if I go through it? Thank you. Proclamations declaring the month of July 2013 as Parks and Recreation Month. Presentations, item D1. D2, item D3 has been pulled because the people had something else they had to do, and when we were delayed in coming in, we're pulling that item till the next meeting. Public hearing resolution authorizing medium-term obligation, item F1. Item C2 and C3 are a time certain for 1:30. Public hearing this evening is item M1, Boomtown Variance Requirement Appeal, and item M2, Boomtown Travel Plaza Reestablishment. So do you have any other changes to the agenda?
Yes, I do. Mayor, I'd like to request that on item L13, an item that I asked to be put on last time, be continued to the July 3rd meeting. I just received a memo on that yesterday afternoon, haven't been able to kind of read that in light of this conversation I had hoped to have, so thank you.
Okay, so item L13 is recommended to pull until the July 13th meeting, July 3rd meeting. Okay. Any further discussion? Wait a minute. Yeah, let's. Now we're going into approval. Item H3 will be pulled.
Mr. Mayor.
Any other for discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if we can, sorry, just got information that for Ms. Zed, those funds are CPG funds, and they need to be spent in this fiscal year before they move on to in August. Can we carry that over? Is that? Can I get some clarification on that?
You can.
We can carry them over.
CDBG?
Yeah, they're general funds. We can carry them over.
They would just go to the general.
So,
fund.
okay,
They're
so it wouldn't
just
come
general
out of,
fund?
it wouldn't come out of next year's allotment, it'd still come out of this fiscal year? Okay, just wanted clarification on that. Okay.
All right, are there any other changes to the agenda?
Do you want to just move to approve?
Besides okay, no other items pulled on the agenda for discussion or anything. Chair will entertain a motion for
Mr.
approval
Mayor?
of the agenda with those.
My apologies. Sorry, if Paul can, I don't want to hold you guys up. I know you guys are working on your summer programs and everything else throughout the summer. Is there an issue in terms of the allotment that was provided for you during the CBGM, during the NAB meeting? Can we go ahead and just approve those funds for you so you can carry on with your summer programming?
We would love to get those funds approved. We were just concerned about the staff report that recommends otherwise.
Okay.
And so we wanted to make sure that we got an opportunity to present like what activities we're doing and why it'd be a good decision for the city to approve those funds. If you guys are more than willing to approve them today, then we don't need to postpone it.
Okay.
Then we should
Go
just
ahead.
keep it on the agenda then.
Yeah, then I just prefer to keep it on there so we can get you moving for the summertime. I know programs are moving along.
Okay. I mean, that'd be amazing.
But we'd still like to hear hear from you if you'd like presenting.
Okay, I mean, I'll stay for the rest of the meeting to answer any questions at that
We
point.
could ask for a time certain and move it up forward so you don't have to spend your entire
Oh,
afternoon.
perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
So now you want to leave H3
Yes,
on or off?
yes, sir, we'll leave it on.
Leave it on.
Sorry about that.
Can't throw this old boy curveballs like that. I'm too old.
So H3's back on.
H3's back on. All right. Any other changes?
Move to approve.
I have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item A7, approval of the minutes for May 22nd and June 5th.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Discussion?
Mayor, I have a correction to offer on these minutes. On item L, point 1, final paragraph.
Of which date?
The May 22nd one. Final paragraph, we're talking, there's Councilperson Breckus requested, and there's 1, 2, 3. Item 3, we're saying Fourth Amendment issues, and I was actually referencing First Amendment issues. We wouldn't be talking about the Fourth Amendment there. Okay, with that, I'll.
Okay. I have a motion second with those changes. Is that okay with first and second? All right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursements, any disclosures?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I thought we were just approving the May 22nd minutes at that moment, because I had corrections on the June 5th minutes also.
Okay, well, we were approving them both, but if you want to go back, make a motion to reconsider.
Could we reconsider the June 5th minutes?
We'll reconsider June 5th minutes.
Okay.
Second, all in
Okay.
favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
from the items E, it looks like potentially there were some items that were pulled, and maybe we didn't have the block voting on some of those. I'm on page E, page 3, where we vote for E on all the consent items. I guess you're putting that that vote under the E there, but it appears that the votes.
Right, that
'cause we
voting
took
block
all-
is for all of them.
Okay,
none
for
them
all
are
of those
pulled.
minutes. Okay, okay. And then I guess the one that I wanted to call that out to see if we were consistent with our formatting, but on item F2, my vote was not correctly recorded. I voted nay on that item, and I asked that the minutes be amended to reflect that change.
We will do that.
Okay. Now, make me a motion on June 5th. Ms. Brackus, give me a motion on June 5th. Huh?
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursements, May 26th and June 8th. Any corrections or any changes or declarations? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to proclamations. Proclamations declaring month of July 2013 as Parks and Recreation Month. Ms. Conway, Parks and Recreation Director, Service Director.
Whereas July is celebrated nationally as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the Reno City Council has a continued commitment to the community livability, public safety, economic vitality, and personal well-being that is achieved through accessible programs in parks, recreation, arts, and cultural programs, and community events, and whereas the City of Reno continues to be a resource of applied expertise and knowledge in the fields of parks and recreation and supports an extensive city-owned art collection and programs that promote swimming, golf, athletics, arts, and healthy lifestyles, and whereas through collaborations with valuable partners such as the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, Washoe County School District, and Washoe County Senior Services, youth and seniors of Reno are provided healthy meals 5 days a week by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. And whereas the City of Reno is proud to hold the designation as a Tree City USA for 31 consecutive years, now therefore, I, Jenny Breckus, Council Member for Ward 1, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby proclaim July 2013 as Parks and Recreation Month.
Julie Conway, Parks Recreation Community Services Director. Thank you very much for this proclamation, Mayor. And I wanted to encourage everyone to be involved with in July. We did start early today with the Reno Tahoe Senior Games, and I was there today to have it inaugurated. Here are the T-shirts. We've got lots of seniors, of whom I am one, believe it or not. We work with all seniors of all ages, so we had that at Neal Road today. That was a wonderful event, and actually we've got Ed Pierce as our MC, and he is going to continue to support the event in the next several days and weeks. So we encourage you, all the games and the different activities are happening or on the net, and it works through June 19th through June 30th. So we're really excited about offering those games. And then also I wanted to highlight that we are celebrating, and this will be especially celebrated by my guest, who is on my right. Mike Ginsberg is the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission. He's here today to represent all of the volunteers that work so hard, Jenny of whom is the liaison to the Recreation and Parks Commission. So what we are doing in June to celebrate this and to encourage the community to come out is we're having an open house at Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center on June 29th. And that is a totally free event from 10 to 2. And that event will include free food, swimming, which is very close to the heart of Mike, who's also very involved with the Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics Group, family activities, and musical entertainment. So again, that's on June 29th at Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center. We're actually hoping to have Evelyn Mount come out as well. That would be wonderful. And so there's lots to be involved with from all ages, families, and we encourage the community. And thank you again, Mayor, for the proclamation, and thank you, Jenny, for all your help. And I will see if Mike would like to say anything. Thank you.
All I want to say is no matter what you guys talk about today, Parks and Rec is about the quality of life we have in this city. So I always think that we need to support it, and I'll always support it. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, coincidentally, I went down Sunday night, rode bikes with my daughter down to the Rose Garden, and I think it's having the best year I've ever seen it, so I wanted to pass that word on.
Super.
And that's because of our volunteers. So
Thank you.
Bravo.
All right, the next two items are 1:30 times certain, so we'll skip down to item D1, recognition of Tom Farrell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Cashel, City Council, and City Manager. For the record, Deanna Gescheiter, Office of Communications and Community Engagement. I'd like to invite Paulo and his team from Tutufaro up to the podium and direct everyone's attention to the quick presentation. Thank you, Paulo. They've been very patiently waiting. I am very honored on behalf of the City of Reno to recognize you and your team's talent and passion to make Reno a better place by donating over $3,000 in supplies and 5 days of dedicated labor totaling about $6,000 to create the stairway near the Aces Stadium in downtown Reno. Your sense of community and your commitment to giving back via your custom work is greatly appreciated, and the permanence of your work will carry on for years to come. In the biggest little city in the world, we call that big sense of a community, little asked in return. Again, thank you guys.
Mayor, Council, men, women, I just wanted to adjust that. I wanted to say thank you for having us here. We didn't do this to get thanks. We did it because we love where we live. And we're not all from here, but we're all a part of this community, and we feel a strong sense of responsibility to this community. And I feel really honored to be standing up here with these men and Jenny. They're a really great, dedicated group of individuals. They really care about this place, and I think that when we step forward and build something, be it in a private residence or be it in a commercial setting or something for the city, we do it with a lot of passion and a lot of integrity. So we really thank you. We hope that this is something that serves the citizens of the city of Reno for years to come. And we want to do something like this annually because I think that it's needed, and it's just something that works. I think it gives us a sense of value as well. So we thank you. We have to get back to work. So
well, we thank you, but before you go back to work, we want to thank you. It's very beautiful what you did, and we appreciate it. So I'd like for y'all to come by here so we can shake your hands and say thank you. Okay, we'll go to item D2, presentation, Art Town. Beth?
I'm sorry, my mistake. I thought
Beth. There's Beth.
My mistake.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Macmillan, Executive Director of Art Town, and
I'd like to thank the City Council members, the Mayor, City Manager, for the opportunity to come and share my excitement for with what's happening in the next 2 weeks. We will have the 18th Annual Art Town Festival begin on July the 1st, and nobody's more excited than me, and I know that the city is just waiting for this to happen. In my opinion, July is the best month in downtown Reno. It really ignites this community and creates a vibrant emotion and feeling amongst everyone who lives not only in the city of Reno, but the Truckee Meadows. So without further ado, I do have a DVD that I'm sure Jamie is going to work perfectly. So I'd like you to have an overview of what 2 weeks' time is going to bring to you. July in Reno means one thing: Art Town. Our 18th year brings with it a continuing focus on Art Town's contribution to the community. With a $13 million estimated economic impact, Art Town is continuing its mission to serve beyond the arts by connecting communities and enhancing quality of life. Where else can you find 31 days filled with music, dance, theater, history, visual arts, and film in a family-friendly cultural experience? In 2012, Art Town enriched 300,000 attendees. We showcased artists from around the world while collaborating with our own local arts community. Reno truly is Art Town. Art Town is one of the nation's most comprehensive arts and culture festivals, offering a plethora of events, with most of them free to the public. Now, let's look at some of the more than 500 events that make up our 2013 festival, beginning with our exciting opening on July the 1st.
Us, 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 and them.
Llegaron los camperos con sus guitarras cantando alegres. Llegaron los camperos.
Look for our new versions of our mobile app in June. The app is available for your iPhone and Android devices for easy and ongoing updates. Visit renoisarttown.com to view our interactive calendar. And please consider connecting with us on Facebook and Twitter, YouTube, Flickr, and Pinterest. Pick up one of Art Town's little book calendars at your local Scolaries, US Bank branch, library, and many local stores and restaurants. Art Town is made possible by the following generous sponsors who support the festival in our mission to strengthen Reno's arts industry, enhance our civic identity and national image, thereby creating a climate for the cultural and economic rebirth of our region. Primary funding for the Art Town Festival has always been provided by the City of Reno. Are you ready for this year's extensive and diverse Art Town season? We'll see you in the park. Thank you very much. There's a couple things I'd like to say. I would love to speak to Project Solution and have their event on the 20th, the hip-hop event added to our calendar online. So
Hola, soy Oscar Delgado.
if you can get that information over to me, I'd be very grateful. We also have our artist this year is Annie Hall, who's created the poster art, and we have a signed poster from Annie Hall for each of you. So we'd like, I think Lynette's going to hand that out to everybody. Okay. And the one thing Art Town has really been trying to do in our effort to really stay relevant to who we are as a community is make sure that we reach out to everyone in the community. And part of that is recognizing that many people in our community want to be heard in their own language. So Oscar Delgado, Councilman Delgado, who's on our board, very generously has offered to do some PSAs on radio and television so we can reach out to the Hispanic community. And I hope that many other people follow our lead in doing this because I think it's a very important initiative that we've taken. So I would like to play for all of you who understand Spanish so well, Oscar's PSA.
Hola, soy Oscar Delgado del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Reno. Los invito a Art Town, que ofrece a las familias variedad de entretenimiento y educación todo julio, incluyendo la series Discover the Arts todas las mañanas y su noche gratis de festival de familia. Todo empieza en el Parque Wingfield el 8 de julio. Visita la página web renoisarttown.com para información sobre los eventos. Y para registrar a tus hijos para actividades, visita renoisarttown.ticketlead.com. Los esperamos.
Thank you very much, Councilman, for doing that for us. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, hopefully we'll see you on July 1st and through the entire month. And I'm delighted that July is Parks and Rec month. It really ties into Art Town really well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Congratulations,
Good job,
Beth.
Dad.
You're amazing, and I know you put your heart and soul into this every year, and we're very grateful as a community because it offers so much. Thank you.
All right. What is it, time? Everybody here? Yes, everybody's here. Good. Now we'll go back up to items C2 and C3. Proclamation honoring Chris Bart, Reno Tahoe Airport Authority President. Ms. Zadra, please come up. Miss Bart, would you come up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We got a trial run at this last night. The community held a appreciation dinner for Chris at the El Dorado last night, and they got to get a preview of the proclamation, but this is the official one. Whereas 4 million passengers per year experience Reno Tahoe International Airport and its outstanding service and facilities that are a reflection on its award-winning leader, Chris Bart. And whereas Chris Bart, President and CEO of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority for the last 14 and a half years, is one of the most respected airport CEOs in the nation. And whereas Chris has served as the chairman of the American Association of Airport Executives, AAAE, she was named the Airport Manager of the Year in 2006 and was awarded the highest honor an airport executive can receive, the AAAE Distinguished Service Award in 2011. And whereas Chris's leadership skills were displayed through her guidance of the airport during the challenging events of 9/11 and the following economic downturn. And whereas she dramatically improved the airport facilities so they make the all-important first and last impressions on travelers in our region while making residents proud of the gateway to their community. And whereas Chris oversaw $100 million in airport construction projects over the last 5 years that kept 1,000 local construction workers employed during difficult times. Now, therefore, Robert A. Cashel, Sr., the Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 19th, 2013 as Chris Bart Day in and for the City of Reno, and encourage all citizens to appreciate and congratulate Chris Bart on her fine contributions to aviation and travel and her loyalty and devotion to the family, friends, community, and our state.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I thank you sincerely for this honor. I just want to know if it's going to get me free dinner tonight. No? Okay. Well, it's Chris Bart Day in the city of Reno. No, just kidding, of course. But I just can't tell you what a pleasure it's been to have this position and to do so much for all of Northern Nevada. And as I leave, if there were anything I could say to anyone, it would be, we're not about Reno, we're not about Sparks, we're not about the lake, we're about the region. And we have to act and think like a region, and I know that you're leading that way. So thank you. I'll be here and as a resident, and I'm looking forward to a long time of doing fun things in the community. Thanks again.
Chris, you've been outstanding. We really appreciate everything you've done over there. And that airport is beautiful since you took it over and got it done. And I think you spent a little more than $100 million, but that's okay. We won't argue about it.
Yeah, 100 in the last 5. It was 500 in the last 10.
That's right. And that airport shows every penny of it, and we appreciate it. And thank you very much. Now I'd like for you to come up and by so we can say thank you. At this time, we're going to item C3, a proclamation declaring June 28th, 2013 as Katie Simon Day, honoring Washoe County Manager Katie Simon for her commitment and contributions to the community. Mr. Klinger will make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's my privilege today to present this proclamation to Katie Simon, the Washoe County Manager. Whereas Katie Simon has served as the highest-ranking administrative official in Washoe County for the last 15 years, and whereas serving as the county manager of the second-largest county in Nevada, Katie oversees a total budget of $800 million with over 2,500 employees, providing regional and urban services to a growing population of more than 400,000 residents. And whereas Katie started at the county in 1978 as a budget analyst and eventually became the Associate Executive Director of Washoe Medical Center before opening her own private consulting business in 1990. And whereas in 1996, Katie returned to the county as an assistant county manager, then as deputy county manager, before she was appointed county manager in 1998. And whereas Katie has strived for excellence and innovation in all aspects of public service and public policy and implemented countless programs and processes that have ultimately impacted the quality of life for all county residents. Now, therefore, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, Mayor of the City of Reno, I hereby proclaim Friday, June 28th as Katie Simon Day, in and for the City of Reno of Nevada, and I encourage all citizens to appreciate Katie Simon on her leadership and dedication in serving all Washoe County residents. We congratulate Katie and wish her a healthy and exciting retirement. Congratulations, Katie.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Manager Klinger, this is a great honor, and I know that you all have made a lot of the things possible that we have done together in Washoe County. You know, as you all know, we have more than 60 services that we do together in this region. We've done a tremendous number of wonderful projects, the Mills Lane Justice Center, Regional Animal Services, just a great record that people all over the country ask us about, and it's your leadership and the dedication of the people of this community that have just made it a wonderful journey for me. So thank you, all of you. Thanks for this great honor. It's just been a privilege to serve you. So thank you.
Katie, thank you for your leadership. You've done a great job over there for all these years. And I know it's been trying times, and I know we've hooked horns a couple of times. But you've been gracious and worked with it, and I really appreciate it, and I know the council does. So thank you very much for everything.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
So if you'll come on up here.
Tweet that out. That's pretty good. The mayor gave her a kiss.
Yeah. E2. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple items I want to hear before I need to step out for a little while. I've got an appointment I need to go to. It's a doctor's appointment, and I need to go to it. So I would like to, at this time, go to item L4 on the agenda, the annual review of performance review of the city manager, Andrew Klinger. I did not want to miss this slaughterhouse that I did not want to miss this evaluation going on. So I would like to jump over to L4, and then we'll go down to L6, and I'll explain what I've asked for there.
Mayor,
And then could we move that H3 up also?
H3, yes.
Yeah.
Or H, oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, we'll move to item H3. A little jumping around today, gang.
We're flexible.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion?
I would like a discussion from staff. Staff has, and I'm sorry to hold people up. Staff is recommending that this money not be provided to this agency, and I think it's worth understanding why they're recommending this.
Julie Conway, Parks, Recreation, Community Services Director, Mayor, Council, City Manager. At the request of Councilor Breckus, the staff has put together the history regarding the city's relationship with Project Solution, with special need because there are many new council members that were not here when the agreement was terminated with Project Solution late last calendar year. And because the NAB was not disclosed to the NAB when they recommended these funds be given to this organization. We felt that it was our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that you were aware of the agreement that was not fully exercised, or that the city was not able to have the full advantage of, that we were supposed to back in, that we terminated back in 2012. The history is certainly in your staff report. We felt that because the NAB recommended the funds and were not aware of that it was staff's responsibility to make sure that you as council knew of that history before you would act on this particular allocation. And so that's why we bring this history forward. And as you see, we provided 2 options in the staff report. And it is certainly up to you as council to do as you choose.
I guess, my question was twofold. I originally wanted to support the request to move this to July 3rd so that maybe there could be some conversations between, staff and the organizers of this group. And that's what they came here and initially asked for. I guess my concern is, we're talking about a building. We're talking about people being in a building. And I just want to make sure that, we're not, there isn't any risk there, and people are being safely cared for on this property. And also a thought that maybe if this is sounds like a great group with a lot of energy, a lot of good purpose, maybe this money could be geared for them doing and looking internally to see what they can do to better focus on their mission. And so maybe we, pinpoint this money to help them, do some of that organizational work that they might need. And so, that was something I wanted to suggest. And I'll open it up to others who maybe have more history on the history of this property.
And Mayor, if I can. In all fairness to Paul Kinzad, understanding that the staff report hasn't come out and she hasn't prepared for it. And I wasn't looking at this going into a big discussion or anything else. So I'm looking at moving this to July 3rd to allow for Paulkin to prepare for a presentation for us to get some more clarification. I note that the NAB Ward 3, as NAB's purpose is when they give funding to an organization, it's for material goods and everything else, so they have a purpose behind that. I want to move away from that. So I'd rather, if nothing else, continue to another date, if that's okay, Paulkin, for all the purposes, to allow you to come before us prepared and to present. Is that all right?
Okay.
And so during that time, will they have conversations with staff?
Yes.
About everything? Okay.
They would have conversations, input from staff, and
we'll meet up and get some more.
Okay.
Ms. Conway, have you had a long-term relationship with Project Solutions? Has the city ever?
The agreement with Project Solution began in 2000, and Paulkin Zed, the current executive director, was not here then. It was a prior executive director. The original agreement was forged between the two agencies, the city and this nonprofit, in 2000. And the information that was contained in the staff report is that the city terminated the agreement in November of 2012 based on non-performance of the organization going bankrupt. And so there is a lot of history there. The prior city council is aware of that history. And so, again, we felt that it was important that because it was not disclosed to the NAB and that you ultimately are the ones that allocate funds, that you knew of that, and then obviously you can do what you'd like to do.
Mm-hmm.
So
My concern is that this helps a lot of children in our area, and I just get very concerned that by not supporting them, that we will not be able to continue. And I hate to keep pushing it out. So
I say we look at July 3rd, the next city council, first week of July. Do you give us enough time?
right, and we do have programs as well. We committed to the city council prior, and so we can come back with additional information, as you will hear from Project Solutions too. So that's fine. And we can talk with Ms. Zed as well at your request.
Okay, thank you.
So you have a motion to move it to
Yeah.
the July 3rd
Paul,
meeting?
is July 3rd soon enough for you, or are you looking at, do you still need August?
I'd love to answer any questions at this time, but the reason we're asking to delay it is because we didn't have the staff report. The money that was allocated was to put on safety lights outside the building, so it'd be well lit at nighttime, not just for our kids, but for anyone, and also fix up a water fountain that didn't work, so we'd have nice cold water for the kids that were in there for recreation. We assumed the money was coming, so we actually already did all of those fixtures, so now we're hoping to get the money approved. The reason I was asking for August is I will be out of town all of July. I'm a volunteer executive director. I don't get paid to be here, and I haven't been. And so I'm actually taking a month off to take a class and to better my education. And so I was hoping for August, but I can have another representative come in July to make a presentation and bring kids over and answer any questions at that time.
Yeah, I'd love to just make the motion to support this. But if there's the rest of the council wants a discussion, I'm looking at all of you.
I'm just afraid of time is of the essence because they need this for
Right.
this current project.
So-
And I'm afraid that these kids, because we don't have a lot in the city of Reno for these children.
Right.
And so that's my concern.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. I mean, the kids need lights and fresh water, so.
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Have a motion, second, Mr. Dorr.
I think you need the resolution first.
Mr. Mayor, it's resolution number 7881, resolution granting, excuse me, let me redo that number. It's resolution number 7878, resolution granting community pride grant funds from the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board to Project Solution to perform building repair and improvements to the Bresson Avenue building in the amount of $2,465.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you
Thank
so
y'all
much.
very much. Thank you, and keep up the good work. All right, now we're going to item L4, Annual Performance Review of the Reno City Manager, Andrew Klinger, discussion, direction, and potential approval of a second amendment of the amended contract of employment for the city manager. Any comments, anybody? Yeah. Well, now we're going to time limit this. We're talking about both. Well, personally, I might as well lead the pack. I think he's done a great job. I think he's brought a lot of transparency to the organization, he and his staff. We're compared with New York City for being transparent, of having our checkbook on the internet and also our payroll on the internet. And I think he's done a great job of communicating and meeting with our council members. And I think that he's done an outstanding job. And I would recommend that we extend his contract for the 1 year that has been requested. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. No.
Oh,
Go ahead.
No, Andrew, I think we haven't been here very long, but obviously your job is not easy, and I know how much you get scrutinized, and a lot of people don't see in the public a lot of the hard work that you put in and stress, and so honestly, you do a great job, and we're lucky to have someone that cares so much. So it's nice to be a part of this team, and we really appreciate so much that you do.
Ms. Sedra.
Not to repeat, Andrew, what we've heard a little bit already, but I would ditto the improved communications with council. That's been very much appreciated and a significant improvement there. And while we still have the demand for improved community outreach and communications, we have made some strides there too. In more strides in your short tenure than we have in the entire 6 or 8 years before that we had that as a priority. So don't give up the mission, but significant improvements have been made. And maybe right at the top of the list is the fiscal integrity that you have brought to the operation, the analytical expertise and bringing multiple options whenever they're available, and even when they're not, you find a way to give us a couple of other ones. And the premier, I think, is the ability that you have brought to bring confidence and pride back and motivation for the team members. That's been sorely needed, and you've provided great leadership there.
I won't repeat either. I will just say this, that I think the indicator of a successful leader is someone who has the respect of its personnel, and you most certainly have that. And it's not just that you are good at communicating with the council. I know that the staff that I speak with think that you do a really good job, and you are well respected and thought of, and that speaks volumes. So, good job.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will repeat. I think you have done a fabulous job, and Andrew, it's not just you and the job you do, but it's the people you've put around you that do a great job also, and I think that it reflects on you as to what a great job you've done, and not just perceived by us here, but I hear it in the community constantly about great things about your staff and great things about you, and I think that's a tribute to you and your staff.
I'll echo a lot of that. Andrew, I never had to talk to you until 2 days after I was elected to the seat in our orientation, and I've been impressed by your temperament to lead, your disposition, and the team you've assembled, and the responsibility you put in them. And I'm optimistic when I see the strategic plan and all the things that I think should be in line in our city as it faces and continues to face tremendous challenges to get our fiscal house really in order and provide the levels of services that we hear demands for with the resources that we have. And I think you're putting together a good strategy and help us implement the vision that we want to put in place for our community. So I do appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you over the next year of this contract. I'd like, Mr. Mayor, if I may, if you've all said something, to get into a few specific, after Councilman Delgado, I just have a few comments on the contract and the process for evaluations.
Mr. Delgado.
I'd like to echo, piggyback, and jump on the bandwagon here with everyone else is saying. One thing I really appreciate is your humbleness, but also your being so open to and giving us clear history on what's going on in the city. I know you're fairly new as well as some of us, but that's what I appreciate the most, being able to go to your office and you coming to mine and us talking simply about the complexities of the city and all the different moving parts, but getting down into the pros and cons of everything. So I really appreciate that and look forward to working with you in the coming years. So thank you, Andrew.
Mr. Mayor, a few things. First of all, this item was brought to us by the city attorney's office, and maybe one of the senior members of our council could tell us. I understand that, it would be appropriate for someone who's outside of Andrew's chain of command to bring this item to us. And I'm just wondering, the attorneys write contracts, so this is a contract, but is this the way it's always been brought? When we had an internal auditor, did the auditor bring it? Has there ever, the clerk reports to us, has she ever had a role in this preparation of the contract?
Not that I recall in the last 11 years.
It's always been the city attorney's office?
Right.
Okay, and that's fine. I guess a couple things is, there were a few things changed from the executed contract that we have in the proposal. And I'd just like to ask the drafter of this, the specifics of where and, the thinking behind that. First of all, and I'm sorry because I'm working off of 2 copies here as I review. I guess first in the compensation, it looks like the compensation has dropped a little bit, but then the cell phone allowance was put in as a established for a management level position. I'm wondering, where you came up with that, or what's the rationale, because it wasn't.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. The compensation was lowered at the manager's request because he's taking the same compensation reduction for the PERS as everybody else in the city. So that was an appropriate reduction to make it even with all employees in the city of Reno.
Okay, and that's what I assume. And the cell phone allowance, it was just an equalizer with other executive staff?
Yes, there's a management resolution that provides cell phones to all management level, and for some reason it wasn't in the original contract. And it didn't seem appropriate, actually, that management under the city manager had cell phone allowances, and he did not have that benefit.
Okay, and then page 4 of 8, subsection 5, last two sentences, there's kind of a time clicker that has been put in for the council, and it says, during the annual salary review, or not later than 30 days commencing the fiscal year, so 30 days from July 1, bless you, we may take action to establish performance criteria to assist with the next annual salary review. It shall only be applied prospectively and shall not be applied retroactively. Where'd you get the idea to drop this language in?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We created this language because we heard concerns from the manager that he thought the council may want to establish certain criteria for the upcoming year for him. And part of that would be like if you wanted to establish certain criteria, maybe that other cities had utilized or something like that. You could have the opportunity, and you can this year as well, you could have another meeting to establish this criteria, so he understands in the next year what specific criteria council is looking for in evaluating him at the next year. And it's not fair to go backwards when he doesn't understand what the criteria is in establishing his performance.
And I understand, oh.
Can I just add to that? The previous, and the reason this was added is that the previous language in there, because I did hear there was some concern that there might be a desire to establish some performance criteria. And the previous language that was in here stated that those performance criteria were to be established during the annual strategic planning retreat, which we had in February.
Yeah.
So without this change, you'd have to wait until
Yeah.
the next strategic planning retreat. So I asked Tracy to put this in here so that if there was a desire to add some criteria, that you had the ability to do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the ability to do that.
Yeah, and being new on this body, I think I'd like to see a process that is best practices for a public sector chief executive. I had a few conversations with Councilman Dortch about one of the boards he sits on and how they evaluate their chief executive, and did a little reading on the ICMA, and so, I do like the idea of criteria or a more formalized process of evaluation, so we know what we're targeting at. I don't think it needs to be set with that, a setting retreat in the calendar, but I'm concerned that this language says if we don't get it together and agree and within 30 days, by August 1, we can't establish any criteria. And how many meetings do we have by July 1? I mean, I'd almost like staff to go out or the clerk maybe, who reports to us independently, go out and come back with some suggestions of how things are done in other communities, or, even chief executives within our region, and give us some ideas.
I think we can accomplish that in a 30-day period. The forms and the formats for evaluations are pretty readily available and can be dropped in to our specific, guidelines. I think, Andrew, you've looked at some previously in other areas, and so I think we can probably pull it off in 30 days.
I think we could.
And just to clarify, this would be 30 days from the commencement of the fiscal year, so basically by August 1st. So there's a meeting July 3rd and July 10th, so you'd have to do it by July 10th, basically.
Well, maybe we could say 60 days, since we have that big, long holiday, and I would be comfortable with that. And then I think we also do need to decide who's going to do it. It could be, one of us, or it could be the clerk who reports to us independently. It could be someone in his chain of command who has, just best practices, the HR director or someone. So that's another decision.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City
Yes.
Attorney's Office. If the city manager is agreeable to change the date, you could do that at the dais.
Okay, if we could make the change to 60 days, just to give us a little breathing room to, put our heads together. And then when we get down to the items for next agenda, I'll, raise that issue. Is that agreeable to everyone?
And Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable with changing it to 60 days. That's fine.
Okay.
Because then that way we can come up with some criteria, look at what other city managers, how they're adjusted and stuff like that, and come up with suggestions. And all of us can do our own homework on seeing what that looks like.
Do we need to designate kind of who will be doing some of this? Okay.
Right. Okay.
One other question, was there anything else, any material changes in this contract from last year's that I didn't see or bring up?
Councilmember Breckus, I think you hit the main points. I mean, there were some date changes, but that was it.
I commend the city manager for proposing something for us to have criteria to base off of. This way it gives a record, a little bit of a record for future councils and stuff. And I thank the city manager for bringing that up. So now I would go to approve the contract, and with the extension of a year on the contract, and that we come back with the 60 days. Okay. That's a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L8, discussion potential direction staff, the city manager utilizes 2 or more hours staff time to initiate appropriate ordinances to regulate medical marijuana dispensaries. What I'm looking for here, guys, is some direction of where these would be located, where they could be located. And I think that staff has some wording from the legislature on locations and stuff like that, or correct me where it is, but I don't want to see them end up like some places have all over the city of Reno and stuff like that. So, staff, you have something to report to on the legislation?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Klinger. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. Mr. Mayor, I can provide some clarification from the language of the bill, and you do have a copy of the bill in your packet under item J5. So if you'd like to reference it there, J5, page 13 of the bill, in section 10.5, it does indicate that each medical marijuana establishment, must be located in a separate building or facility that is located in a commercial or industrial zone or overlay, must comply with all local ordinances and rules pertaining to zoning, land use, and signage, have an appearance both as to the interior and exterior that is professional, orderly, dignified, and consistent with the traditional style of pharmacies and medical offices, and have discreet and professional signage that is consistent with the traditional style of signage for pharmacies and medical offices. I would further point out that Section 11 specifies that in a county whose population is 100,000 or more, but less than 700,000, that would be us, is limited to 10 certificates for medical marijuana establishments. And then further in Section 11.5 of the bill, that unless as otherwise provided in counties over 100,000, the division, being the State Health Division, shall ensure that not more than 25% of the total number of medical marijuana dispensaries that may be certified in a county may be located within an incorporated city. So, and the county commission does have the ability by ordinance to change that so as to provide necessary access to the more populous areas of a county. But unless the county commission chose to take that action, we could not have actually more than 2, because 25% would be 2.5. So in our community. So I hope that that helps provide some information for you as you have your policy discussion and give direction to us.
And so the legislation says industrial or commercial property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So commercial could be on Virginia Street.
I am not your land use expert, so I will look to see if Mr. Tournier has some clarification that he can provide there.
The short answer is yes, under the state law. Anything that's non-residential, commercial along Virginia Street. But again, at the local level, it does give us enabling legislation to come up with additional rules and restrictions for the location of this facility.
So if we came up with just addressing it in the industrial area, would take care of that?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
I have a question. Do we have, Cadence, given the language in the bill, do we have the authority to modify the zoning requirements?
Councilmember, I believe that you do. In the hearings on the bill and the testimony, it was in fact testified, the bill sponsor testified to the fact that if you wanted to, you could choose not to enact ordinances to allow for these facilities in our city at all. It was, the legislative intent was that there was to be ability to regulate at the local level. Certainly with these regulations, you could not you couldn't pass an ordinance that would put it in something other than commercial or industrial, but I think you could choose one or the other of those, or neither, if that was your desire.
Okay, so in the current language states, unless the county commission changes it, that we would have a maximum of 2 within the city limits.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dorch.
Yeah, and you know, I want to emphasize, I think I've said it before, is, I mean, we do have the ability to say we don't want them at all.
Yes.
In any zoning. But I think instead of just initiating the ordinance, Mr. Mayor, so what I'd like to have staff do is go out, put some options to bring back to us, because if we are going to allow them, then I think we do want to make some very strict criteria. And I'd like to have a presentation back that shows, gives us some options as we initiate. I mean, typically when we initiate an ordinance, staff takes it and they go to the planning commission, they work it through, and then they bring it to us. But I would like it to come back to us first so that we can outline what, pick and choose the areas that we want if we're going to move forward. And I'm not saying that I'm ready to move forward with it, but if we are, then you know, we put the criteria down. And when you come back to us, I'd like to see not only location, design criteria as far as signage, as far as any kind of design standards that we could place on them. Like I said, location criteria, which
Hours of operation.
Yeah, hours of operation. I mean, those types of things. Along with, I think we need to have a discussion on how these licenses are going to be allocated. I mean, is it going to be through a lottery? And what kind of criteria can we put on a licensee? I know that the state puts some pretty strict criteria on licensees. Can we go beyond that? And if we can, we're going to need to have those discussions at the same time also. And are we dealing with both the cultivation, because they're separate licenses and we're going to have to deal with both, or how many cultivation licenses are there going to be?
Forgive me, I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
We can bring that back. I mean, we can have that
We'll just
discussion,
bring that back to us.
but there are cultivation licenses also along
Correct.
with the distribution licenses within the city.
Yes, and I believe that there is, that the health division determines the ratio of cultivation and further, and I may not be getting this term correct, but processing that are necessary to support the number of dispensaries. The limitation in the bill, as I'm reading it right now, is on the number of actual dispensaries. So where the transactions would be conducted between the private citizen who holds the marijuana card, but the cultivation, those do also require a certification
Right.
and processing.
Right.
Those also require a certification from the state health division, and they will determine those requirements through regulations, and they will be they are initiating those processes to develop those regulations, you know, as we speak.
Right.
And they have until April 1st of 2014. April 1st of 2014 is the deadline that they have to be able to accept applications for these certificates. And so
we have time.
and we do. And that was one of the things that we were successful in requesting, was that the state
Right.
health division not be necessarily issuing those accepting those applications until then. And I would point out that
What's the process? Do they have to get approval from the city first?
They do.
And then they can go, so unless we license someone, if we get an allocation of licenses, and if we don't license someone,
that's correct.
we would have to
They,
license them before they can go to the health division.
Yes, they have to when they submit their application, they have to have indicated to them that they can obtain a business license, that it does meet the local zoning and other business license ordinances.
And approved by whatever standards we have put in place.
Correct.
And then, and again, I mean, I've got great concerns about these. I mean, for several reasons. And the other thing, I think that when you come back to us, and this will be on the city attorney, I firmly believe that federal law trumps state law. And federal law does not allow these. And you know, it's illegal federally. If we as a city provide a license to someone to perform illegal activity, and the feds come in and close them down, and let's say they've invested millions of dollars to get this up and running, are we going to be on the hook because we've issued a license to perform an illegal activity? And I'm not asking for an answer today.
We can get that answer in the future.
And
Ms. Jordan?
I have another question. Okay, so the legislature has set a maximum of 10 within Washoe County. From what I'm hearing from you is that the county commission has the ultimate authority on where these 10 locations will be allocated.
Yes, Councilmember, by virtue of the ability to waive that 25% requirement or amend it, if you will, they do have, well, they have the ability to say that there could be more than 2 in the city of Reno. I don't believe that they have the ability to tell you as a governing body that you have to adopt an ordinance. So they could amend that 25% to allow for it, but unless you, as the governing body of the city, have adopted an ordinance to provide for it, they can't legislate to you that you will pass an ordinance.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Also, Cadence, in your report, can we get some feedback on what other cities are doing that have these licenses?
Absolutely, Councilmember, and I think we will probably look very closely at cities in the state of Arizona. This legislation, the state legislation, was modeled very closely on what has happened in the state of Arizona, and so we will probably look to best practices and the lessons that they learned there. Certainly, Colorado is another state. You know, they're moving towards full legalization, but was one of the states that started with medical first, and so we will likely look for best practices and you know, hopefully won't repeat some of their mistakes and can learn from their lessons as well.
Thank
Cadence,
you.
I have a question. Does the bill allow individuals to cultivate on their own property?
Councilmember, it does for a period of time, and forgive me, I don't have that off the top of my head, and I don't want to give you the wrong date. Currently, as the council may know, there was an amendment to the state constitution as a result of an initiative petition back in 2000 that provided for the use of medical marijuana by persons who had received a card from the state health division. Right now, the only way there is not a legal mechanism under the state law for someone to purchase it. So the only way that they can legally possess it is to grow it on their own. And I'll tell you, I learned a lot in a very short amount of time about this, and there was some concern from those patients who have been growing it on their own. The bill essentially gives them a period of time in which they must cease their home grow operations and would then be required to obtain their medical marijuana from a licensed dispensary.
So individual person in Reno cannot grow on their own property for their own purposes then?
I would have to read the bill more closely.
Okay.
My understanding is that if someone currently has the license that they need from the state, because again, prior to this legislation, they did not have the ability to go and purchase it legally. So if they wanted to obtain it, if they wanted to have it for their use legally, they had to grow it on their own. And my understanding and learning through this process is that actually to grow medical grade marijuana on your own is quite a lengthy, can be very expensive to get the materials and all of those sorts of things. I don't believe that this allows I think at the point that the dispensaries come online, there would not be an ability for someone else to get a home grow license anymore, but those that have them have a period under which those licenses sunset, if you will.
Okay, I mean, I concur with the others in going on a very methodical analysis step. This April 2014 deadline, because they have to get us to give the green light to then go, is kind of at the end of the road. But, you know, this is our zoning ordinance, and believe me, as tonight's hearing will see, is I'd rather put our attention to other areas of our zoning ordinance where I think it needs help, and this is going to suck up a lot of staff time, but, it is a constitutional right that the voters said. So I'm glad we're, how we're talking, giving the direction. I think we also really have to be tracking what's going on in Henderson and Clark County and other counties as they move forward. I know we have a conference call. I'm on the Municipal League board, and let's see how other people are, thinking this, the county and Sparks, so we can all stay in step and see where we're with others. And if there was a homegrown provision, I think that's also a consideration for our law enforcement priorities too, that maybe a side dialogue we would have.
And that's what my question was going to be. When you come back and bring us the presentation of best practices and zoning and all those sorts of things, will we also have at that time a fine criteria for those that violate certain provisions of these dispensaries?
Yes, Councilmember. I mean, the legislation is very detailed in what the penalties are and setting out what the requirements are. Certainly violation of zoning ordinances, business license, code enforcement, that's within your legislative authority, but there are fairly extensive penalties and those sorts of things that are set out within the bill, and so we can give you a more succinct summary, put it in a chart rather than you having to read section by section through a bill.
Did the state provide any revenue opportunities for us to, hire a consultant or, do this work? Because it's going to be a big staff load here. In terms of, maybe we could have an application fee, no guarantee, but it brings us in, a few thousand, 5,000, I don't know, some number, so we can just charge that out to. No promises made.
I think we ought to look at that.
Well, but I think the problem with the way that you're going on that is we need all this criteria before anyone can even apply. Yeah. I mean, we've got to get all this. Yeah. We've got to get this done, and then make a determination on whether or not we even want them in the city. I mean, so I think before you can start asking people for application fees or business license fees,
that'd be part of the approval when we get to it.
Yeah. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, to answer, Councilmember, your question, there were no appropriations given to local government on the front end for this. Certainly, within enabling legislation that already exists in Chapter 268, 266, other areas of NRS, you have been granted legislative authority to charge fees and privileged license fees and those sorts of things. So I think it will be part of, what you need to contemplate at the policy level. I would note that there are that the existing sales tax, C-tax, will be charged. There are additional levies, and so there will be potential additional revenues coming to us as a result of this new industry, but those will come on the back end. I would say, and we'll bring this information to you as part of that comprehensive report. Just as you're thinking about this, something that I would caution is that you don't want to make, I think you would want to be concerned about making the fees to operate one of these facilities, if it is your decision to allow them to operate, to make the fees so high that the price that the proprietor has to charge to their customer is out of whack and would perhaps continue to give an advantage to someone who was dealing illegally.
You think $1 million fee is too much?
That will be a policy decision for this board, Mr. Mayor.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, and I think we do need to be concerned about that. You don't want to overprice it to, particularly if, right outside the county, they're going to have one and then, that drives the business there when the city of Reno could be having some revenue from this. My question is, do you think that you can turn around a first blush draft at this by September? I'm afraid we're going to push up against April awfully quick.
Councilmember, yes, if that's your direction, we will get to work and bring you something in early September.
By at least the second meeting in September. Okay.
Understood. We'll aim to get it to you sooner.
Give you another week or two. All right.
So I'll make the motion that, taking into account all the comments that were here at the table, staff goes back and starts putting together some criteria to bring back to us to at least start the process of considering an ordinance for these facilities by the second meeting in September.
Have a motion, to have a second? Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to the consent agenda. Any items to be pulled? I want to pull item E2 for discussion. Any other items to be pulled?
I have E4, E6, and E7.
Which ones?
Excuse me, Mayor. E4, E6, and E7.
Right. Okay. All right. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. All of them good. Item E2, Jeff Church wishes to speak.
Good afternoon, Jeff Church, a resident of the city of Reno. You confused me there. I thought you pulled it for a second. I do want to speak on this item on the fire station and the bond that goes with it. And I do want to, they kind of blend in a little bit with items H1 and H2 on city finances. I want to read to you from Moody's, and then if I have time, I do want to clarify a misstatement I made earlier. Quote, Moody's downgrades to A1 from AA3, the city of Reno, Nevada, General Obligation Limited Tax Bond Rating, Global Credit Research, 7 June 2013. Opinion. Moody's Investor Service has assigned an A1 rating to the city of Reno, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Capital Improvement Refunding Bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues. Series 2013A, General Obligation Limited Tax, Medium Term Various Purpose Bond Series 2013B, General Obligation Limited Tax Building Refunding Bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues. Moody currently downgrades $50.9 million in previously issued GOLT bonds, $23.5 million in GOLT revenue bonds, $5.2 million in GOLT medium-term bonds, and $9.6 million assessment bonds backed by the city's GOLT pledge. Bonds are secured by the full faith and credit of the city within constitutional and statutory limitations of the city's operating levy. GOLT revenue bonds are additionally secured by a pledge of net revenue from various city enterprise systems. So basically, that's just saying that we've been downgraded, and you know, we do need to look at our financial situation before we invest in other million-dollar bonds. What I do want to correct is that I said that you were downgraded to negative, and that's not correct. You're actually rated at stable, so I apologize for that. Additionally, I wanted to comment on the staffing of those fire stations. If we're going to have fire stations, do we have guaranteed staffing? If we approve the bond for the fire station, we have to make sure we have staffing, otherwise it's going to be very embarrassing.
We already have it.
If we don't, okay.
We already got the crew. They're at the temporary station. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I
you.
understand. I understand it is being moved from another station, but as we lose people, are we going to fill those positions, or are we going to leave those vacant? And I did want to remind council that you did vote on May 3rd not to reduce staffing. So if you are going to reduce staffing, I think that would require another vote of the city council and perhaps a legal opinion. And I might suggest if we reach that point to staff that fire station that we're talking about on this agenda item, that perhaps it wouldn't hurt to go to the IAFF and see if any concessions would be in order, or again, to put on the agenda with the county, and Katie Simon was here today, and you have locked horns before the item or the issue of automatic aid with the county, because still there are many parts of the city. This will improve, for example, where I live. I live almost right across the street, but there are parts up by Galena High, Rayleigh's, et cetera, that are still closer to county fire stations and cities. So I just hope we can get that resolved so that everybody benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion unless there's a question. Yes.
I did have a few questions, Mr. Mayor. There's a letter attached to this item from the Department of Taxation. And I guess my questions are, what authority do they have? Second, they're very emphatic that they're not approving a donation agreement in the medium-term obligation packet, and I'm wondering if that, what do they mean by that? And, is anyone here from the Taxation Division who can speak to that? And also, where are we at on selling the other fire station property?
Robert Chisel, Finance Director for the City of Reno. Nevada Revised Statutes 350 state that the Department of Taxation has the right to oversee and approve medium-term obligations up to 10 years. And this was a medium-term obligation up to 10 years, so we sought, after council approved us going forward and issuing the bonds, we then seek approval from the Department of Taxation. Per the Nevada Revised Statutes, they provided the approval. And that's what you're seeing here. It's just, you are just recording in the minutes the written approval from the executive director of the Nevada Department of Taxation that they have reviewed the medium-term obligation and it is in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes.
Is he express?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. The Department of Taxation would not traditionally approve the terms of the agreement, if any type of agreement that goes for a medium-term obligation. They're just approving the financing component.
Did they express any concern that we're financing our fire station through a gift kind of process?
No, they're just looking at, is it, you know, is there any usury rates? Do we have the ability to pay it back? And they just review it.
And where are we at on selling that at the fire station loan?
We have priced the bonds. Yesterday was pricing. The bonds for this issue priced at approximately 2% interest rate. We will settle in July, on July 9th.
No, I mean the land, because that's also being dedicated.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I believe it was your last council meeting where you had the second public bid opportunity to see if anybody would pay for it at market rate. That did not happen, so now it's freed us up to go out on the market and see what we can get for the property, which is what we're starting to do.
Okay.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4E.
Uh,
E4, excuse me.
E4 was mine. In the background section of the staff report, there was a rather firm statement from our financial advisory board that a no stop loss insurance program is not acceptable and recommends an actuarial study be conducted to determine the appropriate stop loss level, but no stop loss coverage is unacceptable. What do they mean by that? What was the discussion by our board?
Yes, Councilmember Renee Runges, Director of Human Resources. A couple of years ago, there was some discussion among council that perhaps it would be more prudent not to purchase the excess loss insurance. And the Financial Advisory Board did have staff and the brokers for the city attend a meeting to have a discussion on this issue. And the Financial Advisory Board looked at all of the numbers in terms of reserves and so forth for the 3 self-funded funds and recommended that the city always carry the excess loss insurance to limit the liability.
This item is the...
Correct.
Okay. Okay. That firms up my questions then. Thank you.
Motion for approval? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. It was also E6, is that correct?
That's correct. With respect to E6, which is the CAC operations contract, this is, I have a question, first of all, on notices in this contract. Who's the staff person who's responsible for this? It doesn't list an individual, and you know, it's typical. It has the CEO of, you know, our other party, and it just says an email to one staff member. It says CAC manager. Do we have a CAC manager for the city?
Jody Royal Goodwin, Housing Neighborhood Development Administrator for the City of Reno. Per the cooperative agreement between the 3 local jurisdictions, I am identified as the CAC manager.
Okay, okay. I was just wondering because it didn't say that. And then my other question is the length of stays and the kind of the evaluation of the outcomes. There's a number of measurements by which we evaluate how the performance of the operator is going, and I'm wondering if the one thing to track is the length of stay, and in particular, the number of extensions of stays. Because it says, you know, for the men's shelter, it's 30-day stay. For those working with a case manager, up to 2 extensions may be granted for a total of 90 days. But anyone staying over 90 days must have documentation in the client as to the reason for additional extension. So it implies that someone can basically stay there beyond the extension purpose. And I'm wondering if, but I don't see that measurement, that documentation of how long people are staying. Are they coming and going? Are they staying there 6 months sporadically? I was wondering if maybe that could be dropped down into the program outcomes to document.
The average length of stay, Councilmember Rekas, the average length of stay is still less than 60 days for individual clients. The reason that language is actually in there is specifically for the VA contract that we have, because the VA itself can approve longer stays if the individual is working with their VA case manager. So we don't typically have individuals that are not VA clients staying in the shelter that longer than 90 days. Only the VA clients are allowed. So then we have to have documentation from the VA social worker that says we're allowing them to stay for this reason.
Okay. Okay. So, but beyond, okay, and I understand that. I mean, maybe that's something that we could clear up so that we know, you know, who's staying longer. But I guess my question is on the stays. Do we know even beyond the 30 days how many folks are staying longer than the 30 days? Because it's a measurement of, you know, how successful we are in getting them off to where, you know, housing. And I know that we're, you know, on program outcomes, we're saying the percentage of households exiting shelter to appropriate housing. But it would be good to know, you know, what's our stay length, I'm thinking.
We actually do, I mean, we have the ability to pull reports out of the homeless management information system related to overall, on average, what is the length of stay, or look at any individual that was in the shelter. So Joe X is in the shelter today. I could go back and look at when he came into the shelter. I could look at how many times he's in the shelter. For any individual client that's in the shelter, I can go and look at how long they've been there, when they came into the shelter, when they exited the shelter, all of those details. But you're talking about 160 men at any point in time. We don't typically look at the individual case
Jenny,
unless there is an issue.
I was going to chime in here because the questions that Jenny is posing here are certainly some of the questions I was going to ask on item L10. Okay. Which I think is going to be part of a bigger discussion. So, because I have lots of questions about that too. My question, I just have a question on the $1.6 million in here for the Volunteers of America for the operations of the Community Assistance Center. Does that include your salary?
Does it include my salary?
Correct.
No.
Okay, so that's separate and apart. Does that include any construction loan money?
No.
For the facility?
No, this is strictly annual operating of the shelters themselves.
Okay. Will you be here for item L10? Okay, thank you.
I guess another question is, in terms of our housing resources, home funds, tax credits, you know, how good is our pipeline for people to, you know, exit shelter to appropriate housing, this population?
This is one of the things we've identified as a bottleneck. So when we open the shelters and we open them with service enrichment, so they received case management, help identifying what their needs were, help working through the system to get them what they needed to become housed. But the lack of affordable housing at that level was definitely a barrier to them to be actually recovered. Since then, one of the benefits of it being in our office actually is that we do control those resources. So we now have the priorities in the Washoe County Home Consortium that say 40% below is the priority for the housing, prioritizing supportive housing, that type of thing. So most of the projects that come online now have at least some number of units that target this population. It's slow. You know, the demand for every level of affordable housing in the community outstrips the ability to get there.
Can we further prioritize those services to formerly homeless populations or populations coming out of homelessness?
That is one of the priorities.
Okay, okay. And then I guess my other question is, you mentioned like 160 men at any time are in the shelter. Are they discharged or required to be discharged for the day outside of the shelter?
No, they're not actually discharged on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly.
There is about a 2-hour period when it's closed for cleaning. They don't have to leave the campus. They have to, many times, most of the time they're out of the facility. Many of them are working either day labor or looking through day labor or actually have a job. I mean, one of the common misnomers is about 50% of our clients actually are employed. So it's, you know, they're doing stuff. So they're not, but they're not sent out into the world and say, be away.
Okay.
Are they, if they don't have a designated job to go to or an interview to go to or doctor's appointments specifically, are they encouraged to stay on premises?
They are encouraged to look for work if they're capable of looking for work.
Okay, but is there any requirement for proof of that effort?
Yes, I mean, they have to show that they've been engaged in work search. Is it that they have to show every night that they went to X, Y, and Z employers? No. So they're not encouraged to leave the campus. And actually the day area or the day room of the shelters, of each of the shelters, is open to them. So say it takes 60 to 90 minutes to clean the men's shelter. When that reopens, there's a TV there. They're provided coffee or water or whatever, and they can come in and watch TV in the air condition and that kind of thing in this type of year. So they're not discouraged from being in the facility. They're encouraged to be in the day area if they're going to be hanging out. At this point, we've taken to doing outreach onto the corner to encourage them to come in to the day area if they're just hanging out outside, that kind of thing.
Okay.
We're going to continue this discussion
Yes.
during item L10.
Okay, well.
Seems to be the discussion of the day.
I have no other questions, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay. Is that a motion for approval?
It is.
You have public comment.
We may have a public comment. Is there a second? We won't take the vote, but is there a second? Okay. Eddie Lorton.
For the record, Eddie Lorton. In regards to the homeless shelter, I was wondering too, is this the people that are sitting outside that you keep track of too, or just the ones on the inside? I didn't know. But that's part of the problem here. I mean, it just seems like an awfully lot of money for this stuff, and I really wish you guys would really review it. And I hope we put more stringence in place to make sure it's a place just for a little bit of help and they move on and not a permanent place. So I just wish they could really get it together and get the actual numbers down, not just the ones inside, the ones outside too, and the ones seeking employment. I doubt if there's a good catch in place to where they're actually getting figures on people looking for jobs. So, but another way to go about it is maybe they could keep certain people at the one shelter with families and stuff like that, and you know, mothers and children, and then the other one might be for the alcoholics and drug addicts and everything else. Maybe that could cut it up a little bit. But I wish we could get more into the statistics to see what to do with this problem. Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Nathan Dupree, sorry that we've kept you so long. I received your request for public comment after we actually voted on the other items of the consent agenda, but you are welcome to still talk to us about E15. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, thank you. No problem at all. And to the mayor in his absence and city manager and to members of the council, thank you for hearing us, and thank you for your consent on item E15. I wanted to make a comment about item E15 on the collaborative agreement between the city of Reno, Washoe County School District, the local community churches, and the community service agency. I wanted to applaud, of course, the City of Reno and the Reno Police Department for taking the initiative to bring this initiative, this 360 initiative, to the community. We have discovered a program that would just greatly impact our community, and we've been having meetings, and we've been talking about bridging gaps in our community with the schools and with the community at large and the police department. And we went to Dallas, and we went to a conference, and we have found a myriad of ways to bridge that gap. And again, this initiative will do that in our community. We have surveyed our community. We have heard from our superintendent of the Washoe County School District and talking about bridging gaps in the community and ways that we could help. And we have, again, come together to bring volunteers from the community, working in the community with our school district. We have, again, surveyed our schools. And one of the big things that we have going on with the 360 Blueprint Initiative is a reading and relationship component. We have looked at our schools and our rating in Nevada for reading, and so we have volunteered in this area to help in reading and also in building relationships, but relational things that would help our kids be able to better achieve academic success in our schools. And so it's something that we're really investing in. It's something that we are pulling together the community in doing, and it is going to be something that I think that is very monumental in our community, just for not only for our kids, but for the police department, looking at prevention in so many different areas, looking at problem solving in so many different areas. So we are truly excited about this initiative that is coming, and we look forward to, again, all the initiatives that the superintendent has put together. And again, I wanted to applaud the Reno Police Department for taking the lead on this, and we are just greatly excited about the things that's coming through this initiative. And again, I wanted to say thank you for your consent, and actually we have something for you today. We wanted to bring you some of our shirts that we have for the council, and on behalf of the police department and the Washoe County School District and the local community churches, we have some shirts for all of you. So all you have to do is give your sizes, and you will receive a shirt. Well, you're right. So
It's like age or weight. Don't do it.
You get in trouble without even trying, don't you?
And again, the program that's coming, we did see great results from the program in Dallas, integrated into the public school system, and we just believe it's going to bring great results here.
Yeah. We're certain that it is. Thank you so much.
Ask a question real quick.
And yeah, we have a question for you.
Mr. Dupree,
Yes.
what schools are you guys going to be targeting first? Are you targeting doing some
We
pilot
do
programs first?
we do
and then-
have 2 pilot schools that we're going to start off with this coming up fall. That is Rita Cannon Elementary School and Mount Rose Elementary School. So yeah, there's some various reasons why we chose those schools, but those are going to be our pilot schools, and then we look to expand the program throughout the years and even to the higher grades.
Beautiful. Wish you luck.
Thank
Stay
you.
in contact. Stay in touch.
All right, well.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your kind comments. The chief is here to have some more conversation with you. Okay. Item F, public hearings, Madam Secretary.
No, I think, wait,
We're at E7, she wanted to pull.
thank you. I think we did vote.
There we did.
I had E7 that I had asked to pull for discussion also, Madam Vice Mayor.
Right, there was no vote on E7.
Okay. E7, thank you.
It's somewhat of a parallel sort of issue, and I think Mr. Roy, I think our staff person left, but this is the resource center, which is next to the assistance center, and I understand that this is a building where the clients of the assistance center can go, there's mailboxes there, they can make phone calls there. It helps them meet with I guess, the food bank. Is there also computer terminals there for them to use that? And maybe Jody will be down in a second. I don't see it.
For the record, Maureen McKissick, substituting for Jody Royal Goodwin. The answer is yes, there are computer terminals there.
Okay. I guess my question is, we hear very clearly from the 4th Street business owners how important it is, how hard it's been for them with this use here. And, you see this in land use and any times, uses that have detrimental impacts. I don't care if it's a waste incinerator or, or whatever. And sometimes in land use theory, you think about, and maybe we'll get to this on the marijuana, is dispersing uses. But sometimes you think about commingling uses, concentrating uses. And at one point, our decision was to concentrate a lot of uses. And as I go with this, the campus, this use of the resource center named after Tom Vedica, who was a tremendous person in our community. I wonder if maybe, since it's a service we provide in a building we own, and we own, maybe other buildings, maybe there'd be some advantage to relocate this long-term to another property where at least, there'll be some mobility and flow for people and not so much concentration of activity in that one area.
I can provide a little bit of the history, kind of the philosophy of why we opted to co-locate everything. Prior to the construction of the campus, which began in 2005, in early 2005, in January, we had done approximately 3 to 4 years of outreach and various focus groups. We used the United Way for some of those, and we used some of the service agencies. One of the upshots of the focus group work was that distance was a significant barrier in accessing services, which was a surprise to us when we concluded that process. And that factored into how we designed it so that distance between locations did not become a barrier for populations to seek services. The resource center is open to anyone, but part of the population it serves is on the campus itself, and that was sort of the getting the right amount of synergy among the different agencies out there to begin feeding clients into that and having us refer out to them as well. So that was the rationale behind it. We did understand that there was, and it's really a difficult decision and still is, the balance between scattered site, co-location, and the different impacts that come from that. And different cities have responded to that in different ways. But that was the background on why we opted to go the direction we did.
And I don't know, I mean, and the contractor on this is the same as the contractor for the CAC, correct? It's the same entity. And so there's efficiencies of scale in their service delivery, right?
When you say the CAC, you mean the CAC?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yes, Volunteers of America and Restart merged about 2 years ago. Has Jody entered the room?
Yeah. Yeah.
She didn't even have
Talking to John about
We're talking
something
about the
else.
resource center.
And what was the question?
Well, the Volunteers of America is the operator for both, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're just kind of going over the discussion of the co-location of the facilities. I don't know, I mean, I'm just raising this in this context. For example, yesterday, I went by the library right before they were about to open. And there were 25 people in line. I know they're in there to get computer time, and I go there very often, and I know there's folks, I'm pretty sure, who are clients down at the CAC. They're walking up. There's some dispersion in activity, and then when they're walking, they're mixing with everyone else who, is out there doing a course of their day. And so, maybe it's a thought to go about dispersing some of those maybe to other off-site locators at some point. Provide
The clients at the
transportation.
CAC, the Resource Center, we actually have increased the computer access. It is the way they do things these days, just like you or I would, looking for a job, communicating with family, reconnecting with family that they've been disengaged with for years. So we actually have expanded. We started with 4 computers, and we now have 12, all of which are donated. None of it is that we purchase, but it's all there. The reason it's there is because that's where they are. One of the barriers is, it's hard to tell who's homeless and who's not, because you have the 4th Street Motel people or any motel people, and you wouldn't know them from the homeless individual other than the really downtrodden homeless person who is the stereotype. So it's hard to tell, but the co-location of services, even without the shelters being located right there, is actually a movement in terms of where services are kind of going, and a practice now, because you maximize the resources and leverage what other people are doing, as opposed to making people move around. Because one thing they don't have is transportation. I mean, and so one of the resources we work to have available for people who are engaged in case management is the bus tickets. And that's just to get them to say, so that they can get to Job Connect, so they can do those job searches.
Yeah, but they don't always not have transportation. And I guess my thinking is, if we're serving at this location the non-homeless population with this great service, and the homeless population, maybe for concentration of just sheer activity at the site, we think more long-term of making the resource center for those who are clients at that time, and have other more dispersed sites where the non-homeless population can go to, even if it's 2 miles to the east, or a mile to the west, or a mile south.
And the primary concern for that would be the budgetary issue. I mean, because that's the same thing that we have with the conversation. So with Oliver Montello, we've had the same conversation, is let's put a community center on one of those sites. Is who's going to fund that on a year-to-year basis? That becomes the barrier there.
And that does become the barrier, but we have to look at a bigger picture of it, of the negative impacts that are happening to our businesses and those visiting here as a result of the Community Assistance Center's location and this ever-growing homeless population. While we don't have the resources, nor does the county or the state, to deal with the root of the problem, which homelessness is based largely in mental illness and addiction, we are left with having to deal with the symptom and address the symptom. And the symptom is growing, and it is negatively impacting an ever-growing region of our city. And so I guess my question, and as a future or an additional agenda item here, was to explore not only the resources it would take to address the permeation of homeless into our East 4th Street, our downtown regions, which are having a definite negative impact, and the loss of revenue generation because of it. And are we better served to start providing a different location with transportation? And I know these discussions, I wasn't here during the decision to locate the Community Assistance Center where it is. I would have to guess I wouldn't have been in favor of it. And we're left with this issue that we have to deal with, and it's a very complex one, but it's one we need to address, and quickly.
And so we do have a plan to address the immediate issue. I would say 2 things. So there are 2 pieces to that. There are 10% of the population that are the ones that you're seeing. I mean, when I go by and you see the people on the corner, they're people who were here. I can count probably 75% of them who were still on the corner when they essentially established their own first tent city. And for those of you who are here then, we scrambled and formally established a tent city in 2008 before the women's shelter and the family shelter formally opened. Those are 10%. It's a misnomer to think that that the majority of them are unengaged. Honestly, the best approach to be, if we had resources to invest, would be in the housing aspect of it. What are homeless people? What do they lack most? They lack housing. And so you get them off the street. It solves a lot of problems. They can then access the resources. They can do those things. So if we were going to look at how to target additional resources, if we were going to magically come up with those resources, that would be the appropriate model. And
I guess when I look at millions of dollars being spent on these facilities, maybe the broader picture is to start exploring those types of things, because what we have now is not working.
Any other questions? Motion?
Motion.
And a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, F1, public hearings. Madam Secretary, proper notices?
Yes, Madam Mayor, for the record, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Madam Mayor, this is resolution number 7879, resolution authorizing a medium-term obligation in the amount up to $600,000 for the acquisition and improvement of 6th Street and 1 sidewalk projects consisting of 28 street segments within the City of Reno, Nevada, with regard to the 2013 Special Assessment District Number 1 for the purpose of advancing certain street funds for the 2013 Special Assessment District Number 1 outstanding obligations, directing the officers of the city to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada and providing certain details in connection therewith.
Motion.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G, ordinances. G1.
This is ordinance number 6298, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 5 entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises, Chapter 5.17 entitled Vehicles for Hire to provide for the licensing of pedicabs and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G2.
This is ordinance number 6299, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.18, entitled Bicycles, Article 1, entitled In General, to establish a criminal penalty for the unlawful operation of a pedicab business within the City of Reno and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion and a second. Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Resolutions, H1.
Resolution number 7880, resolution authorizing the finance director to request advanced distributions of property taxes apportioned to the City of Reno, Nevada in the amount allowed by Nevada Administrative Code, NAC 354.280, as necessary.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H2.
Resolution number 7881, resolution for budget augmentations and approval of budget revisions for the period of January 1st, 2013 through June 30th, 2013.
I have a question for staff, Madam.
Okay.
Ms. Thomas, my question is this, are we, at this point, what are we doing? We're just kind of catching up on some augmentations, or, because I see that we did augmentations in September, or, you know, those who were here, and then in February, are we just formalizing those augmentations and sending them on, or are we doing new augmentations?
For the record, Kate Thomas, Office of Management and Budget. So what this process is as a result of this Office of Management and Budget team meeting with all the various department heads, going through the budget process, we go through line by line and determine what areas we can refocus unspent budget authority and make all those changes. That's essentially what this document is here. And it looks like we're freeing up a lot of money, which I wish that were the case, but what it does is essentially reposition those funds to the appropriate location so that we can close out the year. We'll be bringing forward to you, probably on a quarterly basis, augmentations. As you know, the budget process is essentially a blueprint for how we hope to allocate funds and intake revenues throughout the year. Obviously, things change, and so that process for which we come to you to augment a budget level of authority is via these augmentations on a regular basis.
We're essentially kind of cleaning up from February to end of fiscal augmentations. Do you have a methodology for tracking augmentations so we know, just kind of in a broad picture, how much augmenting we're doing, what departments are getting more augmentation, and some kind of metrics like that?
Though we don't have formalized metrics, what we have implemented are regular department budget meetings so that we can stay on top of all these things. In the past, we had items that we would discover through the process of either approving staff reports or whatnot that we knew that we needed to augment. But now that we've got clear communication channels with the various departments, we've got a pretty standardized process for which departments know at what point they need to bring forward augmentations.
Okay, so we'll see these on a quarterly basis, because, this is a lot here.
Yeah.
To read through.
The end of the year one normally is.
It'd be nice, some graphing, but I don't want to create too much more work for your crew, but it would be great to kind of get some ideas, because then it's a snapshot of, how the budgeting process is working.
Absolutely. And the executive summary that you're seeing on the cover wasn't put into place until about a year and a half ago, so it used to be a little more cumbersome of a process. We were hoping to provide for council that executive snapshot of the monies that were coming in and out of various funds so that you could see the balancing mechanism via that executive summary. So if there's another way you'd like to see it, we'd certainly be open to any suggestions.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have no ordinance introductions, so we'll move on to item J, Community Development, J1.
For the record, Bill Goff, Senior Civil Engineer. This is a request for approval to enter into a subdivision extension agreement with Corona Cyan for the Bella Vista Ranch Villages C and D. By approving the agreement, the developer will be allowed to provide reduced security for the subdivision until such time that he's prepared to start construction. The agreement is for a one-year term with the ability to renew for successive one-year terms for no more than 10 years. For this, it would maximum extension would be August of 2015. Because the site has been previously graded, the developer is required to provide ongoing obligations that include blocking all access points, keeping the site clean, and maintaining the public right-of-way, abutting South Meadows and Steamboat Parkway adjacent to the site, as well as maintaining the stormwater pollution prevention plan. The extension agreement includes a no-build, no-sales covenant that requires the subdivision to be activated with full improvement security prior to construction activities and city approval prior to any sale of the property. Corona Cyan representatives are here and available to answer any questions you may have for them. Staff recommends council approval of the developer's request and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement.
Bill, or perhaps to Alex, we have had some history on this location with code violations maintenance. Can you speak to that and commitments that we've got those resolved and will continue to have those resolved?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Alex Woodley, for the record, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. Yes, ma'am. As you're aware, it is a site that was being developed, and since it hasn't, like several, that's a requirement that council made that Code Enforcement review all of these types of requests to ensure that the site doesn't have weeds or any other kind of public nuisance, especially becoming a dumping site. We did have some dumping issues there. We did identify it. We did make contact with engineering, and they made contact with the applicant, and they have rectified the problem. And they have secured it as well to ensure that it doesn't continue to happen. And we will, as always, continue to monitor the property.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have some questions. Mr. Gall, these lots, I think there's 740 left or so, or
740 total.
740 total, minus 136, I guess. When these pull building permits, are they going to pay a little money that we've negotiated with them to pay for our fire station that we're just borrowed money for?
That would be they're part of the Bella Vista Ranch PUD, so whatever was approved in that PUD, they would be responsible for.
Okay, so we really want these lots to be built so we can pay for our fire station. But my question is, what are we doing here? Are we extending this tentative map, or are we entering into an agreement?
The agreement extends both the subdivision map and the tentative map, allowing their time frame to file final maps on that map.
I'm just looking for, how this reads with Nevada revised statutes related to tentative maps and the life of tentative maps. And this gets back to the zombie issue we brought up before. This thing platted tentatively back in, 2005?
That's correct.
And we're stretching it out to 2015?
At this point, it would be a year from now would be their time limit, unless we extended it further.
Okay, so does Nevada revised statutes allow a tentative map to go out and live for 9 years?
It allows the city to enter into agreements to extend tentative maps.
And is that ability that for statute to extend into agreements, is that the development agreement statute? NRS 278?
It isn't in our 278.
But is it the development agreement statute we're working under? I'm just trying to figure out what we're, what our authority is
It was
here.
in the tentative map, final map, part of 278 that allowed us to enter into agreements to extend the time to file final maps.
Okay. I'm not seeing a whole lot of, reference points to, the authority to extend beyond what's the normal tentative. How many extensions are we being equitable in our agreements with these parcels that did not get to market, as they had anticipated? Are we being equitable among all players in entering into agreements and the bonding requirements?
We put this out there. This, council asked us to create the subdivision extension agreement process during the downtime for residential development, and all of the active, it was at a request of developers at that time that had active maps and active subdivisions, to freeze these subdivisions until such time that the market came back. There were some requests at that time. There were actually 11. We'd entered into a total of 11 subdivision extension agreements through developer requests at this point. We've had 3 of those have been terminated because the subdivisions have come back, and they are now working on those subdivisions or completing those. 2 of those were the Bella Vista subdivisions to the west of this one. 3 others have since been terminated due to they decided that the maps weren't feasible, in the current format, so they have reverted those to acreage as well. One is about to submit for Damani Ranch 23, which will, they'll final that, and that will terminate then. We have 2 others that are smaller ones, SBE at Somerset and Sage Hill, that are basically under court action. They're kind of a frozen situation. We won't be acting on those until we find out that the court has decided what to do with those. They went into bankruptcy.
Okay, so, and the level of bonding that we're requiring, is it really, because we're kind of reducing what we normally require on these folks, are we being equitable, or is it just really case by case? Staff needs to figure out what the risks are, and have we been burned on any bonding?
We haven't been required or haven't had to call any bonding or request any bonding for any of these subdivision extension agreements. Again, really what they're getting bonding reduced is the public improvements infrastructure that would be proposed with that subdivision. The utilities, the storm drain, sanitary sewer, the streets for those that haven't been started. That's the bonding that we're really, we're releasing that bonding. The revegetation, in this case, the full revegetation bond is in place. That bond has not been reduced or have been asked to be reduced for this one because it has been graded, so that we have a full revegetation bond if something was to ever happen. With that one.
Okay, and I guess my last question is, on that re-veg bond, how bad is this site in that if they don't perfect in, 9 months, a year, are we going to have to call it in?
You can discuss with the developer. The site is actually in pretty good shape. It's been graded, but over time it started to re-veg on itself. In essence, revegetating that at this point would probably be minimal in the sense of there have been some pilot roads, where the roads would have been graded in, that are still, fairly bare. But again, like I said, they have to maintain their stormwater pollution prevention plan and permit through us as well as through the state until they can show that the site has been revegetated to a significant portion that it's stable, to release those as well.
Okay. Well, I guess these are lots we want to see come to market because they're paying off our fire station. So I support this. I'm a little concerned, or maybe I'd like a little more history on the subdivision extension agreement process. So maybe that early staff reports and, kind of the theory when that initiated, I'd like to see that.
Just through the chair, Madam Chair. Fred Turnier, Community Development Director. Actually, AB 454, not this session, but the previous session, amended NRS 278.320 through 460, addressing the subdivision laws and giving us the enabling legislation to do what we're doing with the extensions.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. City Manager's Office, J2, the update on the appointments for the downtown maintenance district.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Council. Steve Pitts on behalf of the Reno Police Department. The direction last month was to put together a committee to basically analyze both SADs, downtown police and maintenance. Our first meeting is next Wednesday, the 26th at 2 p.m. and I report to you that we have a pretty diverse group of potential stakeholders that will be attending that meeting. We will impanel that committee, select a chair and a vice chair, and probably discuss the scope of work. And I'll revisit the recommendations I think I made about 4 or 5 weeks ago that committee probably report to council periodically and definitely to the police tax district subcommittee, I mean the committee for the police tax district. So that's all I have. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions? Great.
Thank
We're
you,
really
ma'am.
looking forward to the work that you'll bring to us on this one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, J3, the presentation and discussion on the Smarter Cities final report. Maureen.
Good afternoon. For the record, Maureen McKissick, City Manager's Office. I'm joined by Mr. Bill Thomas, the Assistant City Manager. We have prepared a PowerPoint as our presentation today. I will deliver the beginning. Mr. Thomas will deliver the end. I know your staff report gives you the background on how this came about. And we received this grant just as the two councils were overlapping. So on November 14th, when the new members were seated and the old members left, we held a press conference to announce it. I was not present for that. We were back in New York at the Smarter Cities Conference, which kicked off the engagement. But I thought it would be helpful for the council to hear kind of the context. IBM has a corporate philosophy that cities are the change agents in their communities, not higher levels, not counties, not states, not the federal government, that because of our size and because of our relationship to our constituents, we are uniquely positioned to put in place pilot projects and make change. So that was the background on how they launched the Smarter Cities Challenge project, which, as you know, Jamie, do we have the PowerPoint? Okay. Was 100 cities over 3 years, and they are in the final year right now. We were awarded this in the last year of the competition. 5 experts came to our region, and I think the council may remember on February 13, they came and introduced themselves to you. They arrived on February 12th, they left on March 1st, 3 weeks on the ground, and they interviewed actually 114 local stakeholders in a series of one-on-one meetings, which we prepared. They spent about 1.5 weeks doing that, did some wrap-up for 2 or 3 days, and focused for the last week on preparing the report, which we received around the beginning of May. The report that they provided gives us a roadmap focused on economic development. That was the question that we posed to them. Could we use our data, which all of our agencies collect, in a more proactive way to give us insight into decision-making and policy? When we posed that question back in September, we didn't know the answer. We thought that technically that might be impossible. The roadmap that we received in the beginning of May was much broader than just that data analytic utility. Part of the interview process with the 114 stakeholders, I hope you can read this, provided some feedback on what the local situation currently was. I don't think any of these quotes are going to be new information. Good old boy network, jurisdictional rivalries, and last, trust issues, which they saw as a real barrier that we had to address. The findings that they made and the findings on which they based the final report were that the 54 agencies that they interviewed pretty much operate in silos. We have staff communication, but we have no forum for sharing our work or working across agencies. There are multiple economic development agencies in the Valley. They stopped asking, do you do economic development, after the 20th agency told them that they did. So they found this to be in virtually every agency interviewed. We keep our data on different platforms, we assess it in different ways, we store it in different ways, and we do not use it in any consistent way as a regional data set to make decisions. Different visions meant that we have different views of our identities, something broader than just a slogan. Multiple brands and slogans speak to all the different iterations through the years. We have been the biggest little city, we love this place, RSCVA has been the adventure place, we have the festival city, the rail city. We have had many, many brands and slogans. At the same time, we are near the bottom along every metric for educational outcomes, especially graduation rates. Washoe County just recently, in the last month, published an evaluation, the listing of 1 to 5, which showed that Washoe County is actually pulling away from the pack. We're getting somewhat better outcomes. But overall, we are still struggling. We have a ways to go. Part of what the team identified was that the public investment in education, our support of K-12 and higher ed, is rather low if you look at a national average, and that this has a nexus to a qualified workforce. Qualified workforce is identified repeatedly as a barrier for companies looking at us for either relocation or expansion. So I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Thomas to describe the recommendations.
The record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I get the fun part here. There were 5 recommendations that came from the IBM team, number 3 being the one we really asked about, but they said that in their analysis, all 5 of these have to move forward if you're going to be successful. The first being changing the mindset. And what they told us is that we really have to look at ourselves differently. And if we really want to focus on economic development, we have to look at it from the standpoint of what people outside of our area see of us. In other words, rather than talk about what we do or don't do between ourselves, it's really what does the world look like, or how does the world outside of our area look at us. And in order to do that, we have to have an integrated regional economic development strategy. In other words, we all have to be moving in the same direction, otherwise we're wasting resources and we probably won't be successful. The second thing they said is we need one strong voice. Right now, as Maureen said, there are 20-plus different agencies all doing economic development, and so for people outside of the area, it can be very confusing depending on which touch point they come in terms of what we are or what we're trying to accomplish. And they suggested that we definitely, if we want to be seen, particularly nationally and internationally, because we are so small, if we want to be something other than invisible, we need to have one strong voice. The third part, harnessing your data, really was about building this analytic tool where we use all the information that we collect individually. For example, when we issue business licenses at the city of Reno, or the state collects information on taxes collected, how do we capture all that information and put it out in a way that it's usable to people who might be looking at our region and interested in our region? I mean, how do we become visible so that people would be willing to drill down and come and visit us and see whether or not this is the place they really want to be? The third recommendation was the brand, the vision, and not the slogan. And again, as Maureen said, a lot of times we get captured in the slogans, generating slogans. In reality, what we should be focusing on is what is our vision? You know, what are we as a region? How do we want to be seen, not maybe individually as jurisdictions or agencies or entities, but how do we want to be seen to the outside world? And that's the vision that we need to move forward with once we collectively decide what that vision is. And then lastly is investing in your people, as Maureen pointed out, that we have to have the right workforce here to get the kind of businesses that we want. And so we're going to have to, if we want to be successful, we've got to do all 5 of these. This chart actually lays out how we would move forward in implementing those 5 items. And you can see at the very top, probably most importantly, is the vision accountability. In other words, who's responsible for coming up with the vision? And what you see there is individuals, but really it's more about the groups. For example, the city of Reno, obviously the mayor is the representation of the city council. So really the city council of Reno, the city council of Sparks, Washoe County, and their managers, who of course are their chief executives, need to all be in sync in terms of what our vision is. Without that, we will continue to have, multiple messages that we're sending out to the outside world, and it'll decrease our effectiveness in drawing economic development here. The second yellow bar is the strategy. In other words, who's actually going to move forward with implementing what the vision is. And again, these are suggestions from the IBM team that the proper authority based on what we have in place now would be the regional board. That is the one place now where we are on a regular basis kind of collecting the three governments together to focus on things that are important to us, at least in theory, on a regional level as opposed to the individual entities. And that also should include, which it doesn't really right now, what they're calling an advisory council, but really is kind of the educational side and the private sector. So that strategy needs to be developed in great part at a regional level with the university and private players also involved to make sure that, again, it's an effective strategy. And then lastly, the implementation, who's going to carry forward once we have the vision and the strategy. And you can see up there the first one, changing the mindset, rightfully is, of course, at the city and county level. You all represent the elected body of the citizenry of the city of Reno, just as Sparks does and Washoe County does for the unincorporated area in the bigger county. And so logically, whatever our mindset is, it needs to come from the leadership of all of you and all the other elected officials. How are we going to approach this problem or this issue? And we need to collectively agree that regionally it's got to be done together. It can't be done individually. The second area, which is one strong voice, the IBM team looked at what we had in place, and they suggested, probably not surprisingly, that EDON was a logical entity to move forward with being the strong voice. In other words, they're kind of already out there marketing us and selling us to the outside world, and so they suggested that that's probably the right board that needs to move forward, a right entity. They did suggest, however, that perhaps as they're given that charge formally, that there needs to be some better connection back to local government. Right now, it's an independent 501c3 that I know Councilwoman Zadra sits on as a member, and then there's also one from Sparks, but it's not like a formal participation. I mean, you're ex officio members to participate, but not anymore? Okay.
Because of this.
So anyways, that's an issue that needs to be decided, is how the governance moves forward. The third one, harnessing the data. In looking at the different players that are out there, their suggestion was Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency would be a likely place to home the ownership of the data that we collect, in part because it's not at any one of the local government levels, and it's also not at a private area because one thing they pointed out to us, in the old way of thinking of it was data was, and having and controlling data was the way you had power in decision making. And what they said is that in this digital age, that's no longer true, that the way you have influence and power is by sharing your information. So that changes kind of the dynamic in the way information's captured and held, and so it needs to be in a non-threatening, non-proprietary kind of location where people feel safe about providing their information. It also needs to probably be in some government structure so we can guarantee if there's private information going in, somebody's not using it, for a competitive advantage with a different business, or it really is safe in terms of them giving us information. The last 2 points on branding the vision, again, that comes back to the city councils and the county commission to decide what is our vision and how do we bring that forward. And then lastly, investing in your people really is educational, so that falls to the state, the school district, and the Board of Regents. I'm just going to go through this real quickly. This is a chart on the analytic tool, which really focuses on a database that's linked to a spatial, like a geographic information system, and how we would put that together. So I won't dwell on this. If you have questions, I can pull it back up. But this is the tool that ultimately means capturing the information, putting it out in a way that's both safe and usable, and then making sure that it's presented in a way that is really beneficial to us. And probably the best way to think about this tool, when you really say, why would we do this, or what are we trying to accomplish, it's a due diligence type of tool. It's really a tool where if somebody's sitting in a, let's say, the Bay Area, and they have a small tech company and they want to find out about what's the Reno Sparks area like. They can go on the internet, get as much information as they think they need to decide whether this is the right place they even want to go further and come for a visit or dwell in or dig into further. So it's not designed to really be the kind of due diligence you might do if you were going to get a bank loan, but it's certainly the kind of information that we don't have right now. And when Apple was looking, that's one of the things they told us. It was very difficult to aggregate and get together the data about our area to make their decision in terms of coming here. So this is an effort to try to make sure that to the extent we can paint a better, clearer picture of who we are, we could do that to help people decide this is the right place to be, because we all know it is. The last slide I have here is the requested actions. And I made this presentation both to the Board of County Commissioners and the City of Sparks, and both of them did accept and direct their staff to move forward with these actions. Very quickly, they accept the final report, which is what we're presenting to you, support the strategy embodied in the report, empower the staff to move forward with implementation steps, and agree to work together towards a regional vision. So that concludes our presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes. What were the recommendations as far as technology? Did they go through our infrastructure?
They did. The back of the final report has an appendix with all the people that they met with, and then behind that, there's a listing of the types of data that each agency collects. There's a kind of a summary of that. They had interviews that were no shorter than 1 hour. Many of those interviews stretched to be more than 2 hours so that they could really discuss the nuts and bolts of the technology, because that was the initial focus, was the tech part of it. The good news is that it can be done. It's, to be honest, way over my head, so I can't exactly tell you how it's going to be done. But there is a way that we can take the existing data. It would require some code writing and algorithms to relate them, because right now they don't have any methodology to intelligently relate to one another in a way that they make sense to a user. And that was why they recommended that we work very closely with DRI. DRI, I guess it would be 3 or 4 months ago, announced that they were installing a center of excellence, which is going to be at their Las Vegas and their Reno campuses. And that is going to be a system of systems around water resources, water management. They have an enormous amount of analytic experience with big data. They know how to aggregate it, how to write the code, how to do the algorithms. They could be of technical assistance to us as we attempt to set up kind of a similar system, not identical, but complementary. And so that was the nature of the technology section of your book, and the technology section that they delivered on March 1st. Are interesting and potentially over our heads. And one thing I didn't say when I first got up, but which is of interest at this point, IBM called maybe about 3 months ago and said that they had consulted our specific team members to ask if they would agree or had an appetite to continue being engaged, and every one of them said yes. They would like very much to stay on with us in whatever way makes sense to provide technical assistance, implementation support. So this is, I think, actually a very generous offer.
I didn't notice a cost in there.
The cost is not there. At this point, you didn't miss anything.
Okay.
Right now, and one of the things we're asking your support on today is to move forward to do some of the fleshing out of what needs to happen. We need to look at how we do this across different sectors, across agencies, and to develop an idea of what the cost is going to be, which will be driven by how broad and robust it is. So it's kind of a chicken and egg question, but the cost is one of the things we definitely have to get a handle on within the next few months.
And how much will they, I guess my concern is just how much will they be recommending of IBM?
I don't think they'll, and we asked that question. I mean, we asked that at the very beginning, in fact, because we were kind of skeptical. You know, it seemed like it was too sweet an offer not to have a catch, to be honest. This came from the philanthropic arm of IBM, and the city manager and the city attorney had to sign off on documents which recognized that we were somewhat firewalled from the commercial sides of IBM. I asked them that very question, and they saw that we would probably do an RFP. Once we had a better understanding of what we wanted the data analytic to be, the size of it, the scope, then we would write an RFP to see what kinds of costs we would be looking at. They would most likely respond to it, I think, but it would not be exclusive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, and I think this is great. I think it's a great place to start. I just look at the vision, accountability, and where you see the mayors and city managers and Washoe County chairman, city and county managers and Washoe County chairman, and I just wonder if that's enough. I mean, I wonder if, do we need the president of the university or the chairman of the board of regents, or the president and CEO of the RSCVA? If we really are trying to bring everybody in that's out there involved in this type of goal, do we need them all involved?
Well, I can speak to that. We have been working in what we're just generally calling the shared federal framework, and that's the presentation that John Porter gave to us at our last meeting, and the official introduction of that working group, which includes all of those individuals, will actually be made tomorrow. The working group will get together and bring in all of those working entities between 10 and noon tomorrow. And that will be with RTC leading the charge, and with RSCVA and the university and the cities on the mission that we described, that John described to us. So that will be one working element that will be working toward the assignments that this project, the IBM report, the Smarter Cities report, gave to us. We already had that underway with all of those partners there are 38 people as of yesterday at 4. There are 38 entities and agencies that will be attending tomorrow's beginning work session.
Yeah, I think maybe just elaborate too that when IBM put this together, they felt, as most people putting together a plan, that they needed to identify who's going to be responsible for carrying forward. And so that's why you saw that list there, the city councils and the city manager and the county manager, was that seemed to be the right place to start with how we pull this together. Obviously, to make this successful, as Councilwoman Zodra pointed out, we're going to have to include everybody, particularly when we come up with a vision. It doesn't do any good if a small portion of the community says this is what our vision is and no one else either understands or agrees.
Right.
Ultimately, when you look at that chart more closely, it has the public in there as one of the bars too. So that's the other piece, is we're going to have to figure out how we really inclusively come to the conclusion of what we are. I think when we get into it, we'll find that there's a lot more agreement than disagreement in terms of what we are, because the reasons we like this place are probably same across the board, no matter who you talk to. So we need to kind of focus back on that.
The other thing that I would add to Councilman Dorch's question is, if you look at the report and what they're recommending as far as the oversight, the portion that you spoke of speaks to the vision and the accountability. There's also a portion on strategy where you have an advisory council that includes the University of Nevada, DRI, the private sector, and then there's implementation teams. So it takes the entire community actually to put this together. So there's different components to it, yeah.
I guess my question is, the ends is creating this kind of search engine, super data collection thing. And I guess, when that seems to be the most substantive that we're grasping onto.
Right.
And, it gets to the resources. Is that resources taken away from really dealing with housing or affordable housing or rebuilding our parks capacity? And so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. The other areas in there that I see are leadership. And one was the office of mayor and our fractured governmental system. Well, when I saw that, I thought, they have a concept of the office of mayor different than our government form is. And so maybe that's the conversation is, are we fractured and the leadership needs to be in a strong mayor form of government? Or is it even a consolidated city-county? That's the big, which I know that's, cycled through so many discussions for so many decades here, but it seemed like that was really the big conversation they were posing. And then on the back end, on the education, which they came very strongly out, an implementation step that I would look for that is very obvious and timely was, does this body want to make a resolution, a proclamation, a statement to the county commission about AB 46 and those resources? Because we did, through the legislative process, support that. And that would be a big implementer. So I guess when I look to see the implementation steps, I'll look to see, you know, what's costly, what's timely, and how they pair out with other resources that we have.
You know, and if you really go back to that first recommendation, which is changing the mindset, is if we really do collectively, all of our different agencies and elected bodies, look at it from the standpoint of what do people on the outside, how do they see us, then that may be the reason or the thing we can rally around to say, okay, how do we structure what we want to be to people outside of us, not individually? Because, you know, historically where we've fallen apart is when we start breaking it down into individual pieces, like what does our CVA want to say, what does the city of Reno want to say, what does the city of Sparks want to say, and that's the message that's confusing people on the outside. So, you know, we can all keep our identities, but how do we come together on what it is, people outside of who live here, what's the message we want to send out?
Well, how much of the implementation do you think will be on this data set? I mean, is that going to weight at 40%, 50%, or?
Well,
on this tool, this?
Well, the tool obviously will be fairly expensive to really do what we're talking about. You know, part of what we're going to do next is to try to zero in on the dollar amount that it would take. And then as we get that, obviously it's probably going to be two steps. One of them is the bringing someone in to structure what it's going to look like. The second piece being actually paying for the data collection or the data integration or the data scrubbing to turn it into a product and then putting it out there so people can use it, make it very usable. So that'll be the big ticket item. You know, where it goes in terms of the other 4 components, that's probably a little unknown right now. You know, it could be something as simple as all of us using this as the roadmap, like IBM says, about how we want to move forward. In other words, saying as a priority, here's our work plan. We're all going to work with what they told us at IBM to work together to get to an end. I mean, that would be the simplest way to make sure it's most efficient.
I have a question. Did you say that Sparks and Washoe County had already approved and adopted to move forward with this?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any discussions with regards to sharing the expense of this tool? Did any of that? I know you guys don't know what the amount is going to be yet.
The answer is no. We didn't get into that discussion. What we have been doing since we received the final report, and I want to thank Mr. Thomas publicly because I was out of the office for several weeks with a family issue, and he carried the ball by himself, is we've been going to each of the key stakeholders and presenting the report to their governing board. We're going to be at EDON tomorrow. We're going to the Chamber of Commerce. We've been to the county. We've been to Sparks. We're going to be presenting shortly to a group of university and DRI faculty. So we have been meeting one-on-one, which has been effective because it gives them an opportunity to question us, just as you are today, on what this actually is. But as we've been working through that, some of the same questions you've been asking have arisen. And I think cost is, of course, a natural question. It's a logical next step of what will it take to actually implement this. I can tell you that some of the things that we see as staff that need to happen is that the IBM and the IBM team, if they were here, would tell you this themselves. The 5 steps they recommended, they saw as whole cloth, that they have to happen in the order in which they were presented. So that's not just a ranking, that's an ordinal. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that we cannot cherry pick and that we cannot leave any off. In order for the whole strategy to be effective, it has to be implemented 1 through 5. And so the challenge for us is going to be, actually proceeding with that, doing 1 through 5. And I'm sure as we do it, we are going to stumble across issues that prevent it, which we will be bringing back to you on a regular basis.
Okay. I think it's fantastic, and I'm glad to hear that Sparks and the county are on board as well. So I'm prepared to make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Really good work. We have a lot more in front of us, but it's nice seeing this report. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, would you entertain a 10-minute break?
We do have some discussion topics still coming. We can take a 5-minute, just a quick refresher break. 5-minute recess.
bladder thanks you. Huh? My bladder thanks you.
Yeah, but not when I'm
That's true. This is true. The first 2 hours free party?
This session of the Reno City Council. We'll move on to item J4. Gentlemen, we'll move on to item J4. Gentlemen, we're moving on to item J4. Okay. We'll have an update report from the city manager on the strategic plan.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Every year, the City of Reno updates the strategic plan, revisits the purpose, the vision, and the mission. As you will all recall, we had a strategic planning retreat back on February 5th of this year, where the council looked at the vision, mission, and goals of the city. And at that session, council came up with the 4 strategic priorities that you see up there today. What staff did after the council retreat is we took those strategic priorities that council created at that retreat, and you can see the process that we went through here of creating goals, objectives, and tactics. These are sort of the steps in a summary of what we've done so far. One of the first things that we did is we created teams around each one of the 4 priorities. So the provide efficient and responsive city services, we created a team around that. That team is headed up by Robert Chisel. The next team was the enhanced communications and community engagement. Deanna Gescheiter heads up that team, and you can see all of the folks that are on that team as well. One of the things that you'll notice on each one of the teams is we included folks from the community. So it wasn't just city staff on the various groups, but we also included on each one of the groups somebody from outside of the city. The promote a sustainable and vibrant economy, Bill Thomas heads up that group, and you can see the folks who were involved in that group. Safe and livable neighborhoods, that group was headed up by Steve Pitts. He had included a member from his chief's advisory board on that as well. Again, somebody from outside of the city. What each one of the 4 teams did was they went back and created goals and objectives. And as it turns out, each one of those groups came back with 3 goals. They're in your staff report. I'm not necessarily going to go through all of the goals, but they came back with 3 goals and then objectives that supported each one of those goals. And what we're presenting to you today is really a draft of where we're at in the process. And the purpose of having this discussion today is to, number one, make sure that we are on the right track, that we are indeed putting together goals and objectives that meet the intent of what council did back in February when you set the 4 priorities. So this is your opportunity to give us feedback on the process that we've engaged in so far and the results that we're presenting to you today. The other piece of this that's really important is really trying to engage employees at as many levels as we can. And one of the ways that we did that was to engage the business update group. This is a group of approximately 130 mid-level, mid-management employees. And what we wanted them to do is, or what we asked them to do is to look at blind spots, what we call blind spots in that we've had in the past that have prohibited us from accomplishing our objectives. And so we broke them into 4 different groups. One looked at internal business processes, one looked at managing resources, one looked at serving the customer, and one looked at learning and growth being basically employee enrichment, employee training, that sort of thing. The results from that exercise that we went through with the business update was compiled and then given to the teams as they developed the goals and objectives and ultimately the action plans that will support all of this. One of the rules that we gave to the various, the four groups as they developed these goals and objectives was that the objective had to be statements of results to be achieved. They had to be quantifiable and brief, specific statements. They had to be actionable, and they had to be time-specific. And so at the end of that process, we came up with 39 objectives that you see in your packet, and you can see how they break down among the various groups. So all of this work that's gone into this so far, you see what has been presented to you today. Again, trying to get input at every level. Now, the other piece of this that I think is really important, and just as important, really, as the goals and objectives that we establish is getting buy-in at every level of the organization. So getting buy-in from every employees in that what they do matters and that we value them as employees and that the work that they perform is somehow linked and connected to the goals and objectives that have been established thus far. And that whole process of trying to develop what we're calling a strategic culture is what we call Think Reno. And we have, some of you have the pins that we've created as a result of that, the Think Reno pins. But it's trying to get all of the employees to engage in this process. And one of the other things that we did at the last business update meeting, now we don't have the results back from that, is we asked them again to break up into different groups and look at 4 perspectives or 4 questions, if you will, of how do you communicate and translate the vision, how do you measure progress towards the success, in other words, the milestones. And so the idea behind that is to develop not just a strategic plan, but really a strategic management system where you have the constant feedback, the constant evaluation, and really the buy-in, again, from all employees at every level. So you have the staff report in front of you. I did have an opportunity to sit down with all of the council members and go through the goals and objectives that is presented in the staff report. And basically what I'm looking for today is your feedback on those goals and objectives that we have developed thus far, and hopefully approval of those so we can continue to move forward on this process.
Are there any questions? Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. First, let me commend you and staff for all of the time you've spent in putting these goals and objectives in place. And I understand it goes much deeper than even what you've presented here today, that there's a lot more detail behind all this. So thank you very much. I guess my only comment would be, I don't know if I address it now or when it comes up on the agenda item, was with regards to our external communications. Part of that is innately marketing and PR. And do we have any money dedicated to the outreach communications from the city?
The budget that the council approved for next fiscal year included $50,000 for the community engagement priority. So there is a small amount of money in there. And really what the discussions that we've had with the Office of Communications and Community Engagement is how can we leverage that? Because $50,000 in a marketing budget, if you will, is not a lot of money, but how do we leverage that to get the most for our dollars?
Is that $50,000 for personnel, or is it, okay, so it's purely for materials or, okay. Thank you.
And that was actually a question that was asked when we held a public meeting to kind of introduce you know, how we asked for the process of getting to some of the changes.
Mhm.
And the public even recognized that that's just a drop in the bucket,
Yeah.
but that we need to start somewhere.
I'm
I,
glad we
I am
have
really, though, impressed with Deanna and her team. I mean, she's just been incredible, and I have to say that this is so good, and the campaigns and the things that she is working on. I can't tell you how many people, you know, stop me all the time, and how they really say that it's changed quite a bit, and so I think that goes down to a lot of passion for our city, and I just wanted to commend you. Honestly, great job.
I think that it really speaks to, Andrew, your having kind of helped realign responsibilities and giving the team, you know, the liaisons who have been overly used and abused, you could say, from the multiple demands that are put on their time. You've tried cleaning that process up some, so they've really been able to share from their years of experience and help to bring this forward. So I think I know you were touching on that the team itself, the liaisons, have really been able to bring forward information and recommendations that previously weren't accommodated.
And maybe I had on an item for L11, which was a discussion and potential direction to the city manager with regards to social media use by the police and fire departments. I'm assuming that would be part of the outreach efforts. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you know, I echo a lot of those thoughts about the good work that's going on, and I think it's a flat platform for building forward in the future, not just on an annual basis, but multi-year. There's a few concepts that I had hoped maybe to with consideration of the rest of the council to bolster that I thought were at the strategic plan could maybe be emphasized a little bit more. I'm looking at the priority of providing efficient and responsive city services under Goal 2, which is effectively deliver the services that citizens need and are willing to support. And I was proposing an objective 6 that would say, ensure the physical development and growth of our community is within our capacity to provide services and maintain infrastructure necessitated by that development. It really, I think, gets to the piece of, you know, how we think about our urban form and what we take on, and we look at you know, new development in terms of, you know, is it within our capacity? So I had hoped to maybe bolster that concept, and it's right. So it would be a number 6 under Goal 2, and it would read, ensure the physical development and growth of our community is within our capacity to provide services and maintain infrastructure necessitated by that development. And also along those lines, for the safe and livable cities, Goal 3. It looked kind of lonely there about protect and invest in parks, streets, community assets, and infrastructure, maintain and value the attraction of Reno's assets. And I thought maybe objective 8, prioritize public investment in maintaining neighborhoods and existing infrastructure and facilities. And I thought prioritizing public investment in maintaining is an important concept that those of us, when we sit on regional bodies, can take out with us. We want to prioritize the maintenance component and putting the money into that, and not allow deficiencies to be increased and liabilities to increase in what we already have in our neighborhoods and our other critical infrastructure. So not only on the regional boards, but the city. So I was hoping maybe there'd be consideration to bolster that concept. And I also had a thought where it says make Reno a university town. I thought maybe we could strengthen Reno's image as a university town. I thought it was maybe some better wording I was coming up with, not to wordsmith too much, but it appears twice. So, you know, if there's appetite to add those 2 objectives, I would appreciate it, and if there's consideration on that rewarding.
I think make Reno a university town is much more descriptive because we aren't there yet. We are just literally at the stages of beginning that process, I think. So I think make really is a good description of where we're starting from.
Okay.
Are there any comments or questions about the other recommendations, Okay. Does staff, Andrew, do you?
I think the addition of the other objectives are good additions, in my opinion, to the plan. So I would certainly support adding those.
And from my perspective, this is really refreshing to see us get to this point. We've not really had this kind of a thought process and dedication to just real basic demands of good business. So congratulations.
May I add one other thing that kind of came up today with the 4th Street people coming here, and I'm starting to hear this theme a lot, and I'm looking at our safe and livable neighborhoods under, we've got 2 sentences of support special events and community activities, and I'm starting to hear a little bit of blowback from brick and mortar people. Say, what about us? We're here with leases 365 days a year. And that resonates with me. So on the E, under support special events and community activities, I would say, and the revitalization of our business districts. Put them on a par with our special events operators. And that repeats down under Goal 2, Objective 6. I think we need to start to talk and think about them more and what we can do for them.
I agree with that.
Good point.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I agree
agree.
with that.
Anything else?
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, the only other thing that I would add is that as part of the Think Reno campaign, that if citizens want to give us their ideas and their feedback, just to remind everybody that they can go to thinkreno.org, and if they hashtag their ideas with the Think Reno hashtag, that those can be tracked through the social media.
So what do you see your next steps being, Mr. Manager?
The next steps would be, hopefully council approves the goals and objectives that have been put forth with the additions that Councilwoman Breckus has had. We have the work going on with the teams to continue to look at how do we not only develop the strategic plan, but also develop a strategic management process. The other piece of this and Councilwoman Jordan mentioned it, is there are action plans that support this. We need to continue to build those action plans. They're still sort of in the development process. There's a lot of work that's gone into them, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. We need to then have the departments go out and also build strategic plans that support these goals and objectives as well, to make sure that the entire organization is in alignment with the direction that we're going.
Great. All right. Motion to accept?
Move to accept.
We have a motion.
With the changes.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And that's with the changes and additions that were, okay. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J5, the final report from the session. Our team that is continuing to receive great accolades from the electeds. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For the record, Cadence Matievich, and I should start off by wishing all of you a happy Juneteenth. You might remember that last session, the city supported AB 174 that encourages all Nevadans to recognize Juneteenth. So happy Juneteenth to you and to our community. You have a very lengthy staff report, and I, due to the lateness of the hour, won't go into a tremendous amount of detail, but I do have a couple of high points that I'd like to hit, and just a little bit of direction that we're looking from today, or perhaps something that you might bring back on a future agenda. And that relates to Assembly Bill 9. That was our charter review bill. And you may recall we have included a copy of the entire bill as enrolled in your packet. But one of the provisions of that was the creation of a permanent charter committee. And so we would like for you, if you have ideas today, direction that you want to give us about the process that you would like to go through in making your appointments to the Charter Committee. Each of the council members and the mayor is authorized, required under the bill to make an appointment to that permanent charter committee, and then there will also be appointments made from our legislative delegation. The charter committee will be required to meet prior to the next legislative session, so we do have some time. My recommendation to you would be perhaps that we bring this back on a future agenda item, have some discussion from you as to if you would like to seek applications, or if you would just like to bring names at some point, but ideally looking towards a time frame of perhaps September or October to name individuals to that committee so that we can get that committee ready to go and probably meeting in the early part of 2014. We will be, when we meet with the delegation next, also asking them to advise us how and when they will be making their appointments to that committee. So if that's something that you wish to give us direction on today, we'd be prepared to take that, or can certainly bring that back at a later date. I would note that at some point you will need to, you created the Charter Review Committee that brought forth the recommendations that ended up being this bill by motion, and that at some point you will need to take action to retire that committee prior to establishing the new committee that's required under the bill. So those are the actions under AB 9. We obviously already had a great deal of conversation around AB 374, so I won't go into that in any more depth. In your staff report is noted that there are a couple of bills that you can expect to receive memorandum from either the attorney's office or the clerk's office, some combination thereof. On Senate Bill 228, that has to do, was the bill that the Commission on Ethics brought forward. So I anticipate that the attorney's office will be conducting a thorough analysis of that bill and bring forward recommendations or actions that might be necessary to you. AB 442, that has to do with campaigns. So the clerk, in conjunction with the attorney's office, can be giving you some information there. And then AB 35 and AB 48, which have to do with elections. So we'll be completing the analysis on those bills and bringing them back. As we noted in the report, as far as fiscal impact to the city goes, we had a quantifiable fiscal impact, potential negative fiscal impact of $1.57 million, and then some other bills where we knew there would be impact but weren't able to quantify those. In all of those cases, we were, for all of the bills that passed, that may have had that impact, we were successful in either amending those or having, some of them didn't pass, had vetoes, and so the effect, the net effect of those was zero. So a very positive outcome for us there. Would note that for the interim studies that the Legislative Commission will be undertaking, none of those are really directly related to local government, but we will be monitoring those nonetheless, and will be continue to be engaged in the other various legislative task force, those sorts of things. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be monitoring as the State Health Division goes through their regulatory process with respect to the medical marijuana dispensaries. And so that is what I hope was a relatively succinct wrap-up for the session. Would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
And do we have questions? Do we want to give direction on the appointments? Okay.
Maybe we have a future agenda item to dissolve the old committee, establish the new one, and we can have the discussion at that point in time on how we want to do the appointments.
Great.
Okay, I thought they were going to do a property tax bill study. That just didn't make it?
No, council member, it did not. The number of the studies that are conducted by the Legislative Commission, so sort of the official interim studies, if you will, are limited by available resources, and they, in the final days of the session, will go through all of the bills that proposed legislative studies and will select those that they can do within the time constraints and the staff availability and other financial resources, and so that is not one.
Let me ask you, when our city attorney's office or our clerk digests these campaign-related and ethics-related laws, or Is that a private benefit to those of us who are sitting here on the council, that maybe someone who would like to sit on this council or, does not accrue? I mean, maybe they'll just be, certainly they'd be public so everyone could know this is how the city is interpreting this law, or, because I could probably look on the Ethics Commission website or the Secretary of State's website and see what he says or, they say about these laws and how they apply to elected officials. And so I'm wondering, if we're having this service done for us, is it available to others, or is it the best use of our resources, or is it consistent with how other cities provide that service to their governing bodies?
Councilmember, I'll try to address that, and certainly would give opportunity for the city attorney and your city clerk to answer that. I would say I did not mean to suggest that these were going to be attorney-client privileged memorandums, and so in fact they are public documents and would be available to the public. And if it's the direction of this council that you wish to have us perhaps put those on reno.gov or someplace else where they would be readily accessible to the public, we'd be pleased to do that. I do think that it is prudent, certainly for that analysis to take place on the ethics bill to ensure that as your staff and your legal counsel, as you're conducting your business, that we have done a thorough analysis. While those memorandum are being provided to you, they're out of our legal and fiduciary responsibility to the city, and you as the governing body will receive that information, but it's not intended to be a special benefit to the council members themselves.
Can we just, see what the Secretary of State has and forward that on to us maybe, or the ethics?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I have already contacted the Ethics Commission, and Karen Jenkins will be available to come and give you an update. The timing of it will be provided. In addition, the Ethics Commission itself is going to detail the changes in the law. So we won't repeat the work that they do, and we coordinate with them. So that's a good question. We really do look at that so we don't repeat staff time.
Okay. And then a couple other bills I have questions about. SB 272 would change the county lines between Washoe County and Story County. The portion of that would change potentially one way or the other is within our sphere of influence. Did that ever come before us? Did we ever take a position? I know regional planning was in contact with you all about that, but I don't recall us being involved in that.
Councilmember, we did not bring that before this body because while it's within our sphere of influence, it was not, the property that's contemplated in that legislation is not currently inside the city of Reno. And I would note that the bill does not change the boundaries. The bill allows for the Story County Commission and the Washoe County Commission to come to an agreement if they so choose to make that boundary line adjustment, and certainly it could be appropriate for us to engage in the dialogue as they go through that process, if during that process, potentially, there's some discussion about that property being annexed into the city of Reno. But under our legislative operations plan, we did not see that was something that we felt needed to come to this body, because as of right now, you do not have any legislative authority over the parcel that's contemplated in that legislation.
Yeah, and just further clarification, the parcel that they're talking about changing the boundary line adjustment on is not in our sphere of influence. It's not even in the county right now.
It's
yeah.
I
mean, it's in a different county. Our sphere of influence doesn't cross county lines.
Councilmember, if I may, there are two parcels that are contemplated in the bill, and I believe that one of them is in the is near Damani Ranch, and so But
that's already within the city of Reno. I mean, within the Washoe County.
Within Washoe County, right?
But where the boundary line adjustment is, that property, they're looking at property that's in Story County that is not within our sphere of influence. Our sphere does not cross county lines.
Yeah, and I believe that the parcel that they're contemplating actually abuts, but I think that there is a portion of the parcel that is in Story County that abuts Damani Ranch, and a contemplation of bringing that into Washoe County.
Yeah, they would have to come to us, though, if they wanted to expand our sphere.
Correct.
They would have to come to us.
Well,
that's what I'm saying, is the property is
yes,
not within our
it's
sphere.
in Story County, so it couldn't be within our sphere.
It's not within our sphere.
Well, I'll be asking for it to come forward, the specifics, because I understand it's under common ownership, both parcels. It's contiguous ownership and would develop it as one. But, and what about AB 305? That effectively allows digital billboards upon state highways. Did we take any action on that, or were we at the table on that one, since we are, you know, participants in several lawsuits related to digital billboards?
Again, council member, because that was not having to do with things that are on our property, that's on state property, we were not at the table on that item.
Property?
Mhm.
The billboards
State
would be on
highways.
state property?
Right,
Okay.
Any other questions about items that we did take action on? Okay, great.
To accept the report.
We have a motion and a second.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Very good job, thank you. We have quite the team.
Thank you very much.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to Public Works, J6, parking districts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Zadra, Manager Klinger, and Council. I wanted to present to you today findings of parking program group that was put together by the city manager. I put in here the members, and although I'm saying reporting to city manager, obviously our clerk does not report for the city manager, as our discussion earlier today was, but this is the group that was put together that gave a report back to the city manager on what we thought some of the process improvements that could be made in regards to this program. The objectives that the team was looking at was to research and review the best practices, look over the program management, the fees and fine schedule, our enforcement, our collections, and then bring those policy recommendations back to you today, which is why I'm here. Why do we have a parking program? It's to address the needs out there, the competing needs that occur. We have our commercial versus residential. We have the customers of businesses of the commercial versus the workforce. It's to assist in moving our people and goods efficiently and support our business districts. And actually, you look at these create livable neighborhoods, these are actually part of your goals, or your priorities. And then, of course, the reason to have a parking program is as the demand for on-street parking increases, so does the need to create rules. So we regulate how the parking, available parking is used. As you know, we have parking district number 1, which is downtown. That's unique to us in that it's paid parking. We have the Midtown District and the Wells Avenue District, which are in some business areas which are time limited, and then we have our university neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, which is a permit program. I presented to you last time my update just an idea here of what types of duties are performed by Public Works, City Clerk, and the Police Department, so I won't go into those in detail today. But as we look at the policy considerations for you, just going back to what a policy is the means as goal is to the end. So if the goal or the end result that we want is compliance with the rules that we create for parking areas, then through the policy, we are able to, and the policy, of course, through the rules and the consequences of not following the rules becomes the policy. And I put a quote in here from City of Berkeley parking program audit, if you will, that they had, where they talked about a few different things. But one of the things they talked about was a need for a mission statement, and a mission statement that they ended up adopting includes this idea of parking enforcement will be carried out vigorously, yet fairly and efficiently. Again, we're looking for compliance, and the way to get compliance is to ensure that those rules are being followed. We did come up with 4 recommendations for you today we present. The first one is to look at the parking fine for limited parking. I'd actually spoken to you earlier in some other, on Midtown and other discussions with the parking program, looking at increasing the fine from $15 to $20. As I started looking and doing a research of those parking fines, back a few years ago when we changed the fee or the fine from $10 to $20 for overtime in parking meter areas, we didn't touch any of the other fines, but $5 more was what the limited parking period-specific fine was. As I looked at other jurisdictions, quite often that's the case. They're higher, usually by $5, sometimes more. In cases where I found that the rate was the same, the parking overall fee structure was like $39 or $43. So obviously, both fines were much higher than what we're charging here. And so one of our policy recommendations would be to increase the parking fine of the limited parking period specific. Again, it's also more expensive to enforce those spaces because you don't have a meter you can just visually see and say someone's out. You're talking tires. You have a system like we have in Midtown where you're going through and paying for that system to be able to enforce the parking. The second recommendation we would come to you with today is to improve compliance of parking rules by implementing the procedure to place the DMV registration hold. And we're looking at doing that on all citations that are 60 days past due. And I put in this presentation an idea of what we currently do and what the proposed changes would be. And so,
Hey, John, why haven't we done that in the past? I thought we've talked about it before, and there was some holdup on why we couldn't do it.
we've reviewed the situation, and we can do it. There's a cost to administer. There's a setup of how you do the administrative portion of it, but you can do it.
And Councilperson Dorch, if I can address it, we were ready to do that. We had worked with the attorneys and we were all ready to do it. And along with the issues that came up with CURB, we were ready to go.
I thought several years ago we looked at that.
We did before. We did probably 10 years ago, and then it stopped.
Why would we have stopped it?
I don't know why we stopped it. It was before I became in charge of parking.
Because if you look at our collections, you implement something like this, and it's substantial.
Exactly.
We should be doing this now.
So
we should have been doing it.
I think there's some direction there.
Yeah. It just seems ridiculous that we haven't been doing it.
So
and we thought we had.
So if I can go
given that
through,
direction.
as looking through this, how we would propose putting this in place. Currently, we have the notice, that's day 0. The citation's issued, it has a fine. You have 15 days to appeal. On day 8, we send out a second notice, so the 8-day letter. It goes out.
Do you want the motion?
Well, soon. The letter is a reminder sent to the registered owner that they have the citation, and that if they do not pay within that 15-day period or appeal, that there's an additional $20 penalty that's added to that fine. So on day 16, the $20 penalty to the citation is applied, and the violator loses their appeal rights. If they have not put an appeal in place beforehand, there's a form and way to do that. After 30 days, so on the 31st day, there's another $20 penalty that's assessed to that citation. And then after 45, we send the citations to collections. And then after 2 years, outstanding citations are dismissed. Changes we're looking for here, it would be the same process through the first 16 days. On day 31, we don't show an action, but on day 45, we would send a third notice. And that notice would actually be notifying the registered owner that we would be placing a DMV registration hold after 60 days, which would give them 15 days to pay that citation. Or at the end of the 60 days, we would apply the $20 penalty. That second $20 that we have on day 31 now would apply on day 61, and we would place the DMV registration hold. That letter we would send out, and the reason we think that's important is because a DMV registration hold, it isn't like you go to the DMV and you go to pay your registration and they say, oh, by the way, you have a fine from City of Reno at $60, you need to pay this fine. They'll actually say, I'm sorry, you have a DMV hold, we can't help you, you need to go see City of Reno, and you need to take care of this hold that's on your registration.
When they send out the notice to renew your registration, would there be any notice of the hold on that notice of?
I can verify that. I'm not aware that there would be.
I would think that would be a great way to.
Much more efficient way.
Right. That way they don't go to DMV. If there's a way to do it.
Yeah. My concern and what the concern of the group was that they would go to the DMV and find out then that they can't register their car after waiting in line for an hour or whatever. Right. And then, then they have to come here.
They know they have to come here first.
But we would send them the notice to let them know that in this third notice that we're going to put this hold on there, but they can avoid it by paying their their citation, and if they don't, then we're going to put this $20, the last $20 and put it on hold.
The other thing that we discussed, and Mr. Flansburgh is correct. I mean, the reason we thought that third notice was important is because the onerous part of having that DMV hold on. The other thing that we talked about is in that third notice that we would sort of describe that process to them, that if this DMV hold goes on, here's what's going to happen, just so there's.
There was a notice on registration.
Yeah.
So, John, if we have the DMV hold, let's move down to that 730 days, the 2 years, and the dismissal of any outstanding citations. That would be any outstanding citations. So even if they had one that was, would they be accumulative, or was it just the one citation? If this is somebody who has accumulated 6 or 8 parking citations, is it just each one that hits that 2-year mark? And how did they get their registration if they are, those are almost counterintuitive. If we're going to put a hold on its citation, how would we have any that we would need to dismiss, and why would we do that?
So, for instance, let's say that somebody, they had a parking citation and they moved out of state. They wouldn't actually register their vehicle in state again, and then the 2 years would run out and our statute of limitations would be there, and we would end up dismissing those citations. Okay. That's where that condition would come in.
Okay.
But as you know, we register every year annually, so all those registrations are due annually, and that's when this would come into play.
And that topic applies to another. Do we have an opportunity, if you accumulate 3 or more, it's an even greater number, or 6 or more, whatever that number is, it's an even greater fine. Do we have an opportunity to do something like that?
Whatever the number is going to just be cumulative added of all those tickets before they can register their car. So whether it's $60 or $120 or $240, I mean, they would have to clear that and take care of that obligation before they could register their car.
But again, rather than it being just that, initial $25, if you have 3 or more, it's now $45 each. If you have 5 or more, it's $50 each. And I'm making those numbers up, but is there some benefit to having a frequency?
I think that would be difficult for the parking enforcement people to, because they're marking the fine, and, it says you mark it and it tells you what you have to send in to pay. I think it'd be probably challenging for them to, I guess they'd have to run everyone's plates.
Right.
Yeah.
And
They don't
determine if they've got.
currently do anything, when they're addressing a car, they don't do any kind of background check on it?
Chief here, all I remember as I read through the regs, and of course, remember I'm reading not only ours, but several other jurisdictions, but I want to believe that there was a second notice and third notices, those fines did ratchet up, but that would not be the case with a parking violation. And again, by not paying that parking violation up front, let's say it's a metered parking, it's $20. They do not pay within the 15 days. It goes to $40. They do not pay within, now we're saying 60 days, and it goes to DMV hold, it's now $60. And so it is cumulative in that the number of citations they have would all be at that higher amount, whereas they could have taken care of it at $20 in the first 15 days. So there isn't anything there now. We could research and look at that. And one other thing about this, I guess, that I didn't mention specifically with this request is also we have several out right now that we would need to do an interim process, which is all outstanding citations at this point that are beyond the 60 days. We would want to send out a notice. And so if it was your direction that we do that we implement this program, I'm assuming we also implement something for the interim.
Right. I have a question. Okay, so let me see if I'm getting this correct. Someone doesn't pay their ticket, and it's now the gap between 60 days and 2 months and 2 years. And they have moved out of state, and they've accumulated $60 in fines and cumulative fines to this point. Do we not, through a collection agency, skip trace, whatever, attempt to recover any of that money? We do? What's our recovery rate?
Most recently that I heard for going to, Robert Chisel. Robert Chisel.
Okay.
Robert Chisel, Finance Director. Last year, fiscal year 12, we collected 55% from what we turned over to Alliance, our collection agency.
Okay.
Which actually is pretty good for a collection.
That is pretty good.
And the other thing I would add is that with any accounts receivable, I mean, the older it is, the harder it is to collect, and that percentage goes down. The other thing that I'll add to this is, and it's not on the chart, but we would continue to send these to collections, I am assuming, and I don't think that would change. I'm getting a strange look from you.
I wouldn't hire a collection agency. Maybe anything over a year, we would go to a collection, but anything under, I mean, then you're still, I mean, hopefully they'll get caught when they go to register their car. And if they're over a year, then either they're not registering that car any longer, or they're not registering it here any longer, and then you can go after them, but.
Yeah, I see that process being something we'd implement in. Also, if we had an out-of-state plate, and depending on what our ability to put a DMV hold on out-of-state, we may end up sending those directly to collection still.
Right, that would make sense.
You know, John, one thing is, you know, kind of jumping a little bit is, we're raising this up to $20, but it's $50 up around the university area. So we're going to have a two-tiered fine system, and I don't know how comfortable I am with that. Also, you know, the one time I was down at Carson City this year, someone got out of the car, I know, and said, you know, parked and walked off and said, well, it's only $15 for a ticket. You know? And what do you pay to go to the Aces? Yeah, I see in our garage here they charge for that. $20 is not that. You go to San Francisco for the day, you're paying $20. I had a friend who got popped in Oakland. It's $250. So, I don't know. I mean, $50 will be a lot of angry people at the clerk's office, but maybe going up a little bit more is a good idea, because $20 for someone, I don't know. And then another thought is, I remember when we were going through the budget cycle, one of the novel ideas of revenue was like a amnesty program, maybe. Maybe if we move to this, we could do an amnesty, pay up your tickets kind of program to get some quick infusion of and help us kind of bridge the two tiers. Your thoughts on that?
To address the two-tier system, right now, actually, we have several different fines. Handicap is one, the university parking is one, the limited term, the overtime meter. And one of the, coming up here on recommendation number 4 is actually going to be taking a more detailed look at all those fees and fines structure. But what is the same is the penalty. The penalty is the same. So if you had a $100 handicap violation for your first time, the penalty of $20 and $20 is still the same for not making those dates, paying within that certain period of time. So it's the fines that are varied, but the penalty is the same. Okay. And then our last two recommendations. One of the things that came out is, because of having so many groups that are involved in the parking, it isn't one person's job within the city. People have pieces of the job. It's not one person's job. So one recommendation would be to create a parking program coordinator. In this case, we discussed putting it in Public Works under the city traffic engineer, but it could be anywhere else as well. But that's one of the policy recommendations that we would have. Realizing we just went through budget, just like our strategic plan discussion we had, we're going to come up with action items that won't be able to be implemented just yet because of budget constraints necessarily right now, but we'll put in a longer term plan. And then the final one is just looking at our parking program SOP, standard operating procedures, and review the management software. What we found is our software, both for citing and for the management of that data, is very old, and it's not easy to pull reports out of. I asked for, particular, when I was talking about the different fees and fines, I wanted to know how many citations do people pay in the first 7 days versus first 15 days versus the 30, and just kind of get information. That information isn't easy to pull out to get that. And so those are the recommendations that we would make to you today, and take any direction you would like to give.
I have a question on 3. It says create a parking program coordinator position. Would this be a temporary position while we evaluate a parking system and program that is going to be rolled out citywide?
You know, it could be, but really I think what we're looking at is probably just creating that position that's looking at all parking within the city. And the reason we talked about putting under the city traffic engineer is because a lot of things we work with in the traffic engineer is dealing with parking. Sometimes it's residential parking, sometimes it's about red curbs in this location, it's about putting signs up in this location. So that's where the discussion came from. But we were really looking at that position that would really oversee and administer that program.
So it's not just specific to identifying a most efficient and effective parking system for our city. It's
actually the person that would come and take that on and then implement that and maintain and administer it all the way through from the beginning to the end.
Okay, so once it's implemented and up and running, what would this person be doing?
Interfacing with the public. Perhaps this position would even have the ability to go out and just see how the system's running, maybe write citations themselves. It would be overseeing any maintenance options or things that would need to occur. It could be interfacing with the maintenance staff who's maintaining those systems. If we have that in place, it's everything involved with parking.
Okay, to that point though, I understand that two questions actually. Our SAVE officers through the legislative session did not get the approval to enforce tickets. Did that restrict them from writing them, issuing them? They can't write them. What's the status of our reserve officer program? I understand we're not restricted from using those officers? And the point I'm getting at is I'm trying to find a less expensive way to facilitate our needs.
For the record, Cadence Matievich, Councilmember, I don't think that I can give you a definitive answer to your question about the status of the reserve program. Hey, there's the chief, and he can answer that. But if I may, to your question about authority to issue citations, that authority is granted to us through NRS, and there are requirements that someone be a peace officer to be able to issue citations. And so we probably need to do some analysis as to whether or not those reserve officers, if in fact within the contract could utilize them, do they have the statutory authority? That is some analysis that I don't know that we have yet completed, so we would still need to do that. And I say peace officer, there are certain, our volunteers may issue traffic citations for violation of handicap and currently, and so I think certainly the reserve officers could probably do that, but we would need to do some additional analysis to see if, in fact, we brought those back online, do they meet the statutory criteria to be able to issue citations? I don't think we'd know that today.
Okay, but the chalking of the tires is not considered issuance of a citation?
Correct. It would be the actual issuance of a citation that you need that legislative authority to.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, if we had volunteer SAVE officers who we gave the authority to chalk tires, that officer could then, if he or she saw a violation, could call a enforcement officer to issue the citation.
Steve Pitts on behalf of the Reno Police Department. Hypothetically and conceptually, yes. But when you're dealing with the geographical boundaries that 2 or 3 people are operating in response times, I don't know if we'd see the return on that investment as effectively as we initially thought.
Well, my concern is, and what I'm getting to is, my understanding is we have 3 parking enforcement officers. And my understanding is within the last few months, one of those officers has been out on leave for
off and on.
Off and on. And so on a typical day, you could potentially, if someone's out on leave, someone takes a vacation day or sick, we have 1 enforcement officer in our entire city.
There are some days, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't think that's, whatever system we roll out, that is not going to be effective. We can put in the most beautiful bells and whistles system. If we don't have the enforcement personnel available, I guess regardless of who's chalking tires or issuing citations, if there's not the people on the back end to enforce those, was the moral of the story, and the whole point of what I was heading towards was I think we're in a serious deficiency when it comes to enforcement.
I agree.
thing we need to, he's asking for a coordinator position, which sounds like program design. And program design to me sounds like management analyst sort of stuff. And you don't have a management analyst program design person on staff right now to even do this, you think? I mean, I'm thinking of the gala who's on, and I don't mean to get down to the personnel level, but that's where we are here. Gala's on a, 1 year not to exceed. Megan's not going to be doing legislative stuff. Jason Geddes does a lot of different, there's just no one at this point who can run with this program design other than, adding to your big workload. Is that what you're thinking?
Just looking again at someone that interfaces with all the different pieces that go into this and developing this system to make it as clear as possible. I do want to go back and address Councilmember Jordan on the enforcement. Per RMC, Reno Municipal Code, it is police and public works employees can issue parking citations. So I just want to make that clear. There is.
But does anybody from Public Works issue citations?
When we had parking meter technicians, they would enforce.
Okay, and that means the people that would collect the coins and maintenance and that sort of
do the maintenance of the meters. They actually also would write citations.
And how many did you have?
2.
Okay, so we went from 5 to 3, and of those 3 on any given day, let's just say we have 2.
Well, again, their primary duties were technician in the collection of coin, but they also had the ability to write citations.
I would like to actively pursue further investigation of if our SAVE officers and our reserve officers can issue citations.
Well, we'll put that on for a future agenda item.
So.
Okay, then back.
If I might, though, before we leave this topic, I just want to be clear. The reason that the recommendation for the parking program coordinator, and number one, if council approved this today, it's not like we're going to go out and hire somebody. We have to identify, the resources to do this, which we currently don't have. But the reason that this position is being recommended, or a position, is because we have a fragmented parking system right now that crosses multiple departments with nobody who's really looking at all aspects of it, other than John now is spending a lot of his time looking at it. So,
and I would think that person would try to come up with some solutions to enforcement also, as you
Correct.
Design it. You got to come up with enforcement solutions as you put the program together.
And collections.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think we need a position because it's a function, and it needs to be. I think the critical line is, how are we going to pay for this? And I think it's just, well, we get a system that works, but we need to set a goal that our parking program is cost recovery. And it may be cost recovery plus. When you get looking at what places do with their parking program, sometimes it's money to maintain your neighborhood and your streets, do what the downtown special assessment does, and having someone to come and hose off areas. So, I read this week that someone sold a parking lot in a private garage in San Francisco for $80,000. We had Bernie and Jessica come before and tell us, they've got a little private market out there. So we should expect the same, and maybe send John away with a statement that design a program that pays for this position, and that's where we're going to go.
Do we have any idea what this position might pay or cost?
No, we need to develop that and look at what the duties would be, and so we don't have that.
I would be supportive of this if it has a time frame for an evaluation and potentially a sunset if the evaluation doesn't prove that the position was fruitful. And I just don't want to add a position indefinitely or in perpetuity without seeing that it bears fruit.
Absolutely.
And I would agree. And just to add to this, what we're asking for today is a policy approval. We would still have to develop all of this and bring it back to you for approval.
Any further discussion? We do have public comment. Eddie Lorton.
City Council, I was checking that out as we were going here. And I'd like to suggest sometimes when something isn't broke, don't fix it. Before, when we had the meters, we had our public works people out there writing tickets. We could implement these new fees, put the meters back in. We used to pay all the bills for all these extra employees that the city could employ, which like 14 or something, I'm not sure the exact number. And then they put an extra $330,000 in the bank a year. So sometimes that kiosk thing ended up being a cluster. So I hope maybe we could go back to the old way where we actually made money and gave people jobs, and the unit had plenty of enforcement people out there that work for Public Works. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan.
Okay, so July 15 rolls around and we terminate our contract with CURB, but we don't yet have a system evaluated and in place and up and running. What are we doing while we vet the person, the process, the system? What are we doing in the interim?
In reference to, I assume you're talking about our notice to correct, or notice to terminate in 120 days to correct. So that ends on July 12th. And so we'll be bringing that item back to you with some recommendations on what to do in the interim timeframe.
So the direction that you're looking for today, John, is really just to accept this report. You heard some of the questions and recommendations that you would then incorporate into any future recommendations that you bring forward to us.
If you were to approve the report and approve the policy recommendations that we've made, we would still need to bring back to you, for instance, like on the change from 15 to 25,
Right.
we would need to bring that back
Right.
to you for final approval in your fee structure. We would go ahead and implement the DMV hold process and the interim process, and then we would work towards these other items and bring something back to you, yes.
Okay.
Could we talk about the $3 around the university area? I've just always felt that is way low. Is that within your scope to bring it back with a little more? And
that would be under our parking program standard operating procedures and a
That
review
you-
of all those types of things.
that you bring back? Okay, okay. I'll look for that. That's great. Thank you. I think you're doing a great job on this, John.
We have a motion to accept the report. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, John. Okay, board appointments, arts and culture.
There you go. Okay. Currently, we would like to reappoint Nancy Pearl and Megan Berner. We are also continuing to interview for a few other positions that are open, Madam Mayor.
We have a motion for 2 appointments. Is there a second? Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The Senior Citizen Advisory Committee?
Okay, we would also like to reappoint Matthew Ladich for his seat.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And also, we would like to proudly appoint Wendy Bozak, who's been sitting here all day. Thank you. We would like to appoint her to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee.
Motion and a second. Thank you, Wendy. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We appreciate your time. Hopefully, your meetings aren't as long as ours. Okay, we'll move on to the mayor and council. Future agenda items. Anyone have anything?
I would like a staff update on SB 272, a bill that contemplates the relocation of the Washoe County Story Line, and possible direction to staff, including possible expression of a City of Reno position to the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners on that bill.
Okay, we'll move on. Liaison reports. Does anyone have any? Seeing none. Reports from conferences or professional meetings? See none again. We've already handled L4. L5, the Anti-Graffiti Citizens Task Force. Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Mayor and Council. Steve Pitts on behalf of the Reno Police Department. My understanding was today is you might be able to provide me some members for the committee that we're going to develop, and then I'd like to provide some recommendations or really kind of a scope of work for them so they could get started. So with that, I'll take questions, or we can have a discussion about my recommendations.
Why don't you give us your recommendations?
And at the end of 2000, ma'am, we conducted a regional strategic analysis of the graffiti problems with the Sheriff's Department. Sparks, the City of Sparks participated, and they brought back several recommendations. I'll just briefly go over them. You've heard some of this stuff previously from me or my personnel. But really looking at, this is a City of Reno asset. We're developing a committee, obviously. Is the committee going to be more diving into operations, or are they going to be more of a think tank for the future? Because we already have a plan. The police department has a plan to deal with abatement, enforcement, and other things as we start to rebuild our graffiti enforcement effort. And the recommendation really that still should be considered is that we drive a regional view of graffiti, as I believe Mr. Odone and Ms. Bruckus have talked about briefly here in some of the conversations we've had over the last month or so. And that would be obviously including the Sheriff's Department, definitely, or the county and maybe the Sparks Police Department. Re-educating line staff across all boundaries and departments in our city, to include obviously the other agencies, Sheriff, Washoe County, and our Sparks, on the importance of this being a priority across the region, instead of just relying on, obviously law enforcement and public works, maybe in parks, to deal with these issues. Readdressing the education of the judicial branch of our government, which includes, obviously, I think with the city attorney, we're good to go, but maybe in dealing with the district attorney's office and the judges that we encounter in these cases that where we've made arrests and we want significant penalties for those cases. On abatement, we're closing the gap on our abatement efforts with the two technicians. I think we'll be pretty close to catching up by the end of June. I kind of predicted that would happen. I think they're going to be there. But continue to increase abatement efforts, not just from the perspective of those technicians, but then again across all boundaries. So if you start to train people across different boundaries, let's just say in the City of Reno and departments, they're reporting graffiti, right? Or maybe even they're in a position where they can abate or recommend to a property owner how to abate graffiti, probably a little bit more efficiently than we're doing now. Develop apps for reporting graffiti. I had mentioned previously this idea has been discussed. There are jurisdictions that use apps, but what happens is if you don't have an abatement system in place, and I'm on my phone, I'm at Mrs. Sheevy's business saying, hey, there's some tag or graffiti here, right? And I continue to report that, and you don't see it being abated because your abatement effort's not up to speed, not running effectively. What you do is you just get a lot of complaints from the community. And so as we move into how do we utilize technology more effectively, it would be obviously utilizing apps and then improving our websites for reporting graffiti. Education, really, the strategic discussion was you're obviously educating, again, reiterating, but across all boundaries in local government, utilization of social media, which I'm sure Cadence is going to talk about here a little bit later with the yellow item, and really kind of re-educating the media on how they can work with us to deal with graffiti. I believe Ms. Bruckus had mentioned before that it's not just a zero tolerance, but this certain types of graffiti that's destructive is not permissible. Okay, it's not art. And so how can we work with the media to get that message out to the community and kind of re-educate the community on really the perspectives of graffiti is definitely not art. And then working with our schools. We've got a couple programs. You heard about one today, 360 Blueprint. We have this other program that we've applied for, a grant for police officer positions that you heard about last month, I believe. But really, how are you working in the schools, in those geography, where your constituents are living, where you do have an increase of tagger graffiti or gang graffiti? How do you work in the schools to educate the school district to support the efforts that obviously we're doing as a city or from a bigger picture just in the region. So those are the recommendations really briefly from the strategic view we took at the end of 2011 into 2012. So I'll take questions, recommendations. I know there has been, at least there's been some rumors I've heard about some people that you've kind of reached out and shoulder tapped to be on this committee. I'd like to get their names and contact information so we could get this started.
So, Chief, I think we heard you say that this would be more efficient use of their time, the volunteers' time as well as yours, is to be at that bigger picture, that kind of visionary, as opposed to the mundane operations. Some recommendations will fall out of their discussion at the bigger level. Am I?
Yes, ma'am. Because what happens is if we take them to the grassroots level,
right,
and keep them there, that's where they'll stay.
Nitty-gritty, and
really,
you won't move beyond it.
Yes, Ms. Vice Mayor, I think before you said, we want something strategic. It's kind of, I can
Yep.
see your frustration with parking. Believe me, I feel your pain, ma'am. And so with this issue, if we're going to impanel a committee that's going to be talking about things at the operational level down here, they can be briefed on what we're doing as a city, and police, public works, and parks, when they meet. These are the things that we're doing. Here's where we're at with abatement. Here's where we're at with enforcement. So they can kind of have a really good idea of what's going on with current events and graffiti. But I think they need to be looking really at another horizon for practices that are more sustainable, going to last, be much more effective for us as a community. And that again is, this regional view instead of just a view from the city perspective. So.
Great.
And I would, yeah, and I would agree with that. And I think, and I don't mean to put words in Councilmember Breckus's mouth, but I think the vision of a 11-person group was in part to include people from groups that wish to help facilitate the abatement or the information distribution, and whether it be from a representative from the Regional Alliance for Downtown or the East 4th Street merchants or the West of Wells group or, a representative from the NABs. That's kind of what I was thinking, because I certainly heard a lot from those groups saying, the Regional Alliance for Downtown is doing a good neighbor. They've put a whole good neighbor program together, and part of that is relating to graffiti abatement. So I think, at least my thought was that at least a few of the people that made up this group would be the ones that would take some of the information, recommendations on how to best abate it, how to report it, whatever, and take it back to their groups who wish to volunteer to help with this effort.
You're right. I mean, the issue we have, we discuss it here all the time, and we're trying to problem solve, but you've got a lot of great people in our community that support us as local government. But quite often we end up operating in these pockets and silos. And with this issue, Mr. Arjona, exactly kind of off Mrs. Breckus's comments, or what we're saying were her comments previously is, you may have a great idea in one geographical area. It needs to be spread across the entire region. It's going to be much more effective that way, especially with a problem like this.
I was prepared today to bring forward two names who I think would bring an interesting perspective. I think the rest of us were too, possibly, so maybe we could throw those out. As point of order, I will say that I was doing some reading of our council rules, and it says when we decide to have an ad hoc committee, the clerk will notice, which I don't think she was directed to do, but we can also waive our council rules, but I just like to discuss that familiarity with our council rules so we know what we have. And so I would make a motion that we waive the council rules of noticing, because we all want to be, we're being transparent. We've heard a lot from the public on this issue, and I think we've done some reaching out to suggest some names. And when I talked to people, I said, we talked about 6 months and maybe twice a month, and, a report and, implementation steps would follow. Is that along your thinking of the time span and the frequency?
Yeah, I think that, what we need to decide is if we're going to select people, maybe each council person gets to pick two. That way you have some alternates. I mean, not everybody's going to make it to every meeting. And then, how you're going to run that meeting, I think it would probably be better with your recommendation, Council and Vice Mayor, to not say that the police department's going to drive that committee. The police department will be involved in that committee, right? And Public Works, talked to John briefly about it, Parks, will be heavily participating, but you have a chair and a vice chair that are really kind of driving this strategic view. And making recommendations to us in play, right? Things that we can make quick adjustments on in play. And then longer term, more sustainable solutions, kind of where you were going, Mr. Jardone, so.
So do
Does that
we
make
need
sense?
to, yeah, it does. Do we need to, and Mr. Manager, maybe you can help with this, do we need to designate or recommend somebody from maybe a liaison or something to help with the facilitation of this? So I guess my question is, okay, let's say we give you all these names today, and I understand that you're not going to be the facilitator of all parts of this moving thing, but who is going to facilitate pulling the meeting together and note and?
Well, I think it really is the chiefs to determine. It's not unlike many other types of committees that we've asked him to put together. I think we can rely on his expertise to put that management format
If you could,
together.
just to kind of answer your question, is, and kind of move forward, is if you could provide someone, and you could send it to me, all right, or through the manager's office, maybe to Jamie, provide these names and email contact information of the people you're recommending, okay? I'll do much like Steve Hardison and I did with the SAD committee. What we'll do is we'll start formulating meetings, we'll get, the scope of work, who the chairperson is, who the players are from the city, and we'll start working in that direction. That way, today, really the only decision is, Steve, go ahead and move forward in this direction. We'll forward those names to you. You can facilitate the first meeting and maybe get the committee established, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if I recommend organizations, but want someone to reach out to those organizations to say who within your group wants to be this person, does that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine. We can reach out to that organization and try to find out if somebody wants to be a stakeholder.
Okay, then mine is just, if we're doing the two thing, is someone from Regional Alliance for Downtown and one from the East 4th Street Merchants.
Madam Vice Mayor, as a procedural motion, we do have a motion on the floor to waive the council rules, and before we actually start referencing the names, we should probably have that waiver completed first.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so we have waived the council rules. Now we can proceed. Mr. Dorch.
Yeah, and I've actually got 3 names for you, but 2 of them are the mayors. So, I've got Brian Egan, General Bath, and Greg Peak.
Greg Peak?
Yeah.
So do you have contact information for them?
I'm positive we can get it. I mean, I've got some. I don't know. I can get it.
Okay.
Easy to get.
My recommendations would be Mike Kazmierski or his appointment from EDON.
Okay.
And Trey Abney.
Trey,
or another appointment from the chamber.
All right.
And Chief, I'm waiting to hear back from a few people. Could I just get that email out to you?
Shoot an email to me, I'll make sure that we get a hold of them.
Thanks.
Jamie Crane, and I can get you her information.
Okay. That's 10 right there, so yes, ma'am.
And I had Angie Watson,
Angie Watson?
and she's a Midtown business owner. I can get you her name, and Jeff Mitchell.
Jeff Mitchell, okay.
And Tamara Swans? Yeah.
Tamara
Swans, yeah.
Did you were going to recommend Tamara Scrons, who
Uh-huh.
sits on the Arts and Culture Board?
Yeah, she'd be very, very good. And you have her contact info, don't you? Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect.
I think you have a full slate
Yeah,
there.
if you had about 12, and what I'll do with your permission is I will send out an email confirming this group, and then if you have some follow-up information you can get to me for contacts, I'd appreciate it.
May I add one thing is, as I go around town, and it is an urban phenomenon, I see so much graffiti on Nevada Energy installations in our right-of-way, and I've had contact with them, and I see a lot on waste management too, and I'm wondering if we could reach out to them to ask them to send someone affiliated with them to just come to our meetings and be a participant.
Sure.
And we haven't, going around the road. I would like to attend these meetings. I don't know if I need formal standing as a liaison or what.
I think that as long as we don't have a quorum, certainly any of us are welcome to attend. So we just, as a courtesy, we should let the chief's staff or whomever you assign to this know that we're intending to attend a specific meeting, so that if he sees there's a quorum issue, he can either let last man on, on the ship know so that they can bail themselves, or have to post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I've got Trey Abney, a rep from Edon, Brian Egan, former General Ron Bath, Greg Peak, regionalized group for downtown, 4th Street corridor, Jamie Crane, Angie Watson, Jeff Mitchell, reps from Nevada Energy and Waste Management. Who? Tamara? And the last name, ma'am? I'll definitely mess that up, so you're going to have to spell it for me.
Contact information is in our packet for the Arts and Culture Commission member, so I'll just.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Do we need that as a formal motion, Tracy? Or are those just?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. To actually have them formally appointed, it would be good to have a motion. You have a very good point.
So I'll make the motion that I guess, but some of those are going to be alternates because it's a maximum of 11 members, correct, Chief?
I think the recommendation, sir, was 11, but I think you probably do need some alternates.
Okay. So that the chief take the names that have been presented today forward, and if after contacting the different organizations, you end up with more than 11, establish the others as alternates.
Okay.
Is that?
And I think this thing's going to mature. I think it's a great idea, so we'll move forward with it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L6.
Resolution number 7882, resolution donating council donation funds to the American Planning Association, Nevada chapter for the 2013 conference to highlight the role of planners in our community in the amount of $350.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L7.
Resolution number 7883, resolution donating council donation funds to the Washoe County Food Policy Council for their continued efforts to promote access to healthy foods in our community in the amount of $500.
Motion.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L9. This is something that I brought up at our last meeting, and I've provided to the City Attorney's Office some case law and NRS action, and Tracy has already done some preliminary action on it and identified yet another piece in NRS that suggests there is strong ground for us to stand on, that we do not have to allow, that it is actually illegal for prostitution advertising in the locales where it is not a legal action. So with your permission, we'll just allow her to continue. And again, it is not just taxi cabs, it is advertising in its entirety for prostitution, advertising for that activity in our county, in our city. So she can continue to identify and bring back to us action that we can take and restrictions that we can enforce. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Tracy, for already following up on that.
Thank you. And Madam Vice Mayor, just because it is a First Amendment issue, I would appreciate your consideration so I could bring it after the break at least.
Sure.
Thank
Absolutely.
you very much.
There are, I know I probably referred her to at least 4 different, and she had found yet another one, so it's going to be a bit involved. Thank you so much. L10, we have public comment. Eddie Lorton.
Hi. Eddie Lorton for the record, City Council. Well, I ended up, of course, before, just to fill in some of the new people on this council, I was on the 4th Street Corridor Commission. A long time ago, we came together, got on this commission and committee, and then the city said that along the 4th Street corridor was going to be an improvement district. So, you know the model. You buy in the improvement district, city puts money in, they did put the lights in, but they promised two things with that. They said it was an improvement district and there would be no more strip clubs and no homeless shelter. So I believed them, bought a few big buildings down there, and they lied. So then they put the homeless shelter right in the middle where it was supposed to be down a ways, and in that district, I ended up buying my buildings where they promised, and some of the old council members were on the committee then and now just to update the new people. So then the city lied to us, so then I thought, well, I'm not gonna waste one more moment of time on this committee because they don't listen to you. So then, now the business owners have been mad for a long time, okay? So I have big buildings down there, then we had to address this issue of the homeless shelter, and the lady earlier had mentioned only 10% are laying out in the street, but that's a 10% that ruins our businesses and doesn't look good on our city and things like that. So from the panhandling, it's terrible. I hope we can really be advocates now. I'd rather have the thing moved. I never give up. So if that's never going to happen, we need to put something in place to where the city stuffed it right in the middle of the town, bad on the city, bad on the businesses. It's not good for the community, not good for casinos, especially buildings. I mean, it's just awful. So now at this point in time, I hope we can really get something together and start listening to the citizens and business owners and building owners that trusted the city and bought there. So now, if you guys can come up with some kind of committee again, I won't be on it, but hopefully these new people can make improvements and you can listen to them and hopefully see what we deal with. Like last time I asked you guys if you could drive by there, take a look at what was happening. And so I hope you did take the time to do that and you can see where I'm coming from. So I would hope the fact that we can clean up the area, the panhandling's awful, and the city keep its word on what they said. And, you know, if we could do things like, you know, like I mentioned, maybe put the families there and the drunks and things like that and move them elsewhere. Before I was going to donate a van to be shuffling them back and forth. But if they're not going to do that, just come up with a secondary place for the hardcore homeless to go to. And for them there, it's supposed to be a place to get help, not to live. So I hope you can help us on this issue. It's bad for the town, and if you don't believe me, drive by there again tonight. 8 and 9 o'clock is when they're out. So thank you. Thanks for bringing it to everybody's attention. And that's what occurred to us property owners and business owners. So I thought you should be enlightened. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan.
L10 is just to give staff direction to utilize 2 or more hours of time. I would make some modifications to this agenda item wording that says address panhandling on East 4th Street to say homeless and panhandling, because they're not always mutually exclusive, but and expand it to not just on East 4th Street, but to East 4th Street and the downtown area. And this might be one of those that maybe we start with this being one of our first hot topic meetings, second, excuse me. Yeah, you know the first one. To bring into the room some minds that have concern with this, as well as maybe potential resolutions. Again, while I'm not a fan of the location of it, I don't think we're fiscally in a position to move it right now, so we have to deal with the symptoms, which is an ever-growing homeless overflow situation. So that's my recommendation, is that we have a hot topic meeting and have staff dedicate the time to pull that together.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That will be very well attended, I'm sure.
Sure it will.
And
Probably have to notice for us to be there too.
yeah. At our last Hot Topics, fortunately, just 2 of us were there, but easily those topics could attract a quorum of us. L11, Ms. Jordan again.
What is this one? Oh. You know what, this kind of just ties into part of our strategic goals and objectives. And I was just curious what, well, we're going to utilize 2 hours of staff to evaluate the police and fire external communications with regards to social media, which I think ties directly into the chief came forward and talked today about some of the graffiti issues, as well as there was 1 or 2 others that would be great just public service announcement issues that aren't just coming from the city of Reno's website, Facebook page, et cetera, but from, specifically from the police department, stuff relative to the 360 program and how they're getting into the schools and that sort of thing. So I would just like to have staff dedicate the time to expand our social media presence from the police and fire, and maybe not just them, maybe there's other service entities that can jump on board with this as well.
Okay, is that a motion?
A very long one.
And a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. 12, excuse me.
Stay on a roll here. This ties into a previous agenda item that we were discussing, which was the pedicabs, and out of this came the discussion of permitting and licensing of the pedicabs as independent contractors and proof of insurance, et cetera, which led into a discussion about taxi cab drivers and what their requirements are. So my question was, has there been an evaluation of like the Nevada Taxi Cab Authority and kind of what their guidelines are on taxi cab drivers and their permitting requirements, and should we be looking at those?
Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Council, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager. We haven't done a lot of analysis. We did provide a memo to Council just summarizing what the Nevada Transportation Authority does regulate. And there are two sections in NRS. One section is about 52 pages long that regulate taxi cabs. The other section, I think, is probably 3 times that amount. So staff felt that the taxi cab operation of the cab companies are regulated. We could, if you want, have the NTA representative come and do a presentation on what those are. I don't know if there's any specific area that you want to have us get into.
I think it was more from like the permitting side of it. Like the Nevada Taxi Cab Authority has a certain permitting process and fee that goes along with their licensing.
Correct, not only for the taxi cab company, but also for the drivers. So the drivers have to go through certain regulations and meet those regulations and requirements to drive. And part of that's addressed in the memo. But some of the highlights of that, the other thing, NRS does not allow us to put regulations on the taxi cab industry. So we couldn't restrict the hours. The only thing we are allowed by NRS to do is charge a licensing fee. The drivers are separate because they are independent, so we would treat those folks just like an independent contractor for any type of business.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Councilmember Jordan, may I comment on this as well? I read the memo. It's good information. There's been some work done. I guess I have 2 questions. The first one is, Clark County has their own carve-out, how they have a little more local control on this. And I'd like the history of that, when that went into place, how big their population was, because I'm wondering if we're there. Okay? And secondly, I understand from these memos that Washoe County does have authority to go down a Clark County model. And I'd like to know if that's true or not.
Okay.
And take it from there. I think it would be kind of short notice, but then if we see maybe there would be some value, then maybe we go down that way. And maybe what we could get would be a table along the lines of what Mr. Flansburger showed up, which was, how the system works now and how it could work. So how it works on different things, insurance, backgrounds, number of licenses, number of companies, how it works under the Clark County model and how it works under the NTA model. And maybe then that would give us the basis to have a continued discussion here, if that would work for you, and maybe we could do that after the break.
Yeah, and my only suggestion would be to add a 3rd column is the proposed guidelines for the pedicabs and how those align or don't with
Correct,
that.
right.
That's where I was heading with all of this was what are the restrictions or licensing or permitting that we have on taxi cabs or can have on them versus what we're looking at for the pedicabs and to keeping those in step.
Okay.
Do we need a motion on that? Yeah, I think we do for the time. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L13 was continued. L14.
Okay. A little research I did about appointments to the Planning Commission, and I'll ask, NRS says that, and this came up because we just had an appointment to the Planning Commission, as you recall. NRS says, and you know we have to act in accordance with NRS, that the members of the Planning Commission are appointed by the Chief Executive Officer of the city. Okay, so who is the Chief Executive Officer of our city? Our charter says that that's the city manager. Okay, so the city manager has the statutory authority to appoint members to the Planning Commission, which is probably a little unusual, but it just is what the state law is. And I'm talking, you know, as kind of, you know, in different states and cities. It's just how we have it. But our RMC has a little bit of a conflict. Our RMC is out of bounds with NRS because it says it shall be appointed by the mayor subject to confirmation by the city council. So we need to act with NRS. And what I'm thinking to make things move very smoothly is let's have the chief executive appoint the planning commission members, but let's have him do it, let's tell him how to do it. by all of us. And what I'm thinking would be a very good approach would be there's 7 planning commissioners, there's 7 city council members. Every city council member or every planning commissioner slot is designated as the representative of one of the 7 up here. And we'd have to go into the current roster and, you know, identify who those are. And it would be something along the lines of those who represent wards appoint individuals in their wards, or recommend to the city manager to appoint persons in their wards. The at-large and the mayor can appoint someone, you know, citywide. We tie each of those to current people sitting, so we know when our turn for appointment comes up. And we pass that maybe by resolution or some method. And then that's how the chief executive would make the appointment. When someone comes due, he just goes to whoever's, you know, slot that is on the planning commission roster and says, it's your turn, and then the appointment's made by him. I think it's equitable. And at some point in the future, that 1806-102, that second sentence I would suggest that it gets rewritten that the commissioner shall be appointed by the city manager pursuant to the direction provided to him by the city council, or something along those lines to make us consistent with NRS. So I think this is a way to bring us into compliance, and one that is you know, consistent and fair. And I don't think it would take more than 2 hours of staff time to return this to us. I would hope not.
Madam Vice Chair, Reno City Attorney's Office. I think it will take 2 hours because we would have to research authority issues, and this research is very good, thank you. There is also a reference in 268 to appointment of a planning commission. It may not apply, but I do need a little time to make sure it does not apply. So I do need to do a little legal research on this. So if you approve it, we'll be happy to complete that and bring it back to you.
I guess the question is, does this concept sound like a good policy to the council if this is the way that it plays out?
I guess my question is just from one of the senior members of the council, how it has operated in the past and any deficiencies or pros or cons you've had with it.
I mean, it's not much different than what you're proposing. I mean, as the liaison to the planning commission, if an opening came up, I would go, like if Sharon's ward didn't have a representative, I'd go to Sharon and say, do you have someone from your ward you'd like to recommend? Mm-hmm. And then I'd take that to the mayor, and the mayor would make the recommendation, and that's how we appoint it. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's been drastically different than what's being proposed. We just always did it through the mayor because our understanding was always that it was the mayor's appointments, that the planning commissioners were the mayor's appointments. Prior to us coming on the council, it was a much different process. They would actually take all the applicants, they'd come in, they'd interview them all at a city council meeting, and then they would vote on who they wanted as a recommendation. But in that old process, I think there were times when I was on the planning commission where we had 4 or 5 members from Ward 1 and really no other representation, substantial representation from around the city. And that's when we came on. We thought it was more appropriate to have it represented by each of the wards. so that all the neighborhoods felt that they had some representation on the planning commission. So I mean, it's been done a couple different ways. I like the way that we've been doing it, which isn't substantially different than what she's proposing. It's just more formalizing it in that sense. Like I said, I mean, the reason we always did it that way is because it always had to be we always thought it had to be the mayor's appointment. So, I mean, he allowed us to make those recommendations to him, and then he would make the appointment, then we'd have to vote on it.
I think it would be a lot easier, though, however, if each one of us decided on that slot, because then everyone sort of has a stake in
And that's really how it happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. This would probably absolutely guarantee that we had
Yes.
someone from
Mhm.
each ward,
Yeah.
where we've had some overlap before. But that was trying to correct because of the way that the terms are staggered and the length of the terms, that we've had that overlap from some of the wards.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern I would have is in the event you don't get a qualified applicant from a ward, and I'm not saying it's happened, but it could happen. You know, if you don't get a qualified applicant from one of the wards, let's say a ward opening opens up and you don't have a qualified applicant.
Well, it's
from that-
really up to the council member to do some due diligence and
try to find
someone out
someone.
there. Yeah.
And I think, like I said, I don't think that's ever come up
Right.
in the past. I mean, I think there's been times where we've had to go out and try and drum up, some applicants, but I don't think we've ever not had a qualified applicant come out of the ward. But I think you're right. I think it's been the council member in that ward going out and finding someone,
Yeah. So I'm motion to approve.
We'll wait to get that back from, when I looked at the roster, no one expires till 2015. But you might have a resignation, so we'll see with that reading on 268, see if that's applicable. If it is the chief executive, then we'll follow down
Yeah,
this.
I'd like to do that, thank you very much, because that's where I think the mayor reference came from, was the NRS 268 chapter, because it does mention the mayor. My first reading, but I want to confirm it, is this is the applicable statute, though, that's referenced.
Okay, so we have a motion to give staff the authority to spend more than 2 hours to research and bring back findings. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we do have a 6 o'clock public hearing, so we are in recess until 6 o'clock. The hearing is on the Boomtown variance appeal.
I need an iPhone charger. I know, there's not enough time. Trust me. I was thinking the same thing. The Sienna is too far.
Are at a public hearing this evening. Madam Secretary?
For the record, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Thank you. We have 3 different appellants, is that so?
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager, sorry about that. There's 2 cases before you tonight, M1 and M2. I believe the appellant on M1 wishes to make a statement on that one, and the appellant on that is the applicant's representative. The appellant on M2, there are 2 appellants for M2, who are the neighboring property owners.
All right. So let's begin with the representative. Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Good evening. For the record, Garrett Gordon with Lewis and Roca, tonight on behalf of the applicant. So we would like to withdraw our appeal for M1. We believe that the Planning Commission, when it approved the 3 use permits and the variance, did a satisfactory job of meeting all findings, not only for the use permit, but for the variance. And so we're comfortable moving forward with only only M2 with Planning Commission recommendation for approval for all 4 items. So we would withdraw M1 at this time.
Okay. Staff, Claudia, thank you. Mr. Gordon?
Staff is fine with that.
Okay. Public comment. Now, if you didn't indicate, one versus the other in proper, just tell me so. But I see, is it Dan or Don? Archibald, would you like to speak on M1? Okay. Lori, Archibald, Again, no, you don't wish to speak? Okay. You do wish to? Okay. Morgan? Archibald? No, thank you. And Rodney Burke? No, also. Okay. And Lynn Burke? All right. Do we need a motion to accept the, okay?
I would think that if they withdrew their appeal, the matter goes away, correct? Okay, I'll move to accept the withdrawal of the appeal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, M2. Claudia, do you want to begin?
For the record, let me just say that item M2, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. However, it was appealed by Lynn Burke and Lori Archibald.
Okay, once again, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager, and I'll just give a really quick overview because you're going to hear quite a bit on this from the applicant and the appellants. I'm down the wrong exhibit. Can I get the overhead? A little more, please. Thank you. Okay, tonight before you is a special use permit request to reestablish and enlarge a previously existing non-conforming truck stop in the HC zone, to reestablish a previously existing non-conforming non-restricted gaming operation without hotel rooms in the HC zone, to allow a non-residential development adjacent to residentially zoned property, to allow the uses to operate between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m., and a variance to reduce the required setback. This project was approved by the Planning Commission on May 1st, and it was appealed by the neighboring property owners, who, this is the hatched area, is the perimeter of the proposed site. The neighboring property owners, this is just the south end of their property up there. This expansion, reestablishment and expansion was previously approved in 2007. However, that approval expired. Since then, the code has changed on the truck stop standards. As a number of you know, when Flying J came in and proposed a truck stop location at Robb Drive, we brought forward an ordinance to establish truck stop standards, which we did not have previous to that. The reestablishment of a nonconforming use may only be resumed by special use permit reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved by City Council, which is why this would have been before you, whether it was appealed or not. And Planning Commission was able to make all the findings. A majority of the Planning Commission was able to make all the findings. So to give a quick overview, the kind of pink hatched area here is the original truck stop boundary. They are proposing to come in and reestablish it, or I'm sorry, to reestablish it right here. It's the only place that's being reestablished because it's the only part that overlaps from the original location. And then another special use permit to expand it out to this area. Both of those, both the reestablishment and the expansion require a special use permit per Title 18. And then this expansion meets all the truck stops criteria, development criteria, other than the spacing criteria of 1320, 1,320 feet, which is a quarter mile. Typically the average distance somebody will walk to services or to any facility, which is where the 1320 came from. So with that, this is quite a bit closer than the 1320. It's about 400 feet. The original location was also within 1320, but this is coming quite a bit closer. So you've got before you 4 special use permits and a variance to reestablish and expand this truck stop and gaming facility. So that's the project in a nutshell, and I'll cut it off there. I'm available for questions, and I'll turn it over to the others.
Who would like to speak first, either Burke or Archibald? Do you have a preference? And please identify yourself for the record.
For the record, my name is Lynn Burke. I live at 1760 South Verdi Road, and I am going to allow my husband Rodney to speak on my behalf.
Okay.
That's okay?
Mm-hmm. Step right up. Your time is running.
I'm Lori Archibald, and I'm also passing my time over to Rodney Burke to speak.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Rodney Burke, and I'll be speaking on behalf of my wife Lynn and myself, as well as my brother and sister-in-law Donald and Lori Archibald, who are in attendance here this evening. I'm going to start out with a little brief history about the ranch. In 1903, Paul Garson purchased 168 acres, which later became the Garson Home Ranch. Paul had 3 sons, Chris, Andrew, and George. With the hard work by his son, Paul was able to enlarge his 160 acres to approximately 400 acres. This photo is actually a picture of where the truck stop is proposed to be built. After the death of their father, the 3 sons purchased an additional 560 acres. The Garson brothers became substantial cattle, sheep, and hay operators, and in the late 1960s, early 70s, Interstate 80 divided the ranch. Each brother then took a job outside of the ranching business to make a living. Chris and George went on to work for Harker & Harker, and Andrew went on to work for Albert's Feeds, all the time while they were continuing to grow hay and doing the cutting and baling in the evenings. In 1976, the 3 brothers sold approximately 720 acres to then Boomtown owner Bob Cashel, and that's where I'll stop with the history of the ranch. I have a statement to read by the family. Although we are not opposed to a truck stop travel plaza in the Verdi area, we are opposed to the proposed location due to the close proximity to our properties. Being 445 feet from our property and 815 feet from the Archibald property, this will create serious safety concerns along with diminishing our quality of life. These issues include trash, drugs, prostitution, and I have gone on the internet and I have printed out numerous articles about this, and I'm not going to bore you by reading each one. This one happens to be regarding the Flying J, basically starting a human trafficking what do you call it? Basically admitting that there's a problem with human trafficking in their truck stops. Also, rape is an issue with truck stops, and I'm sure you guys are all familiar with this one. In 2009, a 13-year-old girl was raped at the Sierra Sid's truck stop. This person has just been sentenced to life in prison. The FBI has also created a highway serial killer initiative in 2009, where most of the suspects are truck drivers. 500 unsolved homicides that stretch coast to coast, many go unsolved due to the transient nature of the trucking industry. This is from the FBI website, Highway Serial Killer Initiative. And I will just put these up quickly. That's a nice picture. We are also concerned with light pollution, air pollution. In the City Planning Commission, their own representative from the Flying J stated he can put in the idle air technology, but he can't make anybody hook up to it or use it. Being in this industry for 24 years myself, I can assure you nobody will use it. That brings me to my next topic of noise. Due to the fact that nobody will use the idle air technology, these trucks will idle nonstop. The climate in our region and the nature of the temperature-sensitive cargo will make it a necessity to idle to maintain heat and cold in the cabs of the trucks. Within 4 years from the extension of Boomtown Garson Road, which happens to be the main road that runs by Cabela's to this truck stop and to my front door, our home was forcibly broken into and robbed. There's a profound lack of police presence in the Verdi area. So what are we to expect, using their numbers, when 1,314,000 vehicle trips per year are delivered to our front doors? Both families feel the City of Reno Planning Commission was given the wrong impression when they approved the variance in which the applicant has applied for, which was seeking a special use permit along with the variance to allow them to build this non-conforming truck stop travel plaza within 1,320 feet of a residential property. We would ask the City Council to deny the special use permit regarding the expansion of the truck stop for several reasons. First of all, truck stops are not allowed in the HC zoning and are only to be built in industrial and industrial commercial zones. Second, a non-conforming use cannot expand until it has been first legally established, and that's from your Reno Municipal Code 18.08.502, Section D. The last time we looked, there was no building on this site, unless they built one since we've been sitting here due to the fact there's a construction trailer already parked on the lot. This is out of their own packet that they supplied to us. We are concerned that the current proposal has only a third of the parking that the former Boomtown truck stop had, with 113 parking spots compared to 325. If this project gets passed, our question is how long will it be before they come back looking for another special use permit to increase the size of their parking lot? If that were to occur, they would already have the variance allowing them to build within 250 feet of our property. This is a picture of the truck stop that was approved earlier and never built. This encompasses the entire lot that their current project is being proposed on. Back in 2007, in conjunction with the Flying J, this governing body approved a city ordinance defining what a truck stop travel plaza is, and conditions dictating where they can be built. It is not the fault of our families that this was not built when originally planned. Our families had nothing to do with the creation of this ordinance. Tonight, we ask that you follow your own ordinance, that this may be two old farmhouses, but these two old farmhouses are homes we deeply care about. Our 5 acres are the only remaining property of the Garson Ranch, property which has been in the hands of the Garson brothers and their descendants for over 100 years. We have raised 5 generations of families in these houses. Property that not only has an emotional attachment, but a significant financial attachment for both families. In my first meeting with the owner of M1 Gaming, I asked him how he would feel if this was being built 445 feet from his home. You can imagine his response. I'm now asking each of you the same question. How would you feel if someone wanted to build a truck stop 445 feet from your property with the potential of it being expanded to come within 250 feet? I ask you to take a moment and think about the impact it would have on your family's safety and living conditions. Thank you for your time. Oh, I have one last thing to say. I'm assuming you've all received this packet from the applicant. On the 4th page, there's a mistake. As you can see, the property directly across the street from Cabela's is listed as multifamily in this picture, or single family. The correct zoning is industrial commercial. That's all I have.
Madam
Thank
Mayor?
you, Mr. Burke. You expressed that you were actually speaking for
Both
both of them. So we will reserve, you have 4 minutes of the first 15 minutes time. If you would like to speak again, you're certainly welcome to.
Okay.
And you would even have the 15 for the second applicant. But I understand you that your presentation is complete at this time.
It is.
Okay?
And I'm not very
we'll hold that in
comfortable public
reserve.
speaking.
I
So.
can understand.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you
before
for-
he sits down, can I ask a question? May I ask a question? Is it that time to?
Well, we usually hear from the.
It's specific.
Go ahead. Sure, absolutely.
When you talked about the safety concerns, and you talked about your home being broken into,
Yes.
was that while the prior truck stop was in existence?
No, the prior truck stop had already been torn down. The road was improved to my front door.
Okay, so the truck stop did not exist when your home was broken into?
No, but that was just traffic from Cabela's.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Burke. Who's
Madam
speaking
Mayor?
for?
Madam Mayor? Sorry, for the record, John Shipman. Through you to the appellant, would he like to include those articles in the record? I just, if you'd like to.
Yes. Mr. Burke, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's going to hook me up technologically.
Okay. Go ahead and identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, it'd be pretty boring, just that. For the record, Cynthia Albright, Stantec Consulting, representing the applicant. Also with me here tonight is Trey St. John of M1 Gaming and Bill Mulligan of Pilot Flying J. I guess the arrow over. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Can I just push the... Well, I won't go through the list of discretionary permits that I've asked for, simply because Claudia has already done that particular job. But again, it's 3 special use permits and a variance application. Going through the project history, just for the benefit of the new council members, you know, as been discussed earlier, this project has been long in coming. Back in 2001, the original truck stop was actually annexed into the city. And then subsequent to that, we had some Mortensen design standards developed that included all of the zoning that went into this particular area. In 2005, the first application for the special use permit was actually approved, and then subsequent to that in 2007, another special use permit was approved to actually expand and move the truck stop location further to the west. So I think the important point here under the 2007 approval was that just as Mr. Burke had shown you, the original approval included the entire 20-acre parcel. This particular request before you tonight is to actually include only a portion of that parcel, and of the parcel, portion of it is further to the east, so it does not include the entire parcel, and it's a much smaller project than was originally approved back in 2007. Then again, in 2008, a zoning map amendment was in fact followed by the approval to modify some of the zoning characteristics out there, which resulted in more arterial commercial and slightly less hotel casino. This map shows you that the original truck stop occupied two parcels for a total of 40 acres and has been operated out there since 1964. Until the operation ceased with the construction of Cabela's. This red line on this map shows you that the two parcels that were the subject of the ownership and the development of the truck stop. The first line shows you that the actual truck stop itself, the parcel of the truck stop was only 719 feet from the adjacent property owners originally when it was built back in 1964. The extent of the actual development on that parcel was smaller, so therefore the distance was greater, and it was 1,244 feet. The importance being that at no time in history did this project ever coincide with being closer or further away than 1,320 feet. It has always been within that standard. Again, Claudia showed you a map similar to this. What I've added to it is sort of the aerial perspective back in 2006 before Cabela's was built. The orange and yellow line you can see was the extent of the actual development of the truck stop itself. The black line represents the 14 acres that would be the subject of this particular request. Again, not consuming the entire 20-acre parcel. And the overlay of the historic gaming boundary that was recorded when the Cabela's parcel mapping took place and Cabela's was constructed. I think it's important to note that this project area shifted from where it was to accommodate for the construction of the Boomtown Garson Road and of course the zoning that was put into place with the adoption of the Mortensen Garson Design Handbook. This shows you how our footprint of this proposed project is much smaller than the actual parcel with which it sits on. If this project is approved, one of the conditions of approval is that we file an application for a parcel map to divide this parcel from the larger parcel to guarantee both to the city and to the adjacent property owners that this project would never get any bigger. The only reason why we're able to ask for this particular entitlement is because we've shown you that the actual portion of the project is in fact overlaid on top of the original historic site. Once this project, if it were approved and constructed and the parcel map were recorded, we would not be able to have that same condition exist, so we would not be allowed to come back in and ask for an expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use. That would not be possible. So what I've shown you is that while the parcel line to parcel line requirement is currently specified in Reno's code is in fact 250 feet, which is why we're asking for the variance, it's 475 feet parcel line to parcel line and 675 feet from driveway to driveway. So you can see that while we are certainly within the 1,320 feet, when you really start looking at this project and the relationship of that property, we're not as close as it's certainly been led to believe. This is the site plan for the project. Generally, we have a very small building, 23,000 square feet. It's only about 25% of the size of Cabela's. We've got the auto fuel area here, the building here, which is a combination of the 8,000 square foot of gaming, a drive-through restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, and then facilities to support the individual truck stop uses. We have RV parking in the back. We've included a dog picnic recreation area to comply with code that requires that 5% of our site be dedicated for some type of outdoor use consistent with the hotel casino zoning. So we put in a dog recreation area thinking that would be a nice amenity for folks who are on long drives or truck drivers who bring pets with them. We have a clean energy fuel station. Trucks will come down Boomtown Garson Road, come in this way, get fuel, and head out in this direction to the east, and then back onto the freeway, whether they go east or west. We've also included, in accordance with the requirements of the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, we've added a pedestrian path along the west side of the property and from the dog picnic area to this point, which is an undercrossing under I-80. That undercrossing would allow folks who want to take a much longer walk to go to the property on the south side of Interstate 80, where we have all that topography and those mountains back there. That is a requirement per the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District that we add that amenity, and we have done so. The architectural elevations show that we're consistent with the general nature of the area, a use of earth tone, sandstone, decorative block, and ledgestone. Our building proposed is somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 feet, which is about 16 feet lower than the elevation of Cabela's. So relationship-wise, we're only about 25% of the overall size, and we're significantly lower in over building height compared to the Cabela's building. This demonstrates our community outreach efforts. We had 3 meetings. The polygons in yellow show the individual parcels that were mailed invitations to one of our 3 meetings. The first one, 240 invitations were mailed. About 23 guests were in attendance, including the adjacent residents. At that meeting, Barb DeCiano was there, and on behalf of Councilwoman Jardin, since it was Easter break, and there was no comments, no concerns, general questions about the operation of the facility and access and lighting and noise. From a noise perspective, we had a noise study that was required per code, and it demonstrated that the existing noise on Interstate 80 is higher than the general noise that would be created from this particular project. So because this surrounding noise is already higher, we're not negatively impacting the noise in the existing area. We had 6 receptors in the area and did a lot of modeling and submitted that report to the satisfaction of staff. We had representatives from all of these different communities, being the Blue Heron subdivision here, a Washoe County community here, and then the subdivision that's on the north side of the river. We had representatives, visitors from all of these neighborhoods. They all asked a lot of questions, and there was never any negative comment about this project. In fact, there was quite a lot of support for the project. And we had several residents come to the Planning Commission and either give testimony, fill out cards, or write letters in support of it. This is a view. I've met several times with the adjacent property owners in an attempt to try to identify what their concerns are, what mitigations we could possibly put forth in order to mitigate those concerns. And I took this photograph from the side of their property in the area adjacent to their backyard. This shows, obviously this is Cabela's, and this is the project site right in this vicinity. So this is what they will see from their residential home on the side of their yard. In conjunction with their request, we developed a program, if you will, to line the adjacent property with a double row of trees, one being evergreen, one being deciduous. This represents just the maturity level at 5 years, not at build out. The idea being if we put trees one every 30 feet and we offset them, we'll create both a screen of evergreens adjacent to the property line, and then we'll backfill that with shrubs such as forsythia and purple sage that actually get some height and some massing underneath the deciduous trees in order to create a visual screen so that we create a situation where we've mitigated to the greatest extent possible the visual aspects of this project from their backyard. In going back and forth with the adjacent property owners, there were several other items that they had asked that our project provide as mitigation. One of those would be a security gate placed at their property line. They'd like a 3-rail, split-rail fence placed on their property line. The existing wire fence will remain, so we'll have 2 rows of fencing, if you will, there. Keep the barbed wire fencing. Because the access issues, because people do drive down apparently on Boomtown Garson Road to the end of the road and seem to not be able to find their way or not be able to turn around safely. They end up driving up their driveway, and that creates a situation where unwanted people come onto their property, or they turn around without a proper place to turn around because the road was constructed and literally just stops. So we have agreed to install a turnaround at the end of Boomtown Garson Road on our property. A 50-foot radius is what typically is required for a fire truck. We're going to do a 100-foot radius. We'll put down asphalt grindings in order to make it a compacted base. It's not going to have curb, gutter, and sidewalk or anything, but it will be a safe, functional turnaround for trucks. If they do, in fact, get to the end of that road, we'll have a place for them to turn around. Again, we have a landscape buffer. We've included a 40-foot landscape berm on the west end of this travel center in order to provide additional mitigation and plant the trees on our project site in order to further screen the project. And then we're going to put some additional signage at the end of Boomtown Garson Road to notify drivers that this is a dead-end street and that there is no trespassing on their property on the street. The other item, as we talked about last time, I spoke to and got in touch with the Washoe County School District relative to the bus stop that the children currently who live in these residences take the bus. Right now it picks them up in front of Cabela's. The idea being that we would like to move that bus stop further to the end of the road to the front of their property, and the bus, Margot Madera says absolutely, positively, that's not a problem. They've talked to the property owners, and they're in agreement that that's something that the school district can do. This is just a visual, gives you a visual representation of what we've planned to do. Again, the intent is to improve security with an electric gate, improve the visual aspect with a buffer, and reduce some of the conflicts with circulation by putting the turnaround at the end of the road. And now I'll turn it over to Garrett.
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So throughout this process, I've focused on the legal findings for both the use permit and the variance. Before you on the screen is how we got here today and how we were allowed to be here today, is that given this application includes 2 non-conforming uses, 1, doing non-restricted gaming without the 200 hotel rooms, and 2, doing a truck stop in a zone that prohibits truck stops, through the use of this, this non-conforming use code section, we can resume these 2 uses with a special use permit. The Planning Commission found that all the findings for the use permit could be made, and they also found that the findings for the variance could be made. I would focus on a couple of them to make sure the record is complete. 2 of the findings specifically refer to exceptional or extraordinary conditions regarding the property, and 2, an undue hardship. The Planning Commission focused on these 2 and said, given the history of this parcel, that it's always been contemplated that a truck stop would be resumed. If you look at, since 2007, not only staff reports from when Cabela's was torn down, not only the fact that every 18 months the property owner goes out there with a trailer and reestablishes 16 slot machines. So the gaming use that's tied to this truck stop has been grandfathered consistently throughout through 2007. And finally, the use permit that was approved. That use permit was approved. It is actually a larger project than the one that's before you. So given those circumstances, we certainly believe findings A and B can be met. Regarding findings C and D, again, the Planning Commission certainly focused on condition C regarding material, whether or not the variance will be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the property. Given the mitigations, the extraordinary mitigations we believe that we've agreed to, of this, as Cynthia mentioned, the security fence, buffering, trees, constructing a roundabout, the fact that we moved the bus stop from in front of Cabela's to the driveway, we certainly believe that C, given our mitigations, is satisfied. And finally, D, which is also important, given that the variance has to be consistent with the intent and purpose of this title. Remember that the truck stop standards just came into play. And there is a very legitimate argument that the fact that we're reestablishing a truck stop in a zone district that doesn't allow truck stops, we would not have to comply with those 28 truck stop standards. We're actually complying with every single one of the brand new truck stop standards, from setbacks to landscaping to energy efficiency, every single one, except the one that is physically impossible, which is a 1,320 feet.
The original truck stop was not 1,320 feet. This truck stop is not. I think given the mitigations and the fact that we're complying with every other single truck stop standard satisfies finding number D. So with 10 seconds left, I will close our applicant presentation, and certainly myself and Cynthia here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, would you like to resume your presentation?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
For the record, Rodney Burke. In regards to the roadway that currently runs in front of Cabela's, the old truck stop did not have a road that connected our house directly to the old truck stop. That was an empty, vacant field. It was fenced and gated entirely around the old truck stop. So we had no security concerns at that time. Regarding the size of this truck stop, I guess the city council needs to decide, are we building a truck stop or are we building a casino? Because 113 parking spaces is not going to be enough when they shut that freeway down in the wintertime due to snow closure. My kids, our kids over there, do ride the bus. They get on the bus currently. Right here. This is the bus stop, which is the entrance for the trucks in this proposed project. And Mr. Gordon just mentioned something about the old laws, and this truck stop was always in the works and it's always been planned for this location. I need to ask the city council, are we working under the old laws or are we working under the new laws? I don't know if you've all have been out to my house or seen where my property is. I have plenty of trees. I'm surrounded with trees already. So mitigations as far as putting trees in to block my view, I already have 100 trees in my yard. They talk about there being site limitations. My house has been there since 1950. It's 63 years old. My house didn't get legs and walk into their project. Their project has slowly moved closer and closer to my home. It's too close for families. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. I do not have any forms requesting public comment on this agenda item. Is there anyone in? Okay, please come forward. Yeah. Yeah. And go ahead and introduce yourself, please, for the record.
My name is William Mulligan. I work for Pilot Flying J. I'm Vice President of Development, Facilities, and Environmental Compliance. Just wanted to address a couple issues that Mr. Burke had, and I'll make them simple. The first thing he was talking about was crime, and brought up some statements. There is crime everywhere, and there's no more significant crime on convenience stores, Walmarts, truck stops, travel centers than there is in any other locality or any other business that goes on. And one thing on the crime issue, 4 out of 5 people that come into our facility actually got out of a car, not a truck. If you look at the average convenience store in the United States, it does about 95,000 gallons of petroleum per month. The average Pilot Travel Center does about 200,000 in gas per month, and that's all on 4-wheel drive vehicles. If we had a bad crime issue, or we had a crime issue that was any greater than any place anybody else went, we would not have those type of volumes at our facility, because frankly, there's a gas station on almost every corner. So as a motoring public with four-wheel motoring public, you have a choice of going anywhere that you want to. If you take a second comparison of that, we're about the 7th largest fast food franchisee in the United States. Plus we have McDonald's. We have about 60-some McDonald's. They're very family-oriented, very conscious on that. Every restaurant that is on our facility does greater than their national average. So again, if we had a problem with crime, again, the 4-wheel drive traffic that is driving those high volumes, they just wouldn't come, because again, you can go to the next exit across the street, around the corner to some other facility. We spend a lot of our time, I have engineering, I have design, and we spend a lot of time designing our facilities to be secure and also to make the motoring public comfortable. Cynthia addressed noise. The other one I would address is air quality. Over time, air quality has improved greatly. They focused on trucks. If you go back, well, let me just go, the state next to you, California, has the most stringent air quality. It's run by the California Air Resource Board. And today, any truck that is 2010 or newer in California is allowed to idle. And that's due to three things. 2007, when they went to ultra-low sulfur diesel. Also in 2007, they put a particulate filter on the engines. That got, when you used to see the black smoke, that was actually sulfur coming out of the engines. That's all been taken care of. In 2010, they went to the new air quality standards, which required them to get rid of 93% of the NOx gases, nitrous oxide gases. They've done that through equipment that uses a chemical called DEF, which is just liquid fertilizer and ionized water. It's injected into the exhaust system. It mixes with the exhaust as it produces nitrogen and water vapor, and it's 93%, takes out 93% of the NOx gases. So trucks are actually running cleaner. Again, on the proving of that is California has now allowed idling of trucks at truck stops or wherever they were, as long as they're 2010 or newer on that problem, and that concludes my time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have a question, and
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not sure if you or Mr. Gordon can answer this, but with regards to this project, if it were approved, how many temporary construction jobs would it create and permanent jobs would this project?
Temporary, the building itself will probably be in the neighborhood, the building will probably be around $10 million for the whole facility. Our average, we have anywhere on average of about, going through the whole project, about 60 workers on the site during the construction time. And then a facility like this, I won't address the casino, but with the restaurants, the 2 restaurants, and the travel center that size, you're probably looking at about 130 employees. Most of those will be on the pilot side. Most of those will be full-time employees. There will be a small portion that are part-time. And at pilot, we actually, for the full-time employees and part-time employees, we offer health benefits. And they're also entitled for 401k and everything else that goes with that. The full-service restaurant would be probably more than likely would be a Denny's, and it's just comparable with regular full-service restaurants. And the casino I can't address. We don't operate the casino on that part.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment on this item? Okay. After you're done, come forward. And after you're done, if you'll fill out a form and leave it with the clerk. Go ahead and identify yourself for the record.
My name's Debbie Earle. I don't live out in Verdi. I live in the northwest section of Reno. I've been one that's just been following this a little closely. And I'm here with respects what he has to say to safety. Back in 1995, I grew up in Springfield, Oregon, and there was a gentleman who, I was running on a trail for my high school, Thurston High School, and I was brutally attacked. And nobody knew for the longest time there had been 4 previous attacks. Well, the attacker, after he got me, was caught because I had mace with me, ended up macing the gentleman, and he checked into a local hospital with mace burns to his face. This was a gentleman who came from a local truck stop, which was right by the running trails that we were running by. That's why I do think that there is a big safety concern being so close to residents like that. I was one of the lucky ones that was not assaulted because I had mace with me, and this was not one of Flying J's truck stops. And as a result of everything that had happened, that truck stop has since long ago been shut down in Springfield, Oregon. It was in the Thurston area. But I see these families here have some young ladies and a couple other kids, and I just wanted to say I do think that they have a right to be concerned, because with truck stops, crime does happen. And I was one that was a survivor, actually, when they found out it was a trucker that came through that area consistently. So that's just what if anyone has families and kids, just something to kind of keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you will, fill out a form and leave it with the clerk. Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak in public comment? Okay, we'll come back to the table. Ms. Jordan, we'll start with you. It's your ward.
I guess I'm going back to the safety issue. I can certainly make the findings in all other regards, but with regards to the mitigation issues, and I keep hearing the concerns about safety, and I know we can't protect for all things, and I think this could be a situation where maybe a certain sector is being stereotyped, and I want to be cautious of that, but I'm also aware of the concerns that you have, and I'm hearing what you're saying. Did, as part of their mitigation efforts, did you ask for or suggest security systems in your home, or do you have them in place? You have them already? Okay. Okay.
If a question is asked of you, if you would please come forward, just so that we can capture it on the record. The audio won't pick you up from there.
For the record, Lynn Burke, after our home was robbed, we immediately signed up for a home security system.
Like 82.
My sister next door does not have one.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, again, apologies. As a preliminary matter, in cases of appeal, generally the council makes a determination that the appellant is aggrieved. So I would request if you could consider that as a...
I thought on this item, because it would have come to us anyway, that we don't have to determine that they're aggrieved.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that's the way we've handled that in the past.
Right.
Is that right, Claudia?
Claudia Hansen for the record. Typically, we do either way, just for the record, just to keep it clear, even whether it's going to come to you or not. Because one of them is required, the special use permit to reestablish and expand comes to council, but there's another special use permit that wouldn't automatically. So since they're all bundled together in this one, we would ask that you would do it for this one.
We can do that. Ms. Jordan, do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion that the appellants are aggrieved.
You can find that they are. We have a motion and a second that the appellants are aggrieved parties. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Back to discussion and questions from council. Ms. Jordan?
Jenny, did you have a question?
You're done? Okay. Ms. Breckus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, special use permit 1, to reestablish and enlarge a previously existing non-conforming truck stop in the HC zoning district. When this existing truck stop was operating, was it zoned HC, staff?
Claudia Hansen for the record, I don't believe it was. There was a switch in the zoning in '07.
In '07, the zoning was switched. Who requested
But
this?
I'm sorry, if I could expand on that. Truck stops were not necessarily called out specifically as a separate land use type. That wasn't adopted until '08. So it wasn't necessarily it wasn't only limited to industrial back when it was.
Okay. When you reestablish a non-conforming use, what's the definition of a non-conforming use?
A use of land legally established but which no longer complies with the use regulations that apply within the zoning district in which the use was located.
Does that definition contemplate that the use is still in existence, or does it contemplate that it's expired some time in the past?
It doesn't specify either way. There's sections of the code that address each.
Okay, so if the use expired at one point and it wants to bring back, how far back in time can we go on this this special use permit to reestablish a previously existing use? I know personally of a dairy at the corner of St. Lawrence and Humboldt in the Plumas neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It was a dairy for 50, 60 years. It's no longer there. There's nothing on this ground. Could they come back and ask for a special use permit to reestablish that use?
Technically, they could. It says in the code, it says anything that's been abandoned longer than 6 months, I believe.
Okay, so you can go back any point in time. That sounds a little vague to me, and it sounds like then really we can, any use that we have in the community at any time can just pop up anywhere at any time if it was there at one point. Is that, if we grant a special use permit, is that the authority we have?
There's no limits on it in Title 18.
Okay, so I'm a little concerned by the precedential nature of granting this special use permit. I'll give you another example. During the kind of real estate crash, the recession, a number of used car lot sales went out of business on South Virginia Street in the Midtown District. Some of those properties are vacant. Some may have intermediate uses. I don't know. But the zoning doesn't allow for those. Now, could they come forward and ask for special use permits to reestablish then that use that was once there at one point in time?
Yes, and actually in the South Virginia Todd, they are allowed with a special use permit. So either way, they could come back
They
with a
could
special
come
use
forward.
permit. Mhm.
Okay, so, how many other, and can you give me any other examples of uses that we've reestablished through this process that were there at one point in time, and how far back we've reached? Because this truck use was on 20% of this site as of, it terminated 2005. It's been gone for 8 years. Have we, how many others have we reestablished?
The most recent one that I can think of is the Boys and Girls Club, is the other reestablishment. That's the only one I can think of. With the Councilman Dorch to see if it, or Ms. Zadra, if you can think of any others. The Boys and Girls Club is the only one in the recent 5-6 years that I can think of.
Does the city attorney's office have any concern that we may be dealing with a rather vague standard or ordinance here?
For the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney, we can definitely look at that as an issue. I don't have anything for you here tonight.
Okay. And now second special use permit is to reestablish a previously existing non-conforming, non-restricted gaming operation without hotel rooms. When was the gaming operation established on this property? And where on this property map was it operating?
It was when the truck stop was there. There's 1964, according to the applicant's representative.
But can you show me where on the property the gaming was? Because I've only seen pictures on this property of a truck stop. So I want to know where on this parcel was the gaming activity. Well, no,
So
can we see it on the aerial that we have of the?
Well, I can show you
Okay.
on. To get it the same direction here. Can you zoom out a little bit, please? Oh, that one's not gonna. So there's a little jog in the property right here, which is the jog right here. So here's the proposed site. It was essentially right in this area there.
But when Ms. Albright showed it before, she showed truck stop parking there. So I'm wondering where the operations took place. I mean, that's where I'm confused about.
For the record, Cynthia Albright. Yes, Councilman Breckus, you are correct. The operations took place here, but because the gaming and the truck stop were all one, it's all one project, it was all one development historically, it's all one parcel.
I thought you said that the fenced in, the yellow area was where the operation ceased and the physical development of the property ended.
This yellow area is the boundary with which we've put around the actual truck stop, which included gaming operations. Okay, that is true. The two uses were always synonymous, always one, and they've overlaid on top of the original parcel and the new parcel.
Okay.
What Claudia showed you was back in 2007 and 8 when they processed the remapping, if you will. Part of the conditions of approval was that a historic gaming boundary be defined, which I've shown you here on this map. Claudia's was just vertical, but that is the same polygon. So by deed, by a recorded parcel map, this is the historic gaming boundary that allows for a new gaming operation to be established within that polygon.
Under what rules? The Gaming Control Board rules or our zoning rules?
Correct. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So the original parcel is in yellow. There was a non-restricted gaming license issued, grandfathered, no rooms, by the State Gaming Control Board and Commission in the yellow parcel. Per state law, the grandfathered license has to stay within that same parcel. So given the new truck stop area must and shall include the original parcel. So every 18 months, per state law, within the original parcel, but now on our new project site, the current property owner opens up 16 games to preserve that state gaming grandfather license. The State Gaming Control Board 2 weeks ago approved an application to give these gentlemen a license to do this truck stop with non-restricted gaming. They were made aware of land use entitlements by the City of Reno. Board approved it. We go to the State Gaming Commission tomorrow and are expecting an approval as well, given we followed the state law requiring where non-restricted licenses start and where they can end.
So that little overlap universe with the black and the yellow, that's the 20% where there was truck stop and there was gaming there at one point. And that's where the expansion area is the rest of the area. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, but just to confirm for the record's clear. So the yellow boundary is the original truck stop parcel. This is the area where the parking lot was, but it's not considered parking lot, it's considered gaming and truck stop. That portion includes our current parcel, so the answer would be yes, that the fact that the original parcel is included on our new parcel is why we have the ability to do non-restricted gaming.
And is that little area in there, that overlap area, what's going to happen in that little area right there?
The gaming.
The gaming's going to be within that
Correct.
area, and then the truck stop, which is not there, is going to move over. Okay. Does this seem like a stretch to you in terms of the expansion and the reestablishment and kind of I mean, it's within our authority. What are the findings that we have to determine to approve this in terms of establishing a non-conforming use? What are those?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, I don't think it's a stretch by any sense of the imagination. First of all, we're complying with rules that are already on the books. I think to a T, this application has been thoroughly vetted by staff, neighborhood board, planning commission, and now city council. Two, given we heard testimony earlier that this has only happened twice since anyone can remember, I certainly would make the argument that this ordinance is not being abused or is vague or is being applied for dairy farms or other situations where the special use permit findings cannot be made. I mean, that's the trigger, right? You have to have a special use permit that gives this council, and not only goes to the planning commission, but must come to the city council. So it gives this body ultimate discretionary authority of should we bring one back, and if so, can you make the findings? So the answer is no, I don't think this is a stretch by any means of the imagination.
Well, the two findings that I see are the expansion or change of the non-conforming use will not damage the character or quality of the neighborhood in which it is located or hinder the future development of the surrounding properties. And improvements necessary for the expansion are in conformance with the requirements of this title. How does this not damage the character or quality of the neighborhood or hinder future development of the surrounding properties? How would you address that finding?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, first I would say the use permit that was approved in 2007, which included those same findings, not only included this parcel, but also included the parcel next door. So there is the findings made and a clear record that even putting the truck stop on this parcel closer to the residence satisfies all those findings. So the fact that we're scaling back and received a letter from the residents and are complying with every single one of their requests regarding mitigations, regarding, in their view, it was their letter written by them, what could be done to lessen the impact or to mitigate the impact, which was not done with the old use permit. I think we've gone above and beyond to meet those findings.
Well, in the intervening years, the city of Reno went through an extensive policy review of regulations related to truck stops and decided that 1,300 feet was the distance from residential units. And so how do you equate that this is in, the expansion is in conformance with the title? We've gone through an extensive process of thinking what we want truck stops to be, where we want them to be, and how can this reestablishment and expansion of this use be in conformance with this title if we've had a fresh look at truck stop and say these are the rules?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, I think very easily, given when this SUP was issued, right, my understanding is we did not comply with all those minimum truck stop standards. Those came on the books much later. So the fact that we are saying, in light of the historical record, that we have a right, we've preserved the gaming license that goes with this truck stop, there are staff reports and minutes, and every single approval related to Cabela's contemplated bringing back a truck stop. And let me remind you that that original truck stop was not within 1,320 feet. The fact that we're bringing it back and now saying we're not just going to ignore those new truck stop standards, we're going to comply with every single one of them. You're right, it was vetted, there was public hearings. We're complying with every single one of them, except the one that is a physical impossibility that we didn't comply with, or not we, but that the original truck stop owners couldn't comply with. Now we can't comply with. Thus, we're asking today that I think it's a better situation, that when we're complying with all truck stop standards but the 1320, and have listed and are complying with, in light of the letter sent by the neighbors, of making the neighborhood better. And let me note, not only the fact that we're doing trees and the security gate, but there's been a lot of concern that this road just dead ends here. And that's been there for a long time. The fact that we're now constructing a turnaround, which isn't even on the property of the project site, but we need to get an easement from the property owner, and which is a condition of approval, so we shall do a turnaround here. I think you look at that as a package deal. It is certainly a net benefit than the prior approvals for this truck stop.
But what reliance for these folks? I mean, they saw a truck stop coming in, they saw a termination date, they knew the rules, and then they saw the city go through, in good faith, in a public process, to create new rules. Those new rules gave them reliance that they would be far enough away from a truck stop, that they would have a certain distance. And now we're reaching back into the old rules to resurrect an approval that never was able to get off the ground.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, but there's more rules than just the ones you mentioned. I mean, there's variance rules, there's non-conforming use rules. I mean, if you look at the package of rules that you're applying to, the 1,320 feet isn't written in stone. One would argue that's only prospective, not going back, given which you mentioned the non-conforming use statute, which you think possibly could be vague. We would argue that allows us to go back in time, that's a rule on the books, to go back in time and resume this non-conforming use.
I think you're advancing a novel theory. I mean, in a way then, every rule here, the ones today, and every approval we've ever done, and every use that's ever been there, they're all game, and we have the authority to take in all those, and kind of, there's no reliance then in the certainty of our land use processes, I would argue.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, we're running in my urban planning classes back at the University of Utah.
Yeah, and that
I would, I don't know if that was a question or not, but I think the rule is on the books. It's happened twice since anyone can remember, and there's a lot of knowledge and experience on this council. And if that provision was being abused or used much more than it should, I think twice is not the answer.
Okay, let me move on. The other special use permit is for 24-hour operation. Isn't 24-hour operation allowed in the HC zoning district, or are we in a special plan area where you can't do 24-hour operation?
I'm sure staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but a use permit is normally required if you're going to go between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. So this is a typical use permit to extend that to 24 hours.
I thought 24-hour operation was allowed in the HC, but I'll wait for if someone has some. Is it just downtown?
Right.
Yeah.
And okay.
Are you finished, Jenny? I had a couple more
No,
questions.
go ahead.
Okay, Garrett, can you tell me of this sign right here? Okay, can you tell me where the turnabout, the roundabout, or the turnaround is going to be located? No, on that one that you have in front of you.
Okay.
Can you just point?
I can show you an actual visual of the roundabout.
Okay.
If that would be better. There you go. That'd be maybe more helpful.
Thank you, it is. And the bus stop is going to be where?
So currently, for the record, Garrett Gordon, so testimony by the members said the bus stop is located right here, currently where the entrance would be for the truck stop. My understanding, Washoe County School District has agreed to be up, frankly, on their driveway. So it would come up.
Okay, I'm getting they're shaking their head no.
Excuse me, for the record, Cynthia Albright. I spoke to Margot Medeiros this morning. I've spoken to her several times over the last 2 weeks. She's indicated to me that she sent somebody out on her staff to look at the site, determine whether or not it would be feasible to have the bus go further down Boomtown Garson Road and to pick the children up who access that bus. I believe it's only one, but to pick the child up at the end of Boomtown Garson Road down here and use this turnaround to turn the bus around, which is the whole idea. Is
Kind of a logical.
To pick the child up closer
and we'd
to
be
their
closer
home.
to their home and less distance for them to walk. Can you put that other sign back up? That other map? Sorry.
Can you get that in writing as well?
For the record, yes. And I apologize for saying driveway on the record. There's been a lot of conversation with the school district, so I'm glad we got the record straight.
Okay. I appreciate that. This isn't I'm sorry, not this one, the one I was originally looking at. That one right there.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm kind of wondering if this new development may actually help with some of the wayward travelers who may turn into the truck stop to turn around rather than going to the end of the road. Because I will say this, when you come off of 80 and you're heading northbound, oftentimes I have seen people miss the Cabela's turn. So I'm wondering if this actually, with this development, people will turn around at the truck stop versus going to the end of the road to even turn around. So I'm speculating. So can you show me on this map where the signage is going to be that you're heading towards a dead dead end, turn around?
Sure. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So as in the different graphic we showed, two signs located approximately right here and then at the end of the road saying, a dead end, no turnaround, wrong way, etc.
Wouldn't the location of those signs be better served in front of where the driveway is to the truck stop so that they could have an opportunity to turn around before they get to the end of the road?
For the record, Cynthia Albright. Yes, the answer to your question, Councilwoman Jordan, is the plan is to there is a sign out there today that tells people that there is a dead-end road. Obviously, one sign isn't enough because people continue to drive past that sign. So the idea is twofold. One, we're going to put another sign out there across the street from our project notifying drivers that there is in fact a dead-end road and they can use our project to turn around or they can use the new turnaround to turn around. Then we're going to post another sign on the property as you see there right here that says no trespassing so that the folks that have historically come to the end of the road, driven up this dirt road and accessed the adjacent property owner's property, they have additional forewarning that this is private property, do not trespass. The reason to add an electric gate on their property is further to prevent people from randomly driving to the end of the road, coming across on this dirt strip and coming onto their driveway and into their property. So with the two additional signs, coupled with the tremendous amount of signs that Pilot Flying J actually puts internal to their project, I mean, I know that the idea is that we want to prevent trucks that are going to the end of the road from going onto the adjacent property, but Pilot Flying J also includes a tremendous amount of signage to direct either the drivers of autos and the drivers of trucks to come in and go out and go to the right, go to the east, don't go to the west.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just ask of the appellants if there's any mitigation items that haven't been suggested to you that you would like to bring forward today?
I'm Lori Archibald, and we were advised that if you did pass this, that we would like to ask for the following conditions. It was suggested that we have an 8-foot cyclone fence a security, some kind of security that goes around from when the sun goes down till the sun comes up, and then maybe some kind of a direct line to security so that if there is a problem, there's someone that we can get a hold of for help.
When you say about security from sundown to sunup, that's a home
Well,
security system?
Security at night, maybe someone driving around, making sure that there aren't people.
Oh, I get you. So you're talking about security for the Flying J project property
Right.
itself?
Right.
Okay.
And also, the list of items that were shown that my sister had mailed in that we requested, she actually mailed that or sent that before. We had talked to different people and were told that this was going to pass, and that we might look foolish if we did come up and say the things that we really wanted to say at the Planning Commission meeting. So the list of things that she did write, that's why we wrote it ahead of time, just to kind of cover ourselves so that if it did happen, at least we had some say in maybe what we could do to protect ourselves.
Never look foolish.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the applicants to address the additional mitigation
Well,
request.
for the record, Cynthia Albright, because this project is both a truck stop and a casino, there will be lots and lots of cameras on the property. And because it's a casino, there will be lots of security driving around the property, certainly driving up and down Boomtown Garson Road and policing not just Boomtown's property that currently exists, but this new property, because Boomtown's going to own and operate the casino within the travel center. So yes, there will be increased security both from the existence of cameras on the property and security guards driving in vehicles on Boomtown Garson Road. I think that should be sufficient as far as providing the sense of security. We can also, of course, provide a direct line, if you will, if there is a problem. We can provide a name and a number for somebody at the adjacent property owners to have contact directly with Boomtown.
Okay, and what about the 8-foot cyclone fence? I heard that they,
Right,
I think they said something about not needing the trees.
Well, and you know what? We are certainly welcome. If they want to remove the trees, we'll install a cyclone fence. We were providing, because I had several meetings with the adjacent residents over, of course, of the times that we met with all the different community groups, and the list kept changing and kept growing, and every single time they asked for something, except for the last 2 items we didn't respond to, but every time the list changed, we accommodated them. If they don't want the trees and they'd prefer to have cyclone fencing, that's fine too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
How many truck stops do you own?
For the record, Bill Mulligan. We own 489 in the United States and 60 in Canada.
How often do you come across this problem? I would imagine with your 400, you have had somewhere close to it.
I just did one in Morote, New Mexico, which is under construction. Actually, if you would look at the square, the travel center fits in the square. There is a county road, which would be, what do you call that road? Local Artillery Road. There is residential right on the other side of the street, 30 homes. I went with them. Their only security request was they actually wanted a visual. They asked me to put up a 5-foot berm with a 8-foot white vinyl fence on it, which I did on those. I usually don't get the 8-foot, the cyclone fencing, but I guess we're amenable if you'd rather take down the trees and everything and run 8 feet of cyclone fencing. We're fine with that. On that part, that's not a problem.
I am very concerned about the bus stop. So I really would like to get that in writing.
Yeah, I would agree that, and I think this is just observing, but I would think the reason that the bus stop is where it is today is so the bus can turn around. There is a cut right there that allows you to turn it around. I would think the bus company itself, if they had a turnaround down there, would move it, the bus location down there. I agree 100%, and we will facilitate that. And Cynthia can get that in writing and on what we'll need to do, and we'll work with the school district, whatever they need to accommodate their bus to turn around down there. That's not a problem. I agree 100%.
Okay, thanks.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, to give you ultimate comfort, I would say we would acknowledge a additional condition of approval that says we shall get a letter from Washoe County School District moving the truck stop, moving the bus stop to the end of Garrison Road. Our conversations with the school district have been very positive. We're confident we can get that letter. So we're happy to add that as a condition.
Could you, the cyclone fencing is still kind of confusing me. Would that be in addition to the 3 rail fence that we heard as one of the mitigating features? So it would be a 3 rail fence and then an 8-foot cyclone fence instead of trees and undergrowth. Is that right?
For the record, Lindbergh.
I'm sorry?
For the record, I'm Lindbergh. Honestly, at this moment, I cannot tell you. We were advised 5 minutes prior to leaving our property by someone who is very close to our family, very close to this project. There's an empty seat in this room, so I'm not going to mention any names, but he advised us to request this cyclone fence, a panic button to security, and security from sundown to sunup. And that was 5 minutes prior to our coming down here tonight. So we're like, a little confused about the whole thing as well, but we want to make it, put it in record that that's what we're asking for if this passes.
Yeah, and we're just trying to clearly understand what you're describing.
It's hard to tell you when I don't even know.
Might I make a suggestion? How much would the trees have cost?
That's got to be for the applicant.
Yeah, for the applicant. Sorry, excuse me.
For the record, Cynthia Albright. We've estimated the total mitigation, including the trees, the electric gate, the fence, and the landscaping, and the turnaround to be about $150,000.
But
the trees themselves would probably be in the neighborhood of about 45 to 50.
Okay,
the
so
landscaping portion.
Can we, so they can go back and think about what fencing might work best for them? Can we say the equivalent or close to the equivalent of what the trees would have cost? We, as a condition, will let them determine
trees and fencing.
Trees and fencing.
Sure.
Thank you, trees and fencing, and so they can have time to go back and figure out what fencing best works for
Suits
them.
Absolutely.
But not to exceed
Right.
the amount of the fencing and the trees that you had already
Agreed to.
agreed to.
Right. Thank you.
Sure, come on up. Do you have a question for us? Now you're legal.
I kind of have an answer.
Okay.
Per her, for the record, Don Archibald, 1740 South Verde Road. Per her previous talk to you, we was advised to have the cyclone fencing put all the way around both properties, so enclosed. Just,
Yeah.
that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would concrete walling be?
If I could jump in on that, if you start to go that way, we would ask that the condition be written, as discussed earlier, a combination of fence and landscaping. An 8-foot fence won't necessarily be allowed by zoning, so we would ask for a little flexibility in there so we could meet the condition with some flexibility.
And Claudia, while you're there, or
Yes.
Mr. Gordon, in the testimony that we received from Mr. Burke at the beginning, he made reference to an error in one of the land uses. Can we have that clarified, please?
Yes, the zoning across the street is zoned IC, and it is in the staff report. So the zoning here is HC, and at the subject property, the zoning is IC, industrial commercial.
So it's correct as it is in our package. That's the very same map.
Correct, on this, on the city-produced zoning. There's another there's another exhibit in there that shows a differing, and I can't remember if it was land use or it was land use. Oh, assessed land use is what that was, but it is zoned IC.
Okay, assessed land use. Great, thank you.
Sure.
And again, that is in our package, that very map.
Yes. And to answer Councilwoman Beckett's question, you're correct. There is an exemption for HC zoning on hours of operation, so special use permit D is not required.
Any other questions?
I'm prepared to make a motion to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation with the mitigation modifications that have been suggested here today.
And I'm going to second the motion, and I just want to emphasize that I can make the findings. You know, there's been a lot of discussion here tonight about the findings, and you know, especially when we look at the findings for the expansion or change of the nonconforming use. And I want to emphasize that I think that they are doing a lot of things to mitigate some of the issues raised by the residents there. But in the same token, this is a changing area, and unfortunately, the change started when I-80 went through. And since then, I mean, you've got a hotel casino there, you had a truck stop there, you've got a major retail piece there. Directly across the street, you've got industrial zoned property. So it is a changing area. And like I said, I mean, unfortunately, as even you mentioned in your presentation, the ranch changed drastically when I-80 went through. I mean, the people that lived there then had to go to work and get jobs because they couldn't ranch there anymore. So it's been in a change. It's changed over the years, and it is what it is today, where you've got industrial uses right across the street. So I think it is in conformance with the surrounding uses, and I think the mitigation efforts. I hope you spend some time and consider those, because, I mean, I don't know if you want the trees and the fence you originally asked for. I mean, I imagine an 8-foot cyclone fence completely surrounding my house. I'm not, that's just me. I don't know that sounds real appealing to me. But, right, I understand. So I do want to emphasize, though, that I can make all the findings, the special use permit findings and the variance findings.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I won't be supporting the motion. I feel that we do have a vague ordinance, which is being inconsistently and applied. When I look at not only the facts here before us, but some of the background of previous reports and requests that have come up before us with, or the council on this property, and I need to get into too much of that on my inquiry, but we were provided some of the staff reports and approvals from prior applications here. But having said that, I cannot make these special use permit findings. I think the expansion of this non-conforming use will damage the character, quality of life of the neighborhood. And we may be talking about a neighborhood of only 2 homes, but I think it will be detrimental to these folks. And more so, I think that the improvements are not in conformance with the requirements of the title. This city council went through, or a previous city council went through an extensive process of figuring out regulations for truck stops. And they came up with these standards. And I think, so we're not living with those. And I guess furthermore, I think the integrity of our entire process, when we go out and we have a hot topic and we want to look at an issue and adopt some regulations and we can not apply them or apply them selectively, I think we're not meeting the findings. So I am not supporting this request.
Any other discussion?
I just do want one clarification. And Claudia, do you have, I mean, since we kind of played with those conditions, I think, regarding what the requirements are going to be regarding screening and fencing.
Thank you for.
I just want to make sure that we've got it. I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, you understand what we've got.
And if I could go over the notes I had down from the mitigation that they brought forward, everything that's in the staff report already, and then a combination of fencing and trees to provide screening or buffering between the uses. And And then there was nighttime security, that there will be nighttime security in the area.
And how do we establish that? I mean, I guess, and maybe the applicant can help me with this. If we're going to put some kind of condition in here that says there has to be security in the evenings from,
And we've had that before on bars and such. We ask for the security plan, and it shows that they have X number of people on duty in vehicles or at the desk or wherever it is. We've done that
So would it be
before.
subject to approval of staff?
Yes.
So a security plan subject to the approval of staff?
Correct.
Okay.
And then they mentioned either a direct phone call line or a panic button earlier.
And let me ask you this, would it be possible, I mean, if you guys are saying you're putting the cameras up all around the hotel, could you have cameras not directed at the house, but over in that area, maybe mounted somewhere over there that would have on their driveway or that road that leads in? I mean, is that possible at all? I mean, I don't know where you'd get the power. I guess you could get battery operated, or, I don't know. Just a suggestion.
The driveway.
For the record, Trey St. John, M1 Gaming. We're running a casino there, and by Nevada law,
right,
we have to have it under surveillance. So we can put...
Yeah, but as my only question was, your surveillance is going to be specific to your property. Is there anything we can do in that surveillance system that would...
Well, my idea was to put one at the bus stop. But what I don't want to get into, I mean, 8-foot razor wire fence around their property completely.
I gotta believe that when they start thinking that through,
yeah, the other thing too is they also have their main access is off of the road by the railroad tracks, which is the old, I think it's the Verdi Road or whatever it is, because I live down that neighborhood. But if someone were to come onto their property, completely irrelevant to the truck stop, they come off the train, they come off whatever, and comes into their homes with armed or whatever, and they have a panic button, and our security guys, there's a fine line between being of assistance at the bus stop or at the property line as opposed to using Boomtown security for something that may be completely unrelated and really requires the police, not our security force, because we're not armed. So we're going to do whatever we can camera-wise for the bus stop and the entire facility, because we have a casino, and you also, with a casino, you want to get license plates coming and going. Because if you have an issue in the casino, you want to see they run out, you want to try to get their license plate and description of their vehicle.
Right.
So, I mean, we're going to do everything we can physically to secure that area, the end of the road, the access to the roads and everything else through cameras.
Right.
I just don't want to have conditions set that could put some people's lives in danger that really the police need to be called, if that makes any sense. But
So
they
that
had
comes back to what I said,
they can
security
call
plan
security anytime. We have a direct line.
subject to approval of staff.
They can call
Yeah.
security now if they want to, so.
So I guess I'm comfortable with the security plan approval by staff, we're keeping those issues in mind. So,
And then the bus stop, ensuring that the bus stop goes to the end of the, okay.
so then the other condition would be that you do get a letter from Washoe County School District with an approval of where the new bus stop will be. Anything else we're missing?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Come forward and identify yourself again, please.
For the record, Lynn Burke, I just want to put on record that prior to M1 Gaming taking over Boomtown, we had security that drove through our property constantly. Back when in the home that I'm living in now was my grandparents, when Cashel owned the Boomtown, he provided a panic button, per se, for them. We've never had anyone from the railroad or anyone come up that other access road. And the other thing I wanted to just point out is up until M1 Gaming took over, we had the security coming through, and from the day we filed our appeal on this project, there was a gate. I don't have a map in front of me, but where that road dead ended, where the bus turns around now, there was a gate kind of blockading the westbound traffic. And from the day we filed the appeal, those gates were removed. And I'm assuming from M1 Gaming. That's all I have to say. And the other thing, let's go on. The mitigations to me are just a Band-Aid. granted, anything could be put out there, but the fact that a truck stop and, like, I can't say your last name, I apologize. I know she understands you're not following your own rule by distancing it by the 13, 20 feet. So I just don't understand how you can vote for that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we have a
So those
motion
were
and a
the-
second.
We're
with
clear on all the additional conditions, and we
clarification.
just need to make sure that they're okay with the person that made the motion?
Mhm.
And okay with me as a second. And do you understand the conditions?
Claudia, you're
good?
clear?
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. Public comment? I see no forms. We have a motion and a second for adjournment. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.